Dark live in the mix.
I had the wildest dream last night. In Ibiza, right across from Ushuaia, there was a fucking DJ in the bathroom.
It's 9 p.m. on a fucking Friday. It's 9 p.m. on a fucking Friday. Get the fuck, get the fuck. It's 9 p.m. on a fucking Friday. It's 9 p.m. on a fucking Friday. Get the fuck up. We're going to high. Let's go.
and spin it. Girl, when you bubble at the trouble, while you give me this some now, turn it around and bring it. You're pressing it back on and on, if I push that button, my girl, down, but I go and trim it. Once you broke out and fling it. Once your body shaking up to the limit. Once you wild out to wild it to ends to the base, step London and mid and digit. Is it?
Bossy, bossy, Godfather, man a OG, man a half humble, man a bossy. Finger rag a rhythm like it's all free. Bossy, house on the coast G. My money so long it doesn't know me. It's looking at my kids like I'm bossy. I fly around the world cause I'm bossy. Bossy, bossy, Godfather, man a OG, man a half humble, man a bossy. Finger rag a rhythm like it's all free. Bossy, house on the coast G. My money so long it doesn't know me. It's looking at my kids like I'm bossy. I fly around the world cause I'm bossy.
photo d'antan. Il est pas fou, il y croit c'est tout. Il la voit partout, il attend debout. Une rose à la main, pas belle, il n'attend rien. On a de sens élevé, chaud. Le regard rasant
Loaders, it's less than 10 minutes before the first lift. Again, this is your last day of the SBD PH Nationals 2025. We're gonna start our morning session, our first session, at around 11:30 a.m. Lifters, coaches, you have 6 minutes to change your opening weight and opening rack. Thank you. Last 2 minutes to submit your opening rack and weight. And we have reached the 3-minute mark before the start of our morning session of the last day of SBD PH Nationals 2025. Our lifters from Flight L will be first on deck for the squat attempts. Our first is William McGowan at 65, Francis Figueroa at 125, Henrik Go at 140, Daryl Tanco at 140, Ray De La Cruz at 145, RD Labrador at 155, Rico Paraguya at 157.5, Aldrich Kangun at 170, Travis Uy at 172.5, and Ira Aquino at 177.5. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to introduce the 3 referees in charge for our first session. Our chief referee is Mr. Andre Laksamana. The referee on his left is Tom Salamat. And the referee on the right is Marco Ferrer. Again, to our audience and also to our lifters and coaches and staff, our event is being streamed live at the Facebook page of M Sports PH. Ladies and gentlemen, the referees are ready. The loaders are ready. The table officials are ready. The coaches are ready. The lifters are ready. SM North and sa Sky Dome. Are you ready? The bar is loaded for the last day of our SBD PH Nationals 2025. And the bar is loaded for William McGowan at 65. That's a good lift for William. Loader speed load 125 for Francis Figueroa. To our lifters, a reminder, please exit at the left side of the platform. You enter at the right side of the platform, you exit at the left after you perform your lift. Thank you. Kendrick Go, standby. The bar is loaded for Francis Figueroa. That's a good lift for Francis. Loader speed load 140 for Kendrick Go. Daryl Tanco is up next. The bar is loaded for Kendrick Go. That's a good lift for Kendrick. Loader's same weight, 140 for Daryl Tanco. The bar is loaded for Daryl Tanco. It's a good lift for Daryl. Loader speed load 145 for Rean de la Cruz. Bar is loaded for Rean de la Cruz. Referees, no lift. Loader speed load 155 for RD Labrador. The bar is loaded for RD Labrador.
Maybe coming back from an injury, maybe just trying to get his body moving. It is the first lift of the day of this session.
That is right, guys, and it is still the morning session, so for the fans out there that obviously refuse to wake up early, we do have an evening session where it does ramp up a little bit. Be assured, though, all these lifts and all these lifters are giving their all at this stage.
Next is Aldrich Coleman. The bar is loaded for Rico Paraguya.
Rico Paraguay nominated best squat of 165, inching really close to it already with 157.5.
10 kilos away from the nominated best. Like you mentioned, my math shouldn't be off. I can count to 10.
Really solid squats and
Sitting
quite light.
today,
As
first
expected.
eagle 117 for Aldrich Coleman.
Yeah, Aldrich now. I'm actually looking at the side. We have a lot of sub-juniors. All of the
The bar is loaded for
male
Aldrich
lifters we've
Coleman.
seen so far are actually sub-juniors. Odd, of course, being one of them. So,
Paraguay is
sub-junior being 15 to 18, if I'm not mistaken, or 14 to 18 years of age. So these are really young kids. These are really young guys.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. And you know, if anything, if I've learned anything in these last 3 days, strength is definitely tied, or not tied to your age. We've seen very recently a junior actually take an open title. So the future of the sport seems to be very bright, just like the lights in the Sky Dome. Please drop by, guys, if you have not yet in the last 2 days. The tickets are for sale.
And also, we want to shout out today, look at these shirts our sponsors are wearing. A limited edition official SBD Philippine Raw Nationals shirt. But of course, Travis Uy now, also another sub-junior lifter, opening 172.5. With a nominated best squat at 170 actually. So this opener alone could already be a meet PR, maybe even an all-time PR. Who knows? But
You know, I think it'd be nice to also highlight like how long some of these nominations were, or how long they hit these numbers, because right now this 172 doesn't even look like it's an attempt at a PR. It is super light for Travis Uy at 172.5. So I'm curious to see if that indicates like a maybe 5 or 7 kilo jump, if it's even warranted at this point.
he looked really confident walking away from that 172.5.
Bar is
We
loaded
will
for
be seeing
Ira
180,
Aquino.
maybe even 182.5 on his next attempt. Ira Aquino now competing in the open, but when I took a glance at the junior records, she actually holds the junior record in the squat, 167.5, and here she is opening with 177.5. Again, this isn't a record she has aged out, but she did hit that 167.5 just last year.
Ooh, you know, I hope that at this point we don't sound like broken records, but it is such a good feeling to see our athletes demolish their nominated bests, and from very, very different walks of life. I don't know if everybody is aware, but Miss Ira Aquino is a programmer, so that's already quite stressful. We've also had a bit of a touch on how some of our lifters are actually part-time superheroes. I think one of the coaches have talked about find a taller mountain when you know, find one that you've conquered. get all the adversity, collected like an infinity stone, apparently.
And then talking about different stories,
Mhm.
different lives, we have William McCoy now, our
Oh.
oldest lifter in the PAP, competing at age 77. I had the opportunity to speak to him before the meet started, asking if there's anything he wanted to shout out. He did tell me he has 20 national records.
2-0.
As a Masters in the 93 and in the 105 weight class, he actually went down from 105 to 93. And I said, is there anything specific you want to mention? And he just had to say, powerlifting saved his life. He said that word for word, powerlifting saved his life. And here he is now squatting 70.
Ooh.
Really taking his time.
And like you said, there's just so many stories that I would say are so inspiring to everybody. Again, Mr. McGowan has been the oldest competitor so far to ever set foot on this stage, at least in the last 3 days. And to say that powerlifting saved his life is phenomenal, especially still finding himself on the national stage, holding that many records. It's always a good time. But Francis here,
Francis Figueroa, a Philippine national team member, actually setting 206 as the record for the deadlift, of course, in Ninoy Aquino Stadium. She also did compete in Asians 2023.
into
The stage again now with 135.
so he took Asians and he's competed in one of the most competitive competitions for the sport in 2 years of competition. And again, guys, if you just had access to the data we had, there's just a big margin for the amount of years and the amount of time that people have spent competing. And to be honest with you, once that weight moves up and down, no matter what lift you're doing, it all does kind of culminate in you destroying your own records and whatnot. But De La Cruz, second attempt in 145.
Getting all her energy out, wanting to really put all that heart into this 145.
And
It's a good lift now, successfully getting 145. Definitely a weight off your shoulders with that. Because we couldn't tell, like, did that 145 was it the strength, was it the
or the
physical
nerves that you
drive? Nerves, it
you
is the
talked
first
about.
Squat, but she does get successfully. Kendrick go now 150. And if you look at the back of his singlet, his wife actually competed during day one.
Aw.
He mentioned it. She had an I Heart You on the back of her singlet. And if you look at Ken Go right now, he has an I Heart You too written right behind him.
I don't know what to say because honestly, this has been such a wholesome event so far. And when you have like those little chalk markings, I think it's, oh my goodness, we do see it. I do see it on the camera. And as I've said, like, the lifters have been quite creative. I think we saw like a compass the other day or a cross or names of their coaches. And some go with the classic approach where you get a million slaps on your back. But right now, we are prepping for Daryl Tanco to walk up to the bench. And look, there's a cap on her back. I think somebody drew a cap.
Daryl Tanco, I know they have, she does partake in advocacies actually for stray cats, making sure they get into really safe homes. I've actually donated to it as well. Really nice advocacy. So explains the cat on her back. She's fighting for this 152.5. International nominated Best Walker, nominated Best Walker is 140.
Oh,
And she is 152.5.
157 was the number that Mr. Rico Paraguya conquered in that previous lift. And like you said, aside from the stories, there's so many good causes that our lifters will obviously lift that bar for, whether it be a charity, for their loved ones, for themselves. And it does end up being for the love of the sport too. That's why everybody does it. That's why there's so many supportive athletes in the arena. I mean, hey, we've seen legitimately the heads of the organizations that have assisted this event compete, and that does not take away 167.5 for Mr. Rico Paraguya.
Really just moving through first spots. Really successful and so far. Also hoping to have things move just as smoothly.
I think I've noticed how the music goes for the day. At the start, it's something to get your blood going because it is at the beginning of the day. And once we enter those last few pulls, that's when the tonality becomes a bit more different. But it is going to be all the same for our athletes. They will be tuning out that noise and focusing on this hunk of metal right in front of them.
RD Labrador taking his time, only 15 seconds left to get that start command. Spot command, I mean. 5 seconds, 4 seconds, 2 seconds. Oh wow, he's cutting it close.
Command still given though.
We'll see what the referee say because I do notice a referee saw the timer go up. Rewind line to take good lift. He did cut that really close.
Yeah, I mean, we've had a bunch of close calls. In fact, we've had one timeout the entire event.
We did see a timeout yesterday, but of course, RD Labrador successfully getting that 167.5. Aldrich Copeland now 180.
Jeez. That's very close to contesting 200. 170 looked so easy too.
Of course, I actually do know Aldrich because we do train together. He's still in high school.
Why every time you tell them, I mean, you tell me their age, and then you look at me as if like, look how strong they are at such a young age. Meanwhile, and honestly, that's just your pride as a competitor too,
And worth noting, when he did his 170, he when he stood up, he was kind of frowning, but once that 180 was re-racked, he actually walked off the platform with a smile, so I'm wondering what he wants to hit for himself. Look at his best squat on the platform is 175. So now we have Travis Wood. We were expecting to see 182.5 for him, but he actually put up 185. Looking at the forecasted places, he is currently forecasted first in the men's sub-junior 93. So he's just trying to add those kilos and keep his place up.
And yeah, just looking at the birth here, I don't want to dox anything, but very, very young competitors, and they've only been competing for a year or less. But again, that training in a year can be so grueling, especially when they're putting so much time, not just into the sport, but being a student. We all know how that can be when you're balancing your academics with all your hobbies. But at this very moment, student, programmer, athlete, whatever you are, when you get on that stage, you are a power lifter, and that's all that matters in that very moment.
We have Ira Aquino now, and I mentioned that she currently owns the junior squat record. But looking at her second attempt, she's attempting 185.
Big jump.
And looking at the national record for the 84 plus kilo class, the record stands at 190.
if this 185 will go as well as it will,
I'm 100% sure we're seeing 190.5 for her third.
a chip. But the pressure is, you know how those records tend to feel a bit heavier than they should be. But at this point, Miss Aquino should focus on this first.
It's worth mentioning that Miss Aquino is actually friends with a lot of our spotters and loaders, so she must feel a lot of support from this team, being the ones also spotting her. But of course, it's a no lift called on depth for Miss Aquino, and walking off, you actually see 190 written on the back of her singlet. So that is her goal. I'm wondering if she'll just risk it, go up. She is the only 84 plus open competitor right now.
I'm also curious if there are any other records that she's trying to attempt, because as we talked about yesterday, I believe it was Mr. Ponera to go for that squat, and it made him quite fatigued for the rest of the evening. Again, at the same time, that's just something that you have to be strategic about. Mr. McGowan,
Let's go!
on that bar again, adding 5.
And you can hear his daughter on the crowd rooting for her. And it's a no lift due to depth. His daughter in the crowd just rooting for him the entire time.
A lot of excitement. And a little bit of chatter with the loaders, but going back again, the pacing I believe is really one of the most important things to worry about. And I don't think we've seen too many lifters that we kind of thought were undershooting their attempts so far. I believe Miss Rachel on day 1 is the only one that's really coming into mind.
Nico Figueroa now 140 for them.
135 did move reasonably well. No doubt for this 5 kilo jump to be anything ill-advised.
Giving the spotters that head shake that's not there. Nico continues with the competition. A 135 squat. Marie-Anne De La Cruz now 147.5.
The bar is loaded for Marie-Anne De La Cruz.
Pretty conservative jump, but conservative can be very subjective as well, because 145, as you mentioned, already so close. I believe she's already destroyed her nominated best anyway, so this is just pushing it even further.
And of course, she is actually going up against Francis Figueroa for the 84s, trying to just get her advantage in the squat, because looking at the rest of the nominations, it seems that Francis Figueroa does have a bigger advantage in the bench and deadlift, so she just wants to get as much as she can, pull ahead as much as she can over on squats.
Either way, it was a very difficult 147. Just gravity won today for her, at least for this lift. But like you said, she is still a force to be reckoned with for the rest of the lift, so we are very excited for that. And on that note, I'm not entirely sure what the whole name is, but first name was Ernest. It was day 1, yellow singlet. I remember a lot of these details. It's not the names, I'm so sorry. Only had 1 successful lift for the first 2 openers, but still absolutely annihilated the total. So again, guys, it's never really over till it's over.
Daryl Tanco now also taking a 2.5 jump. Just trying to get as much as she can onto her total. Again, her nominated best is actually 140. So this is plus 15 for her. It's a good lift. She's skipping off the platform.
116 for Kendrick Gold.
All pretty good so far on stop. Actually, it is a mixed bag for this third squat. In fact, I'm very surprised we've already found ourselves into the third squat. It's only been like 24 minutes. Mr. Kendrick Go with the I Love You Too on the back of his singlet, ready to rock and roll with another 10-kilo jump. Takes a deep breath. Oh, he's fighting it. It's a grind, but he gets it!
Really good fight.
First is low 177.5 for Rico Paraguya. You're next.
Rico Paraguya now. Forecasted third for the 9th race of juniors. Trying to just build his total and catch up, of course. We saw it happen yesterday where you never know what your opponents are gonna do. All it takes is a missed lift, a few missed lifts for someone whom you may not have considered the podium to end up even on that first place spot. But of course, Rico now trying to add 10 kilos to his 167.5, going for 177.
Does look like a lot of our lifters have had a pretty good warm-up, and that is also courtesy of Jim Zilla and Manuel Barbell Club for lending a lot of the warm-up equipment here, as well as Play Hard. So guys, again, this has been a collective effort for everybody. And so far, that is yet another aggressive jump on this third attempt. RD Labrador with 180 now. Wow, he's looking at the screen, so it's like 180. He is burning a lot of that time, but again, you have to consider you have to wait for the command too. As long as he gets that on his shoulders, he should be fine though.
15 seconds for RD Labrador. 10 seconds and he almost ran the timer out on his second attempt. So he has 4 seconds now. 3, 2, 1, 0, and
he's still giving the command though.
And it's a no lift for RD Labrador.
Oh, that took a lot. He's touching his back again. I think he did this in the opener too,
right? He was
right?
touching it on the opener all the way throughout squats. With his nominated best being 200, I feel like we could put together that maybe he's coming back from an injury, some type of back injury that's limiting his squat. But Aldrich Kong Hoon now 190.
Again, the story just kind of goes both ways, ladies and gents. Sometimes the nominated squat can be from a different period in your training. At this time, Aldrich, like you said, quite familiar. Now going up, 190 on that bar. 180 looked a little bit of a grind, but 190. Let's power through it.
Aldrich, of course, being the one of the younger lifters, a lot of the time he's just having fun. He just has goals for himself that he wants to hit. I know 190 is one of them, but
still happy. Like you said, he has goals for himself, so.
And again, his best squat was 175. So 180 was already a personal best on the platform. And we have Ira Aquino. We were considering it, and we saw it yesterday with Panerio. Panerio missing that 260.5 and then choosing to go up to 263 and getting it successfully. So we have Ira Aquino hoping to do the same thing, missing 185, going up 5.5, trying to get that national record. And again, she is in this category alone, so she doesn't necessarily lose anything by not getting this attempt. But of course, I feel like saying you can even attempt the national record, which is at 190.5.
It's a privilege.
Yep.
And it looks like Miss Ira Aquino will do her best to not waste this chance. 185 looks a little challenging, but 190 could be a different story here for her.
And she actually has Angela Padilla cheering for her, but it's a no lift, but a really good try. And again, she is really good friends with the spotters and loaders that we have. So she's just giving them a thank you, letting them know she tried her best for that. 192.5 now for Travis Uy, the last squat for our Flight L.
Ooh. Travis Uy, pretty impressive so far. Good, could go for 343, hyping himself up, and I believe he's one of the younger lifters, dude. So to have such strength at a young age, and this is true for all our sub-juniors and our juniors, because they're such a good foundation. But the weight of the bar just does not seem to care sometimes. It is unforgiving, and it is a challenge that everybody welcomes as he gets ready to get this thing going.
Let's go, Thomas! Let's go!
Oh!
Really nice grind by Travis Uy. But it was called on death by all three referees. It's a no lift.
A little high, but I feel like that is a weight that I'm pretty sure they can confidently train if they haven't done it before. It is a good sign that he did get it by virtue of strength, but that should finish the flight, I believe, as we move on to Flight M.
Yep, we have Flight M now. Cirillo opening up with 105, and Cirillo Daya actually coached a lot of the developmental lifters that we saw in the first day. So being a Masters 2 lifter just wants to pass on to that experience to such a young generation. 105. Moving really well for him. It's a good lift.
10 years or more, like you said, and he is passing that down to every single student that he can take under. And I'm pretty sure there's been a lot of care and progress because we've had a lot of the developmental talents really show up and be incredibly wholesome as well. I think it's great. Let Sean Vera Cruz.
Also a Masters 2 lifter. Opening with 135.
He's a dentist. So you could probably rip out your teeth with just his hands.
I was
jokes aside.
how do you know that? And I'm seeing it now.
Came to me in a dream. Oof. Easy for Mr. Vera Cruz here. But it is a no lift. I'm still waiting for the light.
I'm seeing two red cards, so that is a call on depth. Mark Amil now, 137.5.
For Mark Amil.
Mark
is next.
On to that bar currently. And 137 for the opener. Individual. So again, guys, if you're wondering what that means, we do have a lot of gyms representing and sponsoring their athletes to compete. Some obviously are self-funded or not officially signed with or training with anybody, but it doesn't matter. Strength is strength. 137 should be a easy weight.
We have Christopher Maniga now, 145 for him. hybrid strength athlete. We've also seen a lot of strong hybrid strength athletes. One worth noting again, Panerio yesterday, who did get that 263 squat. Christopher Maniga, hoping to continue that like hybrid strength legacy that we were seeing yesterday.
And mind you guys, he's only been competing for a year or less, specifically for powerlifting, and again has found himself on to the Nationals. And 145 will be his first lift, at least for this meet. You know, just looking at this squat is probably gonna fly back up. Don't know how the referees are gonna score that, or at least what lights they're gonna give. But it is 3 red lights
and
again.
It's a no lift on depth.
Ooh.
But it did move really fast. He did get it up quickly. Just have to go a bit lower. I can see his coach on the side giving him that exact instruction. Edwin Season now 150, touching up on being an individual lifter. It just means you didn't want to register under a team. Maybe your team isn't registered. You do have to sign up to put your team as a registered team. Could be that he just didn't want to. Maybe not enough members who...
Oh, that's true too. To really qualify for, I guess, the team requirement.
There is no team requirement. You can just pay for one.
I mean, like okay.
But
I'm gonna ask that later as this bar.
150 flies for Edwin Season.
Oh, I was gonna ask you, like, since we had a conversation about controversial squats the other day, do we have a lifter in our local scene that every time he squats, there's just really no doubt that was them?
I can't think of anyone at the top of my head, but there are lifters when you're watching. They really squat almost
ATG.
Yup.
Oh my goodness. Basically
ATG, which is a bit unheard of because in powerlifting you only have to hit depth. You don't need to go all the way down. But of course we have Glester for most, so maybe an ATG squatter. We'll see. Representing the men's Master 1 division as well.
Mr. Glester here, 155. Definitely one of the heavier openers for the weight class. And it's no problem whatsoever hitting that 2x, I believe, if my math is not off. Actually, a little bit over to 2x,
to the one, and it's a no lift on depth.
Tough crowd today. No lift. Actually, this is probably one of the more red-oriented sheets we've been looking at. But also, big thank you again to our referees for keeping the integrity of the sport and holding it at the utmost respect. Christian Simpson to the stage from
I think this is Jatan Tagibao. I just saw a change in the bottom now. 190. I mean, if we're gonna follow the pattern that's been established, we should be expecting a green.
It's been alternating. Yeah.
Yep, it's been a pattern.
Yes.
And yep, we are seeing greens now for Jalton Tagibao. Hopefully, of course, we see the same for Christian Singson.
Yeah, again, this is just pretty much pattern recognition at this point. At the same time, obviously, we're always optimistic for our lifters to hit their weights. But 192.5 from Deity Powerlifting.
And shout out to, sorry to interrupt, shout out to Mr. Singson. He was refereeing during day 1, if I'm not mistaken, or the other day. But I do remember seeing him
yesterday
as a referee. Yep. So nice to see him bring his support, volunteer for the community. 192.5 now for him. Walking out really strong.
Wait, why am I the one bracing? But 192.5 is gonna almost go up, and still red, green, red. I don't know what's going on. What is in the air today?
It's kind of
Curious.
it's so it's what's the word?
Pwede ka naman magtagalog gusto mo.
No. Alan Flores now. Okay,
What is the
like you
word?
said, pattern recognition.
Yeah.
We just saw red.
It's alternating at this point. So maybe there's something afoot, something sinister. But Alan Flores is pretty unbothered by everything that he's seen so far. 200 on the bar at 93 kg. Very confident down, very confident
Okay,
up.
so and it continues a good lift for Alan Flores. Now we have
John Guntan.
John Guntan now 215. I did remember seeing him compete recently last November. Best squat nominated at 225.
215 should be in the territory of maybe like 7 or 8 realistically. But 225 should be potentially the goal to crush today. Pulling down his socks.
Pulling down his socks because you can't have your socks underneath your knee sleeves.
What if I'm conscious about my tiny calves?
The world has to see it. John Kenneth Gundan taking his time underneath that bar. Again, 225 best nominated squat, opening with 215.
Oh, very quick.
Very quick. And 2 to 1, and it's a good lift for John Guntan, and he breaks the curse, he breaks the pattern. You're seeing 2 green lights for the first time in a row. Jose Perez now 220, a national record attempt. I do think this is a master's record. I'll look up if it also belongs to him.
Also did referee on day
Yep,
1.
I also saw him as a referee. 93.
He is the storm.
93. He's actually taking this record from someone who he's competing against right now.
Ooh.
203.5 is the record for the Masters 1 squat.
So he is initiating the duel. But 220 is a huge opener and a huge jump from that 203, I believe. And Mr. Jose Perez. Oh my goodness.
Really easy lift for Jose Perez. National record for him.
Okay, so a little bit of like just backstory from my personal experience so far. I did run into Coach Perez just the other day, and I like the demeanor that everybody brings to the stage. It's just so completely different, so locked in, so intense, and he was the nicest guy, just smiling backstage when he was refereeing. But like you said, Kenrick Namor 220 as well, and I'm curious if that 220 from Mr. Perez is going to be challenged again.
Again, like we said, the person who owns that record is actually in the same weight class. I'll mention him when we get by. But Kendrick Namor now, our heaviest opener for Flight M, 220 kilos on the bar.
Easy.
Really easy squat for him. And I'm really glad we started seeing that string of green lights. And I hope it continues now. Heading into our second attempt, we have 112.5 for Cyril Dayao. We were talking about him a while ago. He is the coach of Cyber Muscle Gym. We saw his athletes, Danny and Quinces, compete. The very cute developmental lifters we kept talking about.
Best lifters in the event by a mile, in all honesty. Again, so typically, you know, you kind of walk into these types of things expecting just super laser focused, and to see the kids go on stage and you're just kind of like, they're adorable and they're still strong as all hell.
And Cyril Dayao actually has been coaching a lot of developmental lifters for quite a while. And it's worth noting they're actually the ones handling him today.
That was actually a pretty high bar.
He does squat, one of the very few lifters who squats with a high bar, and a successful 112.5 for him. Sean Vera Cruz now, if I remember correctly, did get this on depth, so should be fine. Just needs to sink it a little bit deeper. I don't see any issue with that.
I gotta say, our crew is looking so sharp with those shirts. They do kind of blend in with the red plates a little bit, but Mr. Sean Vera Cruz attempting that 135 again. Maybe the dip into the hole was just not as convincing for our referees. At the same time, he doesn't want to pause it too, that he does burn out a lot of that stamina when he's trying to go up. Oh, but that's convincing. Convincing depth.
That is a good lift for Sean Vera Cruz. Very easy 135.
127.5 for Mark Amil.
Mark walking up to the stage with a 10 kilo jump this time around. 137 did kind of fly up, if my memory serves me correctly. It has failed me a bunch of times now. In fact, many times. But let's look at how this squat is gonna go. Bar is loaded, takes a deep breath.
Really deep squat. I think he's someone when you look, you can tell he's hitting depths. We were talking about it a while ago. There's no way I could have seen that squat getting red lights for depth. Really good showing for Mark Amil. 10.5 kilo, 10 kilo jump looking like nothing. We have Lord Christopher Maniga now, also called on depth. They did increase it by 2.5 since he did stand up with it.
Easily, yeah.
Looking ahead, he is fighting for placement, being with a lot of Masters 2 lifters here. He is fighting for placement, so trying to just add on to his total, doing what they can.
And I have to say, I love how competitive it has been for the forecast. Lightweight, you hear it. Lord Christopher Maninke on that 147, pretty convincing depth, I believe, as the referees will chime in on the call.
And it's a no lift, still too high for the referees. Glester Formoso now, same situation, moved very quickly but was called on depth.
Well, we were really hoping for the greens to continue, but depth can be a little elusive. And we're all a little guilty of squatting a bit high and calling it a PR. But guys, we are in the SBD PH Nationals. Now on the board right now, 155, I believe, if my eyes do not deceive me, for Glester. I wonder if they clear that though. And yes, they do.
It's a good lift for him, and he's on the board. Edwin Ciso now, 160 kilo jump.
And the bar is loaded for Edwin Ciso.
I can hear a lot of generations in the crowd, in backstage. At Edwin Ciso, 160 at 83 kilos. Did have a pretty good opening squat. He was one of the greens going into number 2. I'm quite curious what his nominated best is though for Mr. Season. It is, I believe, at 170. And with this 160 out of the way, with 2 lights, might consider going for that 170 or maybe keep it a bit conservative.
Looking ahead into forecasted, he's actually forecasted first, So there is that risk of, do you want to match your meet PR? Do you want to maybe conserve some energy because you have bench, you have deadlift, and it looks like bench is his lift. So we'll see what he puts up for his third. Atlas sinks on now, 192.5.
A lot of support from the crowd. Christian Singson from Deadlift Powerlifting. You did say that he is quite powerful on the bench.
And I do think Atlas Singson is the owner of Atlas Gym.
He's fighting it. Oh. 192 elusive at the moment. That should give him one more attempt at it though.
Does have one more attempt, and he has the energy of the athletes on his team, the athletes who train in his gym, cheering for him, giving him that strength. So hopefully he can crush it on his third, attempting 192.5.
I have to say though that he did nominate 197 and he is quite close to that number, so maybe these number of attempts could be hampering him just a little bit, but once again he does have one more shot at that lift. But 200 for Jelton Tagibao. Checking his stats currently. We're trying to see what his best nominated lift, and it is 203. 200 shouldn't be an issue, but it will be a bit of a challenge.
And Jalton Tagiba actually is the former record holder of that Masters 1 record. That's why you mentioned his best nominated is 203. 200 moving really well for him, but I feel like Jose Perez just blew that 203 out of the water with a 220. Of course, not discounting Jalton Tagiba, who can set a new personal best on his third attempt. Alan Flores now though, 215.
And sometimes that's all that matters. Just conquer your demons first. Think about everybody else next. But Alan Flores, like you said, 15 kilo jump. 200 did look relatively easy for him. And I'm trying to check what is nominated best lift here. Out of the corner of my eye, without a doubt, that 215 was easy.
Say good lift for him, a really easy 15 kilo jump. John Guntan now, 225, matching his nominated best. Got 215 on the, got 215 successfully on his first, and I think was the first person to kind of end that pattern of green and red with that successful 215. So we're hoping he continues with another successful 225 to match his best squat.
And that's also 10 kilos on the total. Thinking about it a little bit, so he did spend quite a bit of time prepping that 215, so 225 could be mentally very heavy for him as well. Referees.
It's a good lift, and squats are moving really well today. 230 now for Jose Perez, looking to extend his national record by 10 more kilos.
Well, definitely trying to keep that record out of reach. Like you said, that first attempt did look so convincing. I thought that maybe the 203 could be a bit more competitive, but man, Mr. Perez not allowing it to be the case. If he gets his 230, that's going to be another one to his name. Maybe he'll bump it up a bit more if he gets this one.
I can definitely see that happening, and his best nominated squat, let me double check. So that's nominated squats actually 190.
What? Is there a thing as undershooting your nominated best? Or are you just being humble about it?
Maybe. Could be. So 230 now for Mr. Perez.
Nah.
Fights for it, but definitely has room to extend that on his third. I'm wondering if they'll go for 235 or maybe 240. But Kenrick Namor now again closing out our squad second attempt.
Lightweight on that 230. Sir, please don't write your warm-up down on the nominated best squad. Please, that's reserved for your best lift. But at the same time, enough messing about. Kenrick Namor of the 93s looking to step up to the plate, to the stage here. Nominated best for him is 190, so this... Rather 225.
225 is his nominated best squat, so getting this successfully adds 5 kilos to that meat recap.
And he's gonna let this rip 5 kilos away from his nominated.
And it's a it is a good lift for Kenrick Namor. And I'm surprised how fast we're moving. I feel like we're moving really fast.
Oh, yeah.
We're already in the third attempt squats.
Well, so far we can feel everybody's energy from 2 planets away. You know, the vibe's pretty good.
The bar is loaded for Cirilo Daya.
Cirilo Daya now taking a 2.5 kilo jump.
You're right. It is moving really fast. It is 115 now for the third attempt for Mr. Daya of a Cyber Muscle Gym. 112. Well, relatively easy. Curious to see how 2.5 extra is gonna push him down. No, not at all.
That's a good
Moving
lift.
really well. It's a good lift.
First speed goes 140 for Sean Veracruz.
Sean Veracruz now getting an attempt on for during his second with 135, 140 now. Just a 5 kilo jump. Again, looking ahead. Currently placed first in the 74s.
And one of our loaders actually summoning someone else. Very, very direct to the point. But again, Sean Veracruz. That was the issue in 135. On the new weight though, or at least his first attempt of 135, we'll see if he can keep that muscle memory intact. Oh, definitely no question on that.
Really good attempt by for Sean Veracruz.
First speed goes 147.5 for Lord Manique.
147.5 now for Lord Manique. He has been struggling to hit depth, but the weight is moving really fast. It's just he needs to sink it a little bit lower.
And his nominated best is 160. Maybe, just maybe because it is, I get quite the distance from his best. Maybe he's not feeling the resistance on the dip down. Because again, some lifters, they really need that feel to hit it, I guess. But now Lord Christopher Manique takes her on the line and on the bar.
His coach is on the side encouraging him, but it's still too high for the side referees. It's a no lift.
Side referees have their opinions about it. And maybe, just maybe, again, the depth is a little bit lacking for our referees at this point in time.
And Mark Emil now, relatively big jump. I'm guessing feeling confident, maybe feeling better than he thought he would with how that 147.5 moved. taking a look at his nominated best, is 140. So 162.5 would be a really, really good meet PR, maybe all-time PR even.
Look,
and that's going really well. 3 white lights for Mark Camille.
140 nominated best, but again, we are just so happy to see everybody break through and really just crush their records. After all, maybe it could have been quite some time since they have had the chance to like maybe update that. And like you said, the training cycles can really, really either push you high up or maybe keep you where you are. But Lester Formoso definitely looking to continue that trend. It is still squat number 3. 4-hour flight M.
And 3 reds on deck. Using no lift for Mr. Lester Formoso.
175 next. Getting posted up. Mr. Edwin Asison, 15 kilo jump, by far the biggest one in this stretch of squats so far. It's been 10s and sometimes 12s, but 175 for our, I believe, men's Master 2 lifter for the 83s.
Doing really good, 150 and 160. He did smoke those, if I'm not mistaken. So 175, maybe he's just like, maybe I should challenge myself more. Let's add 15 on the bar.
I would love to have that confidence in my life. But hey, he did look really good on that 160. So 175 still within the ballpark of possibility.
To the one, it's a good lift, and he's happy with it. He's happy that he challenged himself in a successful 175 kilos for him. Atlas sings on now.
I believe that was also Mr. Christian Mendoza on the side supporting. And like I said, guys, it is so nice to see everybody who...
He has a lot... Again, it's really nice to see people who competed the day before supporting their athletes, but now we have a lot of support for Atlas Singson.
Let's see if this is just like the stone that he is probably named after, or obviously the god, like deity powerlifting, duh. But now 192.5, do or die. And he gets it.
What did the referee say? And it's a 2-2, it's too high, and that's... But he's still happy walking off the platform. He's really happy with all the effort he put to get that. But of course, Jalton Tagibao next. Personal best, or at least platform best of 203 for Jalton Tagibao, trying to extend that with 210.
7 kilos added to your all-time, or at least your meet PR. Very, very challenging weight. Again, sure, it looks small on paper. But once you get that bar on your shoulders, it is going to feel like a world of difference. Oh, he gets it.
3 white lights, it's a good lift for Jalton Tagibao. Alan Flores now 217.5, 2.5 kilo jump. Competing in the men's open, of course, we do have the men's open also competing later this afternoon, but with his successful 2.5, that places Alan Flores temporarily in 3rd place.
217 on the bar, waiting for the walk up. And just quick reminder, if you want to drop by the Sky Dome, do bring some chapstick. You don't want to get some chapped lips because it hurts and it burns. But I'm pretty sure the burn for this squat all the way up should be no problem for Mr. Alan Flores.
Really, really good squat by Mr. Alan Flores. Really making the most out of things with that 2.5 additional on the squat. Jose Perez now going for 240, wanting to add 10 more. Possibly even in contention for Best Masters Lifter. We will be awarding all the best lifters, all the best teams, and of course the coveted best lifter ring for the best open lifter. But of course, Jose Perez trying to win that Best Masters 1 Lifter award. 240, extending the record. Again, the record was 203. Going into the meet, the record was 203, and here he is now attempting 240.
When you crush a record by 17 kilos, it's impressive. You add 10 more to that, it's even better. But 240 versus 203, he is just absolutely sending this to space. 240 loading up. He's really taking his time with this one though. Walk out, very powerful.
Oh, he has this. 3 white lights, a good lift, and he just smashed that record by 37 kilos.
It's a home run, basically. That without a question, that record is gonna stick. But it does look like 240 is gonna stay for John Guntan.
Now we have Kendrick Namor.
Sorry.
About to squabble up his third squat.
I know. You are honestly looking at me menacing right now. I too am updated with the current scene of music, and Kenrick 240 on the bar. Wants to sit down and go back up, staying humble all the way through. Oh, it went back down.
It's a no lift for Kenrick, but still forecasted him second for the men's 93 Open, with John Kenneth Gutan being currently forecasted first. Again, we have more 93 kilo lifters in the afternoon session, but 240 now for John Kenneth Gutan, and again, his nominated best squat is 225. Choosing to go 15 kilos more with that 240. His 225 moved really fast, honestly, so I can see why he feels confident to take this 15 kilo jump.
That's a huge jump, considering, like you said, 225 was his nominated best. And 225, although did look like it posed a bit of resistance for him, John Guntan looks to fight right through it.
Let's go!
Oh, he gets it too.
I was a bit worried that it was gonna come off his back, but 2-1, it's a good lift for John Guntan. And with that concludes our squat session for this morning session.
Yep, and it's been a pretty quick flight. Obviously, you are tuning into the SBD PH Nationals, presented by SBD Eleco PAP, affiliated with IPF, the APF, the PSC, the POC, partnered with Equinox SM North EDSA with a little bit and a lot of help by Play Hard, the Raffle, and Whale Nutrition Co.
And of course, thank you to our official accommodation partner, Radisson Park Inc. And thank you to Pack4, Dear Diet, and Amino Vital. And also thank you to our warm-up equipment partner sponsors, Gymzilla, Hybrid Strength, and Manual Barbell Club. And lastly, thank you to our media sponsors, Aster Media and M Sports. We're gonna take a quick 10-minute break, and we'll see you in a bit. Thank you.
Thank you. Our competition equipment partner, Eleco. Thank you. Our warm-up equipment partners, Play Hard Fitness, Gymzilla, and Manuel Barbell Club. Equinox Athlete Management is also the official organizing partner of our event. Also, huge thanks to our venue partner, SM North EDSA, and our accommodation partner, Park Inn by Radisson. Also, thank you to our other sponsors, The Rock.co, Will Nutrition, Pacor, Dear Diet, and Amino Vital. And also a huge shout out to our media partners, Aster Media and M Sports PH. All right, SM North EDSA Sky Dome, especially to our audience. Alam natin na magkakaroon tayo ng raffle for today. So I hope you kept your ticket in your bags or wallets because in a short while, ubunot na kami ng raffle prizes. All right, our raffle prize for this segment is courtesy of the Rock.co, one of our major sponsors in this event. They will give out 2 liquid shock products. So, ito bubunot po tayo ng mga winners. Okay. I-verify lang natin sa ating ticketing team ang mga tickets na natanggap nila. So again, to our audience, just make sure na itago po ninyo ang inyong mga tickets for you to win 2 liquid shock products from the Rock.co. Okay, ito na, may nabunot na tayong ticket. Again, to our audience, tingnan po ninyo ang inyong ticket number. Yun po yung may hashtag sign at the right side, katabi po ng date today. So it's an 8-digit number. And our first winner of the Liquid Shock from the Rock.co is with the ticket number 50283392. Again, 50283392. Nandito ka ba? Punta lang po sa harap kapag nabunot po inyong ticket. Okay, mukhang walang pumupunta dito. Our second ticket with the ticket number 50603016. Again, 50603016. All right. Our friend from Trent. Congratulations, brother. And our last liquid shock raffle prize winner with the ticket number 50571863. Nandito po ba? Okay, mukhang wala. Bunot tayo isa pa. Ticket number 50581223. Again, 50581223. Ako, mukhang nag-lunch ang mga may ticket holder nito. Check. Ito na, mukhang siya na ang liquid shock natin from Whale with the ticket number, or from the Rock.co, sorry, 50490254. Again, 50490254. Okay, dahil walang nanalo ng ating liquid shock, mamaya dadami yan. Kaya to our audience, please stay here at the SM North End sa Skydome as we will have our raffle during our official breaks and also in between sessions. Just a short while, we will start the bench press event for Flight L. We'll start with William McGowan at 55, Rayan De La Cruz at 57.5, Daryl Tanco at 65, Ira Aquino at 70. 70 rin kay Francis Figueroa. Kenrit Go at 75. Rico Paraguya at 80. Travis Zoe 102.5. RD Labrador 102.5. Aldrich Konghun 110. It's our first order of lifts for bench press of the first session of our last day of the SBD PH Nationals 2025. So there's 55 ba? Sir Andre, are we good? And the bar is loaded for William McGowan. This is at 55. the start of our bench press.
Hello everyone, and we're back. We just saw a really good lift by William at going 55, moving like nothing.
Ladies and gents, we have finally arrived to the Gym Bros' most divine lift, and that is the bench press. So it is definitely a divisive lift, I would say.
The bench press has to further evolving for our lifter.
Coming up next, it is Rayan De La Cruz. 57 and a half loaded onto that bar. She did have a pretty strong outing on the squat despite only hitting one.
57.5 for her opener, taking a look at the junior records. Bench record currently 83.
Very, very clean and so timely with the commands. There's absolutely no resistance just yet, and it smiles across the board. And I gotta say, the camera work has been getting better and better as the days have been passing.
Yep, thank you to M Sport for really amping up the production every time they host our meets. Daryl Tanco now opening with 65.
I double-checked, asked about that advocacy, or that she is a part of the own Happy Cat crew. They foster and rehome stray cats. So not only is she representing Zest Power Gym, which we've already seen dominate so much of this meet, she's also representing Happy Cat crew, and she's really happy with that 65.
I know how to type Happy Cat. I can spell. And like you said, I don't want to get distracted by all these lovely, lovely kittens and cats on Instagram, but again, lifting for a noble cause as well as absolutely bodying some of these lifts is always a good combination to have. Now,
Ira Aquino gave it her all, attempting that 190.5 for that national squat record, opening now with 70.
I'm trying to check if this is the biggest opener for the women's. It is only a match, I believe. I think for the 84 plus, it is the biggest opener.
The bar is loaded for Francis Figueroa. Up next is Kendrick Gould.
Francis Figueroa now opening with 70. They do have a nominated best of 80. And a very close grip.
Oh, we've seen that quite. Actually, we've seen the closer grips a little bit more common in, our women's open and actually in general our women's division. And she's quite happy about that too. So that should probably pump her up to get maybe a bit more on that bar, because that 70 did look like how a first attempt should.
Kendrick go now. 100. Kendrick goes 75 on the bar. His best bench is 77.5, so he's really not that far off at all from setting a new meet PR.
Ooh, always good to have a new meet PR. We're getting a little bit of love from the camera crew. And right now,
taking a look now at Kendrick Ghost, setting up for that 75 again. Meet best is 77.5, and again a very close grip for him, or at least for most lifters.
oh yeah, that's almost like a tricep press. And close grip to all you powerful benchers out there that do close grip. I absolutely applaud you. That is some mighty fine strength on display. And now moving on to, I believe, a streak of men's sub-juniors here. Rico Paraguya opening with 80 for the 93s.
Enrico Paraguya representing Kilo culture, so I do believe he came all the way from Davao.
So far. Well, the Nationals.
But it is the Nationals, and that just goes to show how many. We have people from Baguio, people from La Union, and now we have people from Davao taking the stage. Rico Paraguya being one of them with his 80-kilo bench press, moving really, really well.
We also had a few Cebuano representatives.
Yep, we have. Perhaps even a caster.
Andy is from Cebu. She's confirmed. Jokes aside, it's been pretty serious on this opener. Lift has been, or at least this flight has been pretty consistent. We've only really seen a few misses on those opening squats. This bench looks to open. Again, this is a sub-junior. 102.5.
102.5 now for Travis Oy. Forecasted in first for the men's sub-juniors, 93.
Hear a lot of support from everybody.
We actually hear a lot of support from the lifter who's coming up after. He said specifically, let's go Travis, talunin mo ko.
It's so wholesome. I feel like I don't think I've ever been in such a wholesome yet competitive environment, or at least like in person. It's just a whole different vibe, but 102.5 is looking like it's smooth.
Good lift for Travis. Boy, we have RD Labrador now, the lifter who I mentioned.
Oh, and he's a Berserk fan too, if you see that singlet. He is looking to, well, wield the gutsy opening bench. Oh, they're both Berserk fans. You've never seen Berserk?
Sorry.
It's okay. I'm only judging you in silence, but now very verbally apparently. But again, the support is so cool from everybody.
He has 27 seconds. He's done this on his squats as well. I don't think he really is cutting it close, taking his time. And if you saw that, he actually was getting help from the lifter who just lifted before him. So they really are close.
Oh, he still gets the commando, so I'm pretty sure this is...
He gets the command right in time.
I gotta say too, that's some slick camera, because now we can see the call of the referees a little bit better. So day 3 has been fantastic so far. So guys, if you wanna come around, don't be shy, because Miss Abby's gonna be very upset if she doesn't see you at the venue. A little bit, she says.
Aldrich Kong now 110 for his opener, representing Team Avanti. Of course, I haven't been shouting it out, but we have seen a lot of Avanti lifters as well. Aldrich Konghoon being one of them.
Why do they have such a good-looking coach?
I agree. 117.5 as his personal best bench. Opening now with 110.
Looks really easy too.
A good lift for him, and he actually does have some family in the crowd, which is always really nice to see.
And with that, that is actually our heaviest opener. A successful 110 for Aldrich Konghoon and a successful bench for everyone. Going now to 60 for William McGowan, and he was actually telling me he's been stuck at 60 for his PR for quite a while. Let me double check what his nominated best actually is. McGowan has a best bench of 62.5.
Well, like you said, some of these smaller increments.
Look at that grip. Look at that range of motion.
Oh my goodness, that was so easy. Looked like he was about to rep that second motion. I just realized that rise on the bar is almost like a half rep in itself.
And a really nice looking 60 for William McGowan. Rian Dela Cruz now 62.5 for her. Really trying to bounce back from that squat session.
Yeah, bouncing back is definitely something that she has to consider here. She did only miss one, or let me see here. Yeah, 2 of those squats. Granted, it is one of the heavier ones. This 84 is actually looking decently competitive. Once this bench does come up, there is still a few kilos to kind of pile on. But once we get to the deadlifts, like you have talked about in the multiple days that have passed, it does kind of even out there. But Rayan De La Cruz, 62.5 on the bar.
And I see what happened there. She actually, it touched her chest and she pressed it without realizing that she jumped the command, brought it back to her chest, and then it happens, it really does. But it looked like she felt she was really strong. Her 62 was already coming up really well before she realized she jumped the press command. But
it's an attempt. Again, from the women's open 84s here, or is it 84 plus? It's 84 for Miss Francis Nicole Figueroa. 72.5, so if she hits this, then the race is going to be a little bit more difficult.
It's really close though, 72.5. And I also think Francis Figueroa is a CrossFitter, or at least, or maybe a cycler. I know she partakes in another sport, but 72.5 looking really strong for Francis.
Well, that looks buttery smooth, so maybe a bigger jump could be in the making. At the same time, talking about those commands that can be easily missed. I mean, it can be a really different environment, especially with all the music blaring and everybody talking in the cheers. But again, you have to zone it out. You have to lock in. Now, Daryl Tanko looking just to do that.
Daryl Tanko with actually a nominated best bench of 72.5, so she's really been adding a lot of kilos since her last meet.
You said it. Since the last meet, it does look like it's been such a great few training for her.
Really happy with how that's been moving.
Now we move to, I believe, to the 84. Well, at least another 84 plus attempt. 75 for Ira Aquino. We talked about 5s being a decently heavy jump for the bench, but Ira looked really confident on the 70 anyway. So this is pretty much a warranted jump up.
And of course, Ira with a nominated best at 70. So if this is successful, that is a 5 kilo meet PR. And again, being able to open with your nominated best is such, like, it's just such a nice sign of the progress you've made since your last meet. But of course, the 75, let's take a look. Moving really smooth, and 3 white lines for her. 5 kilo meet PR with the room to spare. 80 kilos now for
I agree with what you just said, and we've seen that quite a few times now for the Meet PR being the opener, and I like that. It's not just a statement to everybody competing with you, it's a statement to yourself that you can keep going heavier. And Kendrick go an 80 for himself. If I remember correctly, he did have a pretty narrow bench grip.
Yep, we've actually seen a lot of really narrow bench grips in this flight. And of course, a lot less arches. We are in the Masters territory. Oh my god, that range of motion's crazy.
Oh, and that's, I think, one of the problems too with the higher ROMs. There is a lot more to burn and a lot more to travel.
But it's a really good attempt for Kendrick Go, and he does have one more shot at this.
Oh, we have a... conversation between the reps, I believe.
I do think they're waiting for it. Yep. Bars now loaded for Rico Paraguya.
85. Wow, no complications or anything whatsoever on that setup.
Just fly.
And he still finds a good arc for himself, so he's really found his groove, at least really early on. First 93s and then 85.
That's a good day.
Really easy.
Taking a look at Rico Paraguya, I looked at his bench, that range of motion that he had despite being able to arc and a relatively wider grip. The first thing I looked at was his deadlift opener, and he is deadlifting last.
He's deadlifting last.
So it's safe to say I understand why.
Well, there's a lot of implications here, but again, we have so much excitement.
105 now for Travis Uys. Opting for that 2.5 jump.
Again, really, really young lifter, but already so strong. He is taking a little bit of time for this setup. I believe him and Artie actually took some time, and the up is there for 105. And again, I just really like how happy everybody is with everything, but the walk-up is quite serious. He's prepping for his next lift. And another second bench coming in from RD Labrador.
The bar is loaded for RD Labrador.
That's a pretty good
RD
jump.
Labrador, he does take his time. We've seen it a lot. Already 45 seconds left. Taking his time to really put on the wrist straps, and he's only put on one.
I like the confidence, but there is 30 seconds left and it's going down. But hey, the build-up is sometimes as exciting. But hey, if this is how he fires himself up, then it's still very valid. But
I do think 15 seconds is... Oh
my goodness.
You're not allowed. He's timing it. He can't.
I think he still gets it though. Arms raised up.
I do think he will be spoken to by the referee. Yep, I was expecting that. But it is still a successful lift, 2-1.
He is really cutting it close. Like I wanna talk about it a little more, and there is I wouldn't necessarily say leniency because they're still giving him the command anyway. But hey, everybody there gotta be a little bit more respectful with the time.
And especially with the instructions of the referees.
That could have been the warning too.
He did receive a warning actually, but of course Aldrich Kong, who now 115. Of course, Aldrich with a best of 117.5. I do know his goal for this is 120.
That's a good lift for Aldrich.
I'm wondering if that's what they're going to put up.
2.5.
It does look like it could be in the making, but it does also seem like there is a duel brewing sometime soon here. Third attempt for Miss Rian De La Cruz, both competing in the junior and in the open.
And again for Rian De La Cruz, she actually just, it seemed so easy that she pressed it, realized she didn't get the command, and went to do it again. So hopefully that's positive for her, that she's going into this like knowing, okay, I have the strength for this. I just need to be patient with that pause and then just push. So 62.5 again for her. And we've been mentioning she is going up against Francis Figueroa, fighting for that first place spot. And looking at the forecast, that they could be quite close. But of course, Rian De La Cruz needing to add those kilos with 62.5.
Oh, just a little bit more difficult this time, and sometimes that one or half rep is enough to kind of gas out, but she will still have a pretty decent total.
And now we have 65 by William Agoen. So it is 62 is his meet best, and it's safe to assume also his record. He's trying to push it down to 65.
And then, like you said, that 60 was supposedly one of the things that's been pitting him down to that bench for a good minute, and it did look like he conquered it with relative ease. 62.5 also didn't, or rather 60 did not pose that much of a challenge. Now 65 with this ginormous range of motion, and it's up.
Unfortunately, I did see some slipping of the feet. Yup, it's a no lift. Your feet cannot move.
Has to be planted.
Daryl Tanco now trying to get the women's junior record. The bench press record is set at 75. Also, this record was set in 2018.
Oh, another long-standing record ready to get executed on the spot here at the SBD PH Nationals. And a little side comment here, Miss Daryl Tanco, also very considerate of her top. I feel like there have been multiple times where just kind of throw it around. But right now, 77.5 on that bar. You did say it was 75? Was the previous record?
Yep, the previous record, 75. Taken in 2018 by a Philippine representing lifter. So Daryl Tanco now representing Zest Power Gym, trying to break this record in 2025.
It is.
And you hear her sister, who's actually her handler, say, it's okay. And I think Daryl walks off the platform knowing that it's okay.
Yeah. 75 still remains to be unchallenged by but Kendrick Gold from Men's Master 2. 93 will have a reattempt at that 80, and again, with that pretty narrow grip, hopefully he hasn't burned too much fuel. We're waiting for him to walk up. We don't see him just yet, but the timer is burning.
I do think he might be walking out for this attempt because Kendrick Go is a veteran lifter. Should know when he has to be ready. So I think it's safe to. Yup, it has been announced that the lift is waived, so we are now moving on to Ira Aquino, hoping to bench 80 kilos. And again, you're mentioning it with Ira that her meet PR is 70, and she's already hit 75. She wants to add 5 more kilos to that for 80. And the loaders are setting it up for her right now.
It's been a red streak for bench number 3, and
like the statistics say, it is the most missed lift because even just 2.5 can change things.
True.
The bar is loaded for Aquino.
I do have to say it is one of the most satisfying lifts.
if it's one of the most missed lifts and you get it, I feel like it's nice to not be part of, you know, that statistic. But of course, Aquino
What is
trying to not be part of that statistic. 80 kilos now for her.
80 on the bar, like you just said. 70 and the 75 look great for our women's open 84 plus lifter here. Iris is getting ready.
Oh, she's really fighting that, and I do think it's a good lift. Just waiting for the lights, but I do think we'll be seeing whites. I'm seeing one thumbs up, and it's a good lift for Ira Aquino.
And the bar is noted Francis Figueroa.
Francis Figueroa now also trying to close things off with 80. This will match her all-time meet best.
I'm trying to see how the forecast is still playing out for this flight, but it's just been a lot of ones. And Francis Figueroa looking to conquer yet her meet PR. Again, 72 flew. 7.5 makes no difference whatsoever.
And it's a good lift for Francis Figueroa. I'm really happy with that when they walk out.
Well, that being said, that is 2-1, so that should be no issue as we see Rico Paraguya opening it up for the men's sub-juniors. 93s yet again for the open bench. There has been a slight streak for greens. Looking to do the same with this 90.
Let's go! Rico is also 5 for 5 right now and could possibly be the first lifter to go 6 for 6. He's pushing it, and let's see what the referees have to say. They are rewarding him with that 6 for 6, and actually Rico Paraguya is the only lifter who can go 9 for 9 right now. At least for flight L.
Looking to have those dubs for himself. But 115 for Travis Uy.
And Travis Uy actually taking a really big jump. He's taking a 10 kilo jump. I'm wondering if they just forgot to put in his second attempt, because if you have a successful second attempt and don't give anything within a minute, it defaults to plus 2.5. And we have Travis Uy taking a 10 kilo jump to 115. So
that's massive too, like 102.5 to 115. So overall, to the bench, it's tough. We're looking intently at how everything moves here. There was a call for it, but no, that 115 gets demolished by Travis.
It's a good lift for Travis Uy.
115 for Labrador.
Labrador now. And we'll see if it's gonna happen.
Oh my goodness. RD Labrador is quite a strong bencher. That 110 did fly up 115. He's looking at the clock intently too, but this time
he's aware. He's aware that he's taking this time to put on his wrist straps. But we've seen it happen on all his squats. We've seen it happen in all his benches so far. So he's just really confident that he doesn't mind that it's gonna take him 15 seconds to put on that wrist strap.
I don't like the look on the referees' faces here, though. This setup has to be quick. This has to be lightning quick.
But he has shown us that he is really fast with his setup.
Oh
he
boy.
only needs 5 seconds. And he timed it out.
But again, guys, gotta speed things up.
You understand that there's 1 minute on wrist straps, and especially on the bench where people tend to have more intricate setups, and the timer only stops once that referee gives you that start command. It
can take longer than you think. But of course, Aldrich Konghoon trying for 120.
Oh, a little bit of a shake. Oh,
And it's just
That's
dropped above his chest.
And we're moving to the
Bill,
bench.
that should be on a par for one of the biggest benches for the sub-juniors
That's
in
still
totality.
the biggest bench for that fight as well. We're moving on now to flight N.
Lord Dominguez at 72.5, correction.
William,
The bar is loaded.
not William Magon, Lord Christopher Manike walking up to the bench with a 72.5 attempt. We're still scanning the room for him at the moment. We are opening with 83 kilos. I'm not sure if they're waiving this lift. There was...
I
Referee.
do think he will be waived due to not getting in the squat. You do have the option to just not continue the rest of the day. So I do think that's what Mr. Christopher is going to be doing, or at least maybe just needs a little bit more rest. Maybe wants to just wait till deadlifts. Looking at the deadlifts he has
for Lord Dominguez at 72.5.
There could be a lot of reasons why, but Sean Veracruz now also taking 72.5 for his opener.
Yeah, I mean, there could be a multitude of reasons to it. You know, when the totals just won't count. We know the rules. You do need to qualify at least in one of these lifts for the total to be registered. You can have the freedom of choice to maybe sit it out till the deadlift, aka the best lift in the world. But Sean Veracruz on the bench. 72.5 opener for him as well.
Really nice opener for Sean Veracruz. And looking really confident when he walked out, actually. Cirilo Dayo now 80 kilos on the bar for him.
I think I want a singlet. I want a singlet. But obviously, ladies and gents, focusing back onto Mr. Dayo here for Cyber Muscle Gym, looking to open with a big 8-0. Let me just take a quick look at the stats for him, at least what his nominated best bench is, and see how far this, or how close it is. But looking at the lift itself, looking like it's no challenge whatsoever. Nominated best, I believe, is 87.5, so maybe he's looking to build upon that, or towards that.
Cirilo Dayo looking really strong. Also going 4-4-4 right now. Glester Formoso now opening with 90 kilos.
Glester prepping for his lift. And he did have a few missed attempts on the squat. This bench is looking a bit more impressive. There's a little bit of shaking on his left arm.
It's a good lift and a much better start for Glester Formosa this time around. Getting his opener really easily as well. Mark Amil now 97.5.
The bar is going for Mark Amil.
Camille has nominated a pretty sizable bench at 110, so 97.5 should be a gimme, but he is taking his time with the setup. Again, these openers do go a certain way that we expect, but at the same time, can't be complacent. Pretty narrow grip again.
Really narrow, but really strong. You could see when he locked out that he was looking really strong.
On deck is Alan Flores. The bar is loaded for Atlas Sixor.
Well, a lot of supportive comments from a lot of the athletes, and a Hondo to open for Atlas Singson. So once again, representing Deity Powerlifting.
Really easy weight for Atlas Singson, and a good lift for him.
For Alan Flores. And after him is Edwin Sixor at 158. The bar is loaded for Alan Flores.
Alan Flores for the men's open, 93 here. 110 for his opener. He is nominated best, I believe. Should be at around 112. So this is pretty close to it. Maybe he's looking to smash that on the second attempt and maybe go a little bit over for that third. And with that being said, 110 looked like it was a lightweight.
It's a good lift. For the speed of 115 for Andrew Cecil.
Alan Casas.
The bar is loaded for Edwin Cecil.
Sorry, Edwin Seasonal. One of our lifters to go 3 for 3 on squats. Opening up now with 115 for his bench. Aiming for that 4 for 4. Mr. Season does have a nominated best bench of 130, so 115 should be really easy for him. And assuming if this flies, we might be seeing 125 and then an attempt at maybe 132.5 to get that new meet PR. But of course, we have to watch this 115 first.
I gotta say, we've been talking about like the distance between grips. This isn't the narrowest we've seen all day, but a 15 kilo jump, if he's looking to hit that 132, it's impressive to say the least. Looking to walk up to the stage though with 117. 120 is his nominated, so this is quite close. I'm not entirely sure what his training style is, but if this 117 is going to fly, potentially 122.5 could be in the making.
Charlton Tagiba with, oh wow, a really easy 117.5 for him. And again, Charlton's best nominated bench is 120, and that 117 flew just like that. So we will definitely be seeing a new PR for Charlton Tagiba. And now we have Jose Perez. We saw Jose Perez take and break the national squat record by 37 kilos.
Again, 10 is ridiculous, 20 is out of this world, and 37, I don't know what to say.
And it's worth mentioning, he's opening with 127.5. So I took a look at the bench records. The bench record stands at 140. But I think it's worth mentioning that that 140 was set in 2015.
A long way from 2015.
Depending on how fast this 127.5 moves. Oh, and it's a bit low, but he's fighting for it. Let's see what they're... 3 white lights, it's a good lift.
You did see there was
a bit of sliding, but it was successful. And thankfully, with that successful 127.5, he does get to really solidify that record as his. Just one more attempt in the deadlifts later on to make it his, but now we have Kenrick Namor, 130.
Pretty strong opener. Like we said, been probably one of the more prominent lifters, at least at the moment, for this flight. He did miss his last squat, surprisingly.
The timer will be reset because the rack height wasn't set to his height, but now
Again, the bar is loaded
now loaded for him.
He's still checking the rack height. Had a little bit of an inspection there, but with a lot of time to spare, there should be no issue. Oh, 130 is flying.
Really good lift by Kendrick Lamar. Again, really teeing himself up for that 93 open spot. Of course, we do have more lifters later this afternoon, but he just wants to hold on to that podium spot as much as he can. Our heaviest bench now, at least heaviest bench opener, 137.5 for John Kenneth Guntan. His best nominated bench is 150.
150 seems like a ways away from 137, but John is setting up a pretty safe approach to this lift. Good opt to go for a little under 152 if he feels like his totals are hard to, or at least difficult to contest at the moment. But like you said, we still have a lot of 93s in the works.
And he's looking really good. That was a very successful 137.5 for him. Sean Veracruz now taking a 5 kilo jump to the 77.5.
Second attempt for this flight. 77.5. That is a 5 kilo jump. And Sean, I'm still checking his nominations, but he will take a little bit of time on this setup. Oh, so this is 2.5 above his best.
Really easy if that's already 2.5 above his best. That's moving really well and setting himself up for a big meet PR.
It's a good lift for Sean.
Changing a few words there. Maybe there's a few things they would want to optimize a little bit. And he has locked in his third attempt. But for the next lifter here, pretty well, not common, but like a jump that we've seen time and time again today. 2.5 kilos away from his meet PR, or rather his nominated best. See how 85 goes.
Looking really good, 85, moving really well for him again. His best bench is 87.5, and with the speed of that 85, I am expecting 90 from him, but Glester Formoso now 90 kilos.
This is my favorite part of the song. But sorry to cut you off there, but you were talking about the 95 kilos Glester is looking to take for the second bench. He has a lot of ground to make up, especially with how the squats have been going, but does look like his bench is a little bit more impressive. Pretty happy about how that one goes, so maybe we'll see the big 100 for him.
The bar is loaded. Atas Mixone in your next.
97.5 to 100. Pretty conservative on his end, but once again, that range of motion, you are burning a lot of energy traversing those extra few millimeters. Hey, doesn't look like it's gonna affect that lip too far for Mark.
It honestly was a really conservative jump for how fast that 100 went. Usually when you see a 2.5, you're thinking, oh, maybe there's gonna be a bit of a struggle with this amount of weight, but that 100 really just flew. 102.5 now for Atlas Singson.
Well over. He has a body weight here, a clear 22 kilos. 22 and a half, actually. Need to press that convincingly. Oh, very fluid on the way up there.
That's a good lift for Atlas.
Really good lift for Atlas Singson.
For Alan Norris. John Camilo, your honor.
Cleaning up the bar.
Cleaning up the bar and cleaning up the carpet because there is a lot of chalk and everything. Chalk, baby powder from the deadlift session. You want to keep it as clean as possible. Alan Flores now. 115, just a 5 kilo jump for him.
Barely any arc. He is going to toss that extra 5 kilo
really
jump
good for Alan Flores. One of our few lifters who have gone 5 for 5 now. 1, 2, 3 lifters so far going 5 for 5. Jalton Takibao, 122.5.
If these next few lifts are successful, then we are going to have a bit more contention for that 6 for 6. Like you just said, so far we've only had one lifter, I believe, who's gone 6 for 6,
Yep.
and that's Rico Paraguya from the previous flight.
Jalton Takibao now has an all-time best meet PR at 120. Hoping to set something new with 122.5, and again, this is just his second attempt, and that 122.5 is really, really well for him.
10 kilo jump now. Think this is the biggest jump from the benches. Edwin Season looks. Let's get that 25. I believe we were talking about his nominated best to be around 140, I believe. I could be wrong. Let me just check. That's why we have technology.
Edwin Season now ready himself for 125.
It's 130, so he's 5 away from hitting his, or at least matching his nominated best.
Still a good lift.
2 white lights, still a good lift. Did grind it out a little bit at the tail end.
I do think there still is room to push for one more. It did look like he completely emptied out the gas tank for that 125, so we will be seeing more from him definitely. 130 now for Jose Perez. He did scare us a little with that 127.5.
The bar is loaded for.
Like you said, it was a bit scary on his end, especially with how, I believe that was his left arm that was moving on the way up. But from barbells and brew, Mr. Jose Perez looking to get that 130 out of the way and maybe going for a bit more of an ambitious jump for the third attempt here.
Foot placement. Foot placement. Easy. Stay tight. Easy.
That looked a lot
That
better.
looked a lot better than his 127.5. And listening to his actor who was actually behind me while he was doing that, he kept saying foot placement. And I did notice that on his first attempt, he did point towards his feet. I think maybe it wasn't in the ideal position, especially, pad length differ from brand to brand, so he could be used to something else. But of course, Kenrick Namor now 140, a 10 kilo jump. And I think you said this is 315. This is that coveted 315
For the bros.
for the bros. So Kenrick Namor now trying to get that 140.
Pretty aggressive jump from 130. And he just does not fight. Or rather, not enough gas for it yet.
And I do think he dropped the press command a little. Because we did go up and then he went back down before trying again. But 150 now for John Guntan. Our biggest jump so far, at least for this flight, 12.5. And we saw him take a similarly big jump on his squat from 225 to 240. So John Guntan must be very used to training with this type of style of jumps.
Or if not, this is ambitious. Incredibly ambitious, but it does look like he has the frame to support this lift. And it's going up. That rack.
3 white lights. It's a good lift, but I think maybe his back hurt a bit. Maybe because of cramp, when you're trying to drive everything up, it's so easy to tense all these muscles that can end up cramping. But of course, still a really successful 150 for John Guntan. Sean Veracruz now taking another 5 kilo jump for 82.5.
Yeah, you did say that there could be a lot of tweaking, especially when you're trying to stay tight as possible. And the arch can be a bit uncomfortable for a lot of lifters. But again, it can be the most powerful position too. And will significantly reduce ROM required. But Sean Veracruz, 82.5, setting this one up.
And he's really fighting for that. I do think it is a good lift. 3 white lights. 3 for 3 for Sean Veracruz. Cyril Dial now 87.5. His nominated best is also 87.5. Trying to match it again today.
That's always a good thing to hear for a match or a push beyond that, like we said earlier. And time check, it is 1:42, guys, and we are entering the tail end of the benches, I believe, or at least for this flight. And with 87.5 on the bar, we could see a little bit of a win streak for Flight M if this does go up. And Cirilo Dayao.
The bar is loaded for Lester Formoso.
Lester Formoso now 100. And you did mention this. He would probably be attempting that 100 kilo bench press, that coveted 100 kilo bench press. So let's see how things move for Glester. And of course, Glester's best bench press is 95 kilos. So this could be a meet PR for him. I'm looking. I saw the look on the referee's face. He jumped the press command. And not by a lot either. He just started pressing a split second too soon.
Again, it's really difficult sometimes to pay attention because
Yep.
a lot of times you are paying attention to how the bar feels. Even when it's kind of rested like that, you're still burning a lot to keep it above you. So with that out of the way, Atlasing Son walking up to the bench and 105 being loaded up.
After Mark will be Alan and Shelton. The bar is loaded for Mark Amil.
Mark Amil now taking a 20-kilo jump. So I do think maybe there was a missed attempt or did not give an attempt from that 97.5 to that 100 because we were saying usually when you take those 2.5 jumps, you think, oh, maybe they don't have that much gas left in the tank, but that 100 just flew. So he's adding 20 kilos now. Let's see how this will move with a 20-kilo jump though.
Like the same
And
for 100.
it barely slowed him down. That's a really good 120 attempt for Mark Amil. And he now joins Cirilo Dayao as one of our lifters on this flight to go 646. Alan Flores now 125. Also hoping to close that 6 for 6. Going for a 5-kilo jump, then taking a 10.
125 is no joke whatsoever, regardless of the weight class. Alan Flores could go 6 for 6, as you mentioned. Just previously, it was Mark Amil who was the induction to that day club. Him and Cirilo, but 125 proves to be no issue.
Numbers we total 127.5. And the bar is loaded for Charles Takiba.
Oh, that's a 5-kilo jump. I heard some whispers from the crowd that this is a PR.
Yup, Jalton Tagiba attempting an all-time PR. It's hard to tell with the nominated totals if these are PRs or maybe just meet best.
Last meet,
so
yeah.
so Jalton Tagiba attempting an all-time PR right now, 127.5.
Easy, Adrian!
Oh, and it went up.
And that's a new PR for Jalton Tagiba. Congratulations, Mr. Tagiba, for hitting a new all-time bench PR here in SBD Philippine Nationals, of course. But moving forward, now we have same weight for Mr. Edwin Season, 127.5.
This is still within the men's master division, moving up a little to men's master 2. And he has been pretty confident with all of his lifts, and so far that 6 for 6 club has only been getting, or rather at least the attempts to close out for 6 for 6 has been more realistic for a lot of our lifters here. 127.5.
Oh, and he just couldn't push past that top end, the last 80% of that lift, but he really tried.
No lift there, unfortunately for him. But still, it's been pretty smooth sailing relatively for Mr. Edwin Season. So his deadlift, or at least his confidence going into the third lift and into the deadlift, shouldn't be too beat up. And now Jose Perez with 135. Does look like they cleaned up a lot after that 127.5. 130 moved like a dream, and 135.
That 130 definitely gave him that confidence for this 5-kilo jump. He realized he figured out where to put his feet. He figured out what he did wrong in that 127.5, and now he's feeling confident. He asks for that additional 5 kilos, and again, Jose Perez is actually slowly building himself up to not just get that deadlift record, spoiler, spoiler, not just for the deadlift record, but it looks like he really wants that Masters 1 total record as well.
So if he did use his previous meet PRs, then I think at this moment in time, it's just not gonna move up regardless of those previous stats. However, he's already crushed it in the squat. The bench, just, or at least the third bench, is looking that much more challenging. And to be fair, it is an expected, difficult part of the day.
We have Kenrick Moore now being hyped up for 140. You mentioned it, that a lot different lifters really do different things to get hyped, and he just heard those 3 big slaps on his back as he was getting ready for this 140.
Well, better not turn your TV or your screen off. Kenrick Namor looking to put some sauce, some mustard on this, make it a little spicy. 140 on the bar.
And just a bit too heavy for Kenrick Namor.
Still pretty happy about it though. I mean, to be fair,
he did fight for it really well both times.
I actually think maybe if he kind of didn't take that aggressive jump to 140, he could have had a few extra kilos to the total, but doesn't seem like it bothers him a bit too much. But 160 by John Guntan. 150 was pretty easy for him, but you see how he really squeezes that bench with his back.
And he did walk off the bench with that 150, clenching a bit of his back. So hopefully he still has that strength to be able to grind out 160 and just a bit too heavy.
I think he's holding on to his shoulder now, but so maybe a lot of those are trying to offload to the smaller muscle groups, but maybe starting to the back. And
with that, that's actually the final lift of our bench session.
So guys, that has been a pretty fast bench session. It's been really impressive across the board with some crazy jumps. Once again, if you forgot, this is Rap and Savvy on the commentary desk for the SBD PH Nationals 2025. We would like to thank all our sponsors. This event is presented by SBD, Eleco, and PAP with affiliation to IPF, APF, PSC, POC, alongside Play Hard, The Rack Co., Whale Nutrition Co., Equinox, and of course SM North EDSA.
And of course, a thank you to our official accommodation sponsor, Radisson Park Inn, as well as our warm-up equipment partners, Gymzilla, Hybrid Strength, and Manuel Barlow Club. And we'd also like to thank, of course, Pagcor, Deer Diet, and Amino Vital for being here today, and our media sponsors, Aster Media and M Sports. We'll be right back.
Right, we're about to start our deadlift attempts for Flight L. Again, kung may mga loaders pa na wala pa dito. Of course, our referees, please proceed to the platform. We can start immediately. As for deadlift, William McGowan will be first at 100. Right, which is waiting to clear the platform again. William McGowan will be first at 100. Paging our other referee, Mr. Tom Salamat. Please proceed
to the platform now. Get paging Mr. Tom Salamat. Please proceed to the platform so that we can start our deadlift attempts. Thank you, dear Diane.
Yeah.
Dear Diane, please. Okay, the bar is loaded for William McGowan.
Okay, anyway. Hello everyone, welcome back.
I can like what I can like, and I can say it on air. And I really like the SBD PH Nationals, especially the deadlift portion of the lift. And courtesy of everybody who's contributing to the event, we do have a new camera angle. I'm curious if it is from Aster or M Sports, but either way, big thank you to both of them for providing coverage to the event itself. Ladies and gentlemen, we are loading up the bar for Ryan De La Cruz for a 140 opener. You did say there are some pretty competitive deadlifters today.
Yep, we have Ryan De La Cruz, 140 kilos on the bar for her. She did have a shaky start to this competition, bouncing back with her second squat and getting in her bench, hoping to end things on a really good note with 140 now.
Well, we do fully expect this to be a pretty ordinary deadlift. Or lift. I have a question, Miss Abby. Have you ever seen a lifter, or do you remember any lifter from our scene that's 1-to-1 with their deadlift and their squat, or at least like a really close ratio?
It is honestly me.
She fell for it. She fell for it.
But of course, it depends lifter to lifter. We do have Daryl Tanko now. 145 conventional lifter. Raff cheering for that conventional lifter.
Let's go. 1 to 45.
And she's really happy with that.
Well, that indicates that was one of her nominated best. Let me take a check. And it is 145 is her nominated. That's for the dead. So that's been conquered. I'm pretty sure a new PR is in the works. from Miss De La Cruz, but now Kendrick go 160 on the bar. And yeah, like talking about the 1-to-1 squat to deadlift, we do have some really wild ratios out there. Some have maybe like 80 kilos on their deadlift more than their squat, maybe even more.
Kendrick go now 160. Our men's master to competitor making really easy work of that 160.
165 up next for Francis Figueroa.
And Francis Figueroa, I mentioned it a while ago, she actually does hold the deadlift record for their weight class at 206.
206 for Nicole Figueroa.
But of course, opening with 165.
I like these conventional pulls as well as this new angle. We do see how the bar distance can vary from lifter to lifter, and that 165 still brings a smile on Figueroa's face. His 84s, or at least for the women's, have been pretty stacked.
And we have Ira Aquino now opening with 170.
For Ira Aquino.
I wonder where that camera is actually. I'm trying to look for it.
I'm wondering what types of jumps she will be aiming for, because the deadlift record sits at 205.5.
Maybe she'll go for like a 15 first and finish it off, or maybe a 20 with 190. But either way, let's not get ahead of ourselves too much. 170 looks to fly for Miss Aquino here. This is the best division known to man. So many conventional pulls, and all so easy.
It's a good day.
Really nice 170 for Ira Aquino. She's feeling good. And she gives the camera a smile. 175 now for Travis Uy. And we were mentioning this a while ago. We have a really close, at least for second and third, we have Ardy Labrador and Rico Paraguya tied right now, and not that far behind from Travis Uy actually, who's currently sitting in first.
I gotta say, big ups for Ira Aquino, who's absolutely destroyed all her nominated tests, at least individually. But now Travis Uy, 175 sumo this time around.
And while Travis Uy, with that really good lift, sets himself further up, he is the first lifter out of all the other 93 sub-juniors, and we talked about it a bit last time. That does have a little of a disadvantage, but of course he's been showing up and he's been looking really strong, so I doubt that this advantage is going to matter. But Ardy Labrador now 180. Ardy really tempting the timer, and actually did miss on his third bench due to running the timer out. But now it's deadlifts. It doesn't take much to set up, so hopefully this one moves really well for him.
And it does. Like you said, did have a bit of a time issue on the bench, so that might actually force him to bump up his jumps a bit higher for the deadlift. Make up some ground for, I believe, the sub-juniors. Now another sub-junior here is the 105, who's been a monster at these lifts. Will open with 185.
Opening at 185 with a best of 195. He also does have family in the crowd. Oh, that's looking really easy. I I think his easiest opener out of all the lifts so far, and he's walking off with a smile, so I think he knows he's feeling really good today. And our heaviest deadlift now, we have Rico Paraguya. Rico Paraguya actually not only is the only lifter in this fight to go 6 for 6, he did bench quite earlier than the other sub-juniors, and I took a look at his bench and I took a look at his deadlift opener, and you can really see why. With those really long arms, but it looks like he forgot. He's jumped that down command, or it looks like he felt a bit off balance.
Well, you did say he is one of the heaviest pullers, so I feel like with his, rather in his own judgment, that 190 was relatively easy, just a little balance issue. We actually did see a lot of different spots being utilized on the platform yesterday, just because there might be a few uneven surfaces just from the sheer wear and tear and the weight that's being dropped onto the floor.
And we have William McGowan now, 117.5. It's worth noting that his best deadlift is 145, but William does plan on taking a bit of a break from powerlifting after this because he did fracture his back.
That's probably the last place you would ever want to hurt. But he's really happy with now that 117. You did say he holds a plethora of records, so maybe, you know, it's not too much of a big aspect. Yeah, relax for a little bit. But Rayan De La Cruz, 150 now. She had a big smile on her face for that 140. 150 potentially being hunted down. Walked out, being good at 150, that 10 kilo jump. Not intimidating at all. This time, however, for Daryl Tamco, it is 157.5.
Daryl Tamco now.
The bar is good for Daryl Tamco.
Feeling really good. She's been performing really, really well. Honestly, you can say that for almost all the women of Zest Power Gym who we've seen compete so far.
And Zest.
They've literally all got gold.
Yeah, like Zest and absolutely bodying the record should go hand in hand now. And Daryl with another smile. And she runs off with a hop.
And she's really happy.
So guys, if you look, well, if the lifters look straight up, that's, I think, where the camera is. And if you play Gecko and Valorant, that's really all you have to do. You look up, you throw your dizzy. And hopefully that's not something the lifters are experiencing at the moment. Equilibrium can be one hell of a thing to manage, especially with these heavier lifts. When you're giving it your all, we saw some of the benches slip earlier from foot placement. The deadlifts, there have been some narrow misses. But for Mr. Kendrico, with a 7.5 jump on a pretty conventional pull, or on a conventional pull, waiting for the command to let it rip.
And a really nice 167.5 for him. Looking at his nominated total, he is a few kilos away from his best deadlift, which is 170, and I'm certain we'll be seeing him try something over that. Ira Aquino now 175. Her best deal being her opener, 170. And I think Ira Aquino has been opening with her best attempt from a previous meet for all three lifts, and then succeeding, especially on bench, getting her second, getting her third. I'm wondering if she's hoping this is also something she can do with her deadlifts and get that big meet PR.
She's already squashed, like you said, all her records, no stopping. Now could be fighting and pulling for a personal record, and it is looking like it's good.
Let's see what it is. 2 to 1. It's a good lift still for Ira.
There was a blue card there, so blue
Could be, I do think she was called for hitching.
supporting the bar on the thighs is also
Yep.
grounds for a blue.
Yep, that we call that hitching when there's a bit of a hiccup.
Yeah, because you're hitching it on your thighs.
Francis Figueroa now 180, a really big jump, 15 kilos. But again, Francis Figueroa's best deadlift is 206.
Yeah.
Not even just 200, 206.
Impressive stuff by Figueroa. And again, we fully expect the 20 kilo jump, but there was a bit of a fight by the knees there.
And it's a good lift for Francis Figueroa. And I have one more fun fact. I'll mention it when we see Francis out for their third. The RD Labrador now 192.5.
12.5 kilo jump for RD. I think these sub juniors have been really knocking it out of the park. The fact that they've been pretty cool with each other, supporting each other, there's only adds to it.
And I did realize, I think the reason why RD Labrador did take a while for that squat and for that bench is because they're actually sharing wrist straps with Mr. Travis Uy, who is pulling after him. But 192.5 now. His 180 moved really well. Let's see what 12 kilos does. Still speedy once it gets past the knees. It's a good lift for RD Labrador.
Took a quick glance around. 192.5. Really happy and satisfied with how that went. 195 though for Travis Uy. Like you mentioned, like we talked about, there's just so much camaraderie between the sub-juniors. And wouldn't it be cool if you and your friends would just take the national stage and just lift some weights?
And share that podium, because Travis Uy and RD Labrador actually forecasted first and second for the men's sub-junior.
Again, isn't that such a wholesome story? Let's add one more to the list, to the SBD PH National Storybook.
3 wide is a good lift. And Travis Uy is now 5 kilos shy of that 500 kilo total. We have Rico Paraguya now moved up to 200. We saw this happen a lot yesterday. A lot of lifters where the lift is just too fast that they go off balance, opting to add more weight to it. So Rico Paraguya adding 10 kilos to that, getting this 200.
I also think that was Miss Lian at this backstage. And again, I just want to hammer down that I love how everybody participates all 3 days. Like you said, there was a little bit of wobble at the top. It goes down a bit. I think they call that, but it is. Oh, a little unlucky, but even mimicking the action nearly made my headset fall. And now imagine you add 200 kilos to the palms of your hands.
It could also be maybe he's getting stuck somewhere in the thighs that's pulling him back down, that he has to fight back up. But Aldrich Kongu now, 20 kilo jump from 185 to 205, our biggest jump so far.
I respect it.
He does have a nominated best of 195.
Oh my gosh.
Oh wow, he's feeling really good, at least on deadlift. 205, moving like that, and a 10 kilo meat best for Aldrich Konghun.
This is the last attempt for flight L lifters.
We are Again, moving really fast. We're already on our third deadlift. William Magoa now 125. Again, this could be one of the last, or at least for now, this will be one of the last deadlifts of William Magoa, at least on the platform. He's taking a step back, gonna let himself heal and recover, and right now is actually coaching a really successful team of junior and developmental lifters. So 125 now, final deadlift to close out the day.
Strong on the ascension. William
And a
Magoa.
good lift for William Magoa, and he's happy with that.
Anybody would, and he's had a pretty good outing so far. At least for the day, he conquered that 60 that, like you said, was keeping him plastered to the bench, and now that's a perfect outing for the deadlift.
Rianne De La Cruz, her best deadlift actually is 145, so she's loading up 162. I'm guessing she's feeling really good. And again, this is the last deadlift. You just wanna leave it all on the platform. You trained so long for this, had to make a lot of sacrifices to get that training in, so she wants to close things out with this 162.5.
And really, it does feel good when you give it all to the bar, especially when it comes up like this and she's fighting, but just getting stuck there at her sticking points. And still, that's really good. If 140 was supposedly, or was it 145, supposedly her best deadlift, and 162 definitely look like it's in the realm of possibility.
We have Daryl Tanco now, 162.5. Taking a quick look at her nominated best, 162.5. Her nominated best, I think if she gets this could be an all-time PR. 165.
Oh, I think she's got it. Just a lockout. And
I think
another
that's
smile.
a good lift. That definitely is a good lift for Daryl Tanco. Of course, waiting for the lights. 1, 2, 3 comes up, and it's a good lift. And she's really happy with that. Perhaps even happy cat through with that you can follow on Instagram, of course.
I don't know what I was trying to do with the hand side. I was like, oh yeah, the heart. And guys, be kind to animals. And heavy weight.
Kendrick go now 175. His best deadlift is 170. If he gets this, sets an all-time meet PR with 175.
It is coming up, but gravity wins this time still. Fantastic showing from the men's master 293 for Mr. Kendrick Go. Up next is
Ira Aquino going 180. Again, her meet best is 170, so everything after that already a PR. And I think Ira Aquino used to be a weightlifter. I'm not sure if she still partakes, but so many multi-sport athletes. Day one, we had the Dragon Boater. Day two, we had a lot of CrossFitters. And now today we have a weightlifter, Ira Aquino, hoping to close things out with 180 kilos.
a lot of focus for the deadlift. Knocking in.
And the grip just gives out, but it was a really good fight for Ira Aquino. And we have 190 now for Francis Figueroa. And the fun fact that I wanted to mention is her 206 is actually the heaviest deadlift of any woman in the Philippines. 206. No one has ever deadlifted anything more than that. At least no other woman in PAP has done that raw, of course, looking at the raw records.
We got a lot of power behind this deadlift. 180.
Oh, wait. I'm wrong facts. There's actually 207.
Perfect, you're misinformation.
I'm so sorry. I typed that up for nothing. But of course, 190.
Just not
Just
late.
a bit shy of the shins.
She did look like she had a bit of trouble on the rise in the previous lift.
But of course, looking now that the women, we did just conclude all the women with that 190. Figueroa does still come in first place, but now
Rico Paraguya. One last attempt.
It's just been wobbling at the top, and it's so hard to tell if it's just because it's so easy. And he gets it now, and it was so easy.
He had 210 in the tank.
I honestly think he had more.
Oh yeah. I want to be a little conservative about it, you know. So every time I say somebody has more, I end up jinxing the net.
But honestly, I do think that was the safer choice. Being, his coaching probably can tell that he can do more, but 200.
Still a very impressive number.
And very easy once he got to secure that lockout. But now RD Labrador not trying to contest first place, secure with coming in second for the men's sub juniors 93.
Another 200 pull. Again, a very patient lifter is RD Labrador. And he's taking his time on this setup. He pulls and he's powering through it.
Wow, he really stuck with that knockout. There were so many points in that lift where you'd think he's gonna let it go, he's gonna go forward, but he really just gave it his all. Wow.
I respect that a lot. He rocked.
I think that was the longest we've seen someone grind out the finish.
He rocked the mark. He's made everybody proud, and like you said, that kid has got some heart. Oh. That's not the first time we've actually seen someone leave their belt, but this should not take away from the focus of Travis Uy, who is pulling 205 by far. The heaviest of the sub-junior 93s.
And Trav Kong Moon. Aldrich actually secured the 500 kilo total with his 205. I do think that was a goal of his. Now he has 215 on the bar, hoping to push that to 510.
205 looked so easy for him. So this 215, if I'm not mistaken, should prove not too difficult. Oh, he's so close to it, but again.
But again, he does get that 500 kilo total. And I'm sorry that I shouted.
No, it's okay. That's why we're here. That's why we take our time. And that's why we enjoy the whole show. And if you guys would so kindly yell up, or would have the chance to do that, going and cheering for your favorite lifter, do come down to the Sky Dome. Secure a ticket. Maybe buy some SBD merch. Definitely buy some SBD merch on the way in. Grab some coffee, all in one place. But opening for session 1 of Flight M is Cirilo Dayal with 130 on the bar.
It's a good lift for Cyril.
That's a really good lift for Cyril Dayo, and Cyril Dayo, one of our few lifters who can possibly go 9 for 9.
The bar is loaded for Sean Vera Cruz.
Sean Vera Cruz now 137.5.
Challenge whatsoever.
Really easy for Sean Vera Cruz.
No 9 for 9 on Flight L.
No 9 for 9 on Flight L.
Let's see
if Flight M can change up the tempo. We do have a few lifters who can secure that 9 for 9. But first, Lester Formoso, 160.
The bar is loaded for Lester Formoso.
Men's Master 1 competitor Lester Formoso looking to close it out strong with the deadlifts. There were some pretty gracious attempts at some new weights for both the squat and the bench. The Dads, he wants to go 3 for 3.
It's a good lift for Lester.
It's a good lift for Lester. That 160 honestly moved really easy. Moved like a warm-up almost. Season Edwin now 160 also.
Bar is loaded for Edwin Season.
160 for him as well, but we're bumping up the weight class back to 83 here. I believe we're not going to see any more 74s for the rest of the day. Mr. Edwin Season still looking to move this weight. I'm curious how his increments are going to be though.
Really easy. 160 for Edwin Season.
185.
He does have a nominated best of 190, so sure as a plus 60 across the next two lifts could be up there, but at the same time, he's done it in the past, and if he feels good on that first jump, maybe, just maybe, he's gonna just let that one rip, but we're waiting for Atlas Singson to take to the platform with a 185 opener.
Atlas Singson has a nominated best deadlift of 205. The bar being changed now, loaded to 185. Again, nominated best total of 205, so I'm assuming he's going to be that type of lifter that takes bigger jumps, especially with how fast things moved on his bench. How well things moved for him on his bench, so
he's walking up now. And one of our master competitors, Mr. Atlas Singson, has quite a bit of fanfare, so a lot of support.
Oh, that's a really speedy 185, so I really think he'll be taking bigger jumps, getting himself closer to that 205 that he has. Mark Emil now. With a nominated deadlift of 190. Also opening with 190, but Mark Emil, of course, one of the lifters who has gone 6 for 6 and seems to be really strong. You know, I doubted that 20 kilo jump on his bench from 100 to 120. Even if you're feeling strong, it's still big.
Oh yeah.
To jump that much when you're probably not used to that. So I'm really excited to see how this 190 moves. He has been looking so strong today.
Well, on that topic, like, regardless of how you feel, if you're feeling strong, if you're feeling good, the only thing that won't change is that that's still 20 kilos being added to the bar. But successful lift for Mark Emil, and like I said, might be not great for two of those big jumps. Zoltan Tagiba, who's a pretty good lifter in general, holding the record for the squat, looking to get some ground on this deadlift, or previously held the record for the squat.
That's some goodness.
Tagiba looking really, really strong today. He did hit an all-time PR in the bench a while ago, and he does have a nominated best of 205. We have Jose Perez now, 227.5. This is going to be a record-breaking attempt in the deadlift.
The bar is loaded for Jose Perez.
On the attempt, the legs were feeling like total tree stumps, maybe the entire forest for the squat. And now he is looking to, oh, he's removed his hair tie. Everybody knows if you have long hair and remove your hair tie, that's like plus 20 kilos to all your lift.
And this 227, not only is it a deadlift record, it actually also is the total record, which similarly to the bench record was set all the way back in 2015. So, Coach Jose, not just potentially, Coach Jose has just broken a 10-year-old record here on the SBD Philippines national stage. 245 now for Kenrick Namor.
The way he walked off too, it felt like he already knew it was in the books for him. But Kendrick Namor, 245 opener, had a few slips on the bench, but regardless, the subtotal, or at least the totals, are still looking decently promising for him, at least for now.
And we now have the last three lifters. These three lifters are all in the men's open, really just trying to get as high as they can and maybe hold on to that podium position before we head into the afternoon session. Kendrick Namor trying to get onto that podium at 245.
That's a good day.
Pretty easy call there for the ref. John Guntan walking to the stage up next.
The bar's loaded for Duncan. Goodbye.
John Guntan taking his time with 245, coming into this meet with a best deadlift of 260.
15 away. He's known to take a lot of big jumps, at least if a ref is taking the scorecards alone for the day. A little flex for the camera, pretty happy with the result.
And I would like to note, or at least shout out John Kenneth's attempt selection this time around. He's really, you'd think he's starting really far behind his meet best, but so far he's actually hit meet PRs at the end of the day for so far both disciplines. Alan Flores now 250.
And
really happy, smiling at the top there. And our heaviest deadlift of the day, we're moving straight into our second attempt. Cirilo Dayao, 140 on the bar.
My favorite thing about well, at least one of my favorite things about the SBD PH Nationals is that 240 just does not look like 240 when some of the lifters pick it up like it's just an empty bar. Up next, we have Cirilo Dayao with a 10-kilo jump. And like you said, there is some pretty interesting ramp-ups throughout the day. Still, I think this is by far the biggest disparity too in like jump selection for most of our lifters.
And a really clean 140 for Cirilo Dayao. 8 for 8 now. Definitely will be attempting for that 9 for 9. Sean Vera Cruz now,
The bar is loaded
100
for Sean Cruz.
And to continue my point, yesterday I think the 74s, again as competitive as it is, had pretty similar jumps. In fact, the 83s also had almost identical jumps. So now we're kind of straying away from that, especially with such a mixed group and a bunch of mixed flights here for day number 3. 142.5 on the bar for Sean Veracruz, who's, if not missing for his first lift, could have been one of the 9 for 9s, but doesn't really matter because everything else has been good.
I'm seeing 3 thumbs up. It's a good lift for Sean Veracruz. And I find it so, it's so simple sometimes when the referees just give a thumbs up or a thumbs down.
It's the universal zip language. So like you have your headphones on, your in-ears, and you just kind of walk up to someone and like pretend they hear you. Hey. And they'll give you a thumbs up too. So it's only fitting. Lester Formoso walking up to that 170, sizing it up. Loading up those arms, going for this monstrous 174. Easy 170 from Mr. Lester Formoso.
3-1 good Lester. Really moving well through this competition. Moving really well through the deadlift.
Edwin Season also attempting a 170 for the men's master. I believe he's been competing for a year or, well, actually even less than a year. So to start the 2025 this way, it does look like it is a pretty high bar. At least he's setting for himself.
A good lift for Edwin Season. Atlas sings on now. 192.5 for him. Really bouncing back well. 185 moved really well for him. And again, Atlas sings on. Being supported by his athletes, by his gym mates. Everyone is rooting for him, hoping he gets this 192.5.
Little nod to the ref. Very respectful too in all the walkouts and the walk-ins. So it's always good to see the professional and professional athlete. Deity Powerlifting being represented well here for Atlas Singson, and now 192.5 flies off the floor.
And he
does have a nominated best of 205. It looks like he's feeling really good. Would you just try for a new meet PR 207.5 just to end the night? But that is a big jump. That's 15 kilos. 205 now for Mark Amil.
Again, it's that disparity and just contrast in jumps that's been keeping this flight really exciting for most of us. 205, looking to keep that streak going. It's all been green for Mark Amil.
Really good lift for Mark Amil, and he really is just setting himself up for his 9 for 9. He really knows how much his body can push and can pull today. Jalton Takibao now 210.
210, like you said, a 5 kilo jump. You talked about listening to your body time and time again, and I think that's just advice that never gets old, never gets bad, despite how much technology changes. And since the dawn of time, picking up heavy things is still as impressive as ever. 210, looking real good.
Really easy, 210 for Jalton.
For the national record attempt of Jose Perez.
Ooh. 2 disciplines, 2 records being absolutely bodied by Jose Perez. Another attempt to punch right through. He did look really good on that 227.5, and this 235, he walked out and he looked really confident for that next pull. Didn't celebrate. It's all a business from here.
Yes, because of course, even if he did successfully not just solidify the squat, deadlift, and total record, that was still the first deadlift. He still has 2 more to go. He really wants to focus, and he really, really wants, because if this is successful, it actually pushes him into a 605 total. And of course, this further extends his own record, making it harder to beat in the future. Again, that record stood for 10 years, and I think Jose Perez wants to make a record that will stand for maybe even longer. 235. And a really easy lift for Jose Perez, and with room in the tank.
Like you said, all the attempts that have stood, or at least most of the attempts that Jose Perez has taken, have all been controlled. This time there was a bit of a pop-off. So aside from the totals being solidified, that deadlift is very much in his wheelhouse as well. The only thing potentially he could attempt if he's up for it in the next meet is that bench that has stood.
Yep, it's all same lifter who owns the total. Still his bench record, and that just goes to show how strong, and like for to have a record that stands for 10 years. But of course, 262.5, really speedy for Kenrick. And he's feeling really good. Gives a bit of a sign that he's feeling nice.
Feels smooth with it, and like you said, strength just transcends time. It is just always so impressive for somebody to just hit a new PR, pick up some weight. Now it's Alan Flores with a 15 kilo jump for his next deadlift attempt. If he hits this, he will eclipse the 600 mark. Matter of fact, it is going to hit closer to 607.5.
Really easy, 265 for Alan Flores.
A very gentle way to put down the bar too. 265. Like you said, this man is willing to go for these gigantic, well, not really gigantic for the deadlift, but still considerable margin. Just to remind everybody, and the thing that we've talked about on the desk, no matter how good you feel, 20 kilos is still 20 kilos.
$265 now, and we mentioned he does have a best nominated of 260, and it's just not coming off the floor today, and he really did have to fight for that 240.
Yeah, there was a little bit of wobbling already on the way up, and maybe a risk of hitting, but 265 still a valiant attempt. I'm curious if he's gonna go again for the third.
Well, he can't go down.
Might as well.
Might as well, and again, there are more 93s competing later tonight.
Later
this afternoon, so why not just try increase your total as much as you can. 262, 265 is a really big number to pull, and 147 now. We are now in our third deadlifts of the last flight of this day. Sean Vera Cruz, 147.5.
Lots of focus for the last pull, the last lift of the day for Sean Vera Cruz, and it looks absolutely effortless. Pretty happy with, or at least I'm pretty sure he's happy with how this lift, or rather this meet has gone for him. 150 on the bar for Sir Cirilo Dayao. 140 moved well, 130 obviously moved well. 150 looking to float.
And if he does get this successfully, it puts him at 9 for 9 and could potentially be the first lifter in this flight to do so.
The lifter of this flight, I think.
And it's a good lift, and Cirilo Dayao goes 9 for 9 today. The first lifter of Flight M, the first lifter of this day, actually, to go 9 for 9.
That is the first inductee to the 9 for a 9. 180 now for Mr. Glester Formoso, who's still on a pretty good pace for the rest of the day.
Mr. Glester really snapping on his deadlift. Like once he gets it up, he just locks and goes down. Really nice 180 for Mr. Glester, going 3 for 3. 185 now for Edwin Season, and we're really going by these deadlifts so quickly. I feel like this session has been so quick.
You're not wrong. I mean, despite the speed of it all, it's just been still super fun for everybody. 185 loaded onto the bar, by far his biggest jump of the day at 15, alongside with the squat actually. 160 to 175. Oh, but 185 does not budge.
200 now for Christian Atlas Singson.
I think that was also Mr. Christian Mendoza in the
Yes,
crowd.
that was Christian Mendoza in the crowd. He said, "Di mo tinuloy, hinatag mo na."
I like how the way the lifters walk out is also a bit more telling on their when it comes to their personality. They're very, very cheerful people for some, and now Atlas Singson again takes to the stage for the last time of the afternoon.
I honestly think he was good for a BPR. That 200 moved really, really good for Atlas Singson. Mark Emil now 212.5. Mark Emil also trying to close out with a 9 for 9 day. He's been pacing himself really, really well.
And with that, it should bear some fruit if this goes, because so far we've only had like one 9 for 9 lifter. At least for this flight, it was Cirilo Dayao. Looking back up on to Flight L, we actually did not have a perfect run, but the next two should be candidates for such. Let's see this. Good mark. Emil, 200's up. Oh, good. All the way, even on the way down.
It's a good day for Mark. Loader speed go to 7.5 for Johnson Talibao. Second is standby.
So that's another 9 for 9. 227.5 could be the weight to put Mr. Kagibao in the same club for the evening. It should also bump his totals up to 565 if this does go up without a hitch. Again, literally and figuratively. I didn't realize in my commentary I used so many of these terms. I'm catching myself.
227.5 now for him. He's been having a really good day. 8 for 8 so far. And we just saw Mr. Mark Emil close out with a 9 for 9. Let's see if Jalton can do the same. Really nice. 227.5 for him. Definitely going to see 3 white lights. A good lift. And a 9 for 9 day for Jalton Tagibao. And also a confirmed bench PR with 127.5. Now, we were hyping this up. We've been glazing it for a while. 245, 605 total, breaking a 10-year-old record.
And who doesn't want a record that should have been immortal to fall?
And we were hyping up, oh, he broke the squat record by 37 kilos, but he actually broke the deadlift record by over 45 to be exact. I mean the total record. Broke the total record by 45 kilos. Hoping to push it to 55 with this 245 deadlift.
Command is given. Fighting through it. Oh. And a 245. But a small blemish to a pretty good, actually not even pretty good, a very good day for Jose Perez. Like you said, I don't think we were overblowing any of the descriptions because it's just the truth. Those were still pretty big margins. 265, again a reattempt, I believe, by John Guntan.
John Kenneth Guntan now. Reattempting 265. He's been having a really good squat. He's had a really good squat and bench session. Hoping to end deadlifts with a new meet PR as well. And it's just not coming off the ground, but really good try for Kenneth Guntan. But he does walk away with an all-time best on squat and on bench.
That's true. A lot to be proud of. 635 is a total that should be respected by everybody anyway. Alan Flores could be a 9 for 9, but this 275 pull, perhaps daunting to some, but his 265 gives him the extra boost of confidence.
And looking at his body weight, he competes at 93, but he actually weighed in at just 86.4. So Alan Flores has so much room to grow and is already pulling 275.
Saw that turn a little bit, and that could have been the telltale sign. The 275 is not to be, but another attempt by Kenrick Namor, who's a bit heavier.
Kenrick Namor, 92.5, of course. He is our last deadlift of the day. And he's really hyped. I think out of all the lifts, this is the one where you can really tell that he's so ready to attack this 275 now.
Takes about a good attempt still, but 275. Remains uncontested for the day, and I believe that concludes the AM session. It was a pretty quick flight, but ladies and gentlemen, we implore you to stay because coming up next, after a pretty long break, is the Land of Giants, and we also have Mr. Christian Mendoza saying hello to the desk. But again, guys, this is where we have to say thank you to the multiple sponsors that we have. Of course, welcome to the SBD PH Nationals, presented to you by SBD, Eleco, PAP, affiliated with the IPF, the APF, the PSC, the POC, partnered with Equinox, SM North, alongside Play Hard, the Raffle, and Whale Nutrition Co.
Of course, thank you to our official accommodation partner, Radisson Park Inn, as well as Pactor, Deer Diet, and Amino Vital. And of course, thank you to our warm-up equipment parts.
Well, nothing fancy here. Stay tuned for the heaviest, the strongest class of the meet. But for now, we will be right back, ladies and gents.
We'd also like to thank our other sponsors. Real Nutrition Pro,
Pagcor, Gymzilla, Deer Diet, Amino Vital, Hybrid Strength, and also our media partners, Aster Media and M Sports PH. Also, a huge thanks to our title sponsor, SBD Philippines. SBD isn't just a brand, it's a name trusted by lifters worldwide. Built to meet the strictest requirements for competition, SBD is proud to carry approved apparel by the International Powerlifting Federation that is distributed to its affiliates like the Powerlifting Association of the Philippines. That's why it's the go-to choice for champions and lifters striving to push their boundaries. Stay connected with SBD with their SBD Philippines at SBD Philippines handle in their social media accounts for updates on strength apparel that meets the needs of lifters on the world stage. The SBD Philippines booth is located at the left back side of the SM North at the Sky Dome. When you enter the Sky Dome, the entrance, or kapag nakaupo kayo sa ating mga audience seats. Again, maraming salamat SBD Philippines. And of course, one of our major sponsors, TheRock.co. TheRock.co is your one-stop shop for gym equipment, lifting gear, and apparel perfect for Filipino lifting enthusiasts, powerlifters, weightlifters, CrossFit athletes, bodybuilders, and more. Discover top-tier products from the most elite brands in strength training, including Eleco, Rep, Concept 2, Kabuki Strength, VersaGrips, AbMat, Notorious Lift, Whale, and Hyperrise. You can view their products on their official website, www.therock.co, or you can follow TheRock.co on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube with the handle at TheRock.co.ph to get exclusive updates on premium gym equipment, lifting gear, and apparel. The Rock.co booth today is also located katabi ng SBD Philippines, the left back side of the SM North at sa Sky Dome. Stay strong, live safe, and best of luck in your competition from the Rock.co. And also another shout out to Eleco. Attention, strength enthusiasts. Elevate your lifting experience with Eleco, the world's leading brand for precision-engineered weightlifting and powerlifting equipment. As the exclusive distributor of Eleco in the Philippines, the Rock.co brings you the best in strength training, apparel, and equipment. You may visit the Rock.co booth here to explore our full range, or their website and social media channels of the Rock.co. to get your hands on Eleiko gear. Lift heavy, lift safe, lift Eleiko! All right, we would like to announce, especially to our lifters and coaches in the morning session of the last day of our SBD PH Nationals 2025, to please stay here at the SM North EDSA Skydome or at the vicinity, as we will have our awarding ceremony at 3:30 in the afternoon. Again, 3:30 po ang ating opening, or rather awarding ceremony. Thank you.
Morning, and we're live here for the first day of our SBD Philippines Nationals 2025.
Let's go.
of the SBD PH Nationals 2025, and the bar has been loaded.
Do it like that. 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 Do it like that.
Good morning, and we're live here for the first day of our SBD Philippines Nationals 2025.
Why you thinking you a beast shy? You don't wanna take a leap, I think not. You can never stop the drive to a pit stop. Said I'm way too cold, check the wristwatch. Okay, mama always told me to be careful where you hang at. 10 toes down with the team, you can't change that. Bulletproof, so be careful where you bang at. Think you wanna run up? I promise we could arrange that. Always been a visionary. But the way I'm blacking out, I think it's getting scary. Get a fan by the win, it's hereditary. No, it's true. Don't take a loss here, yeah, we legendary. Let's go. Here we top, live with it. Yeah, we going up, and it's not really. Grind on, ride with it. Yeah, we going up, and it's not really. All I got is tunnel vision. All I got is tunnel vision. All I got is every time I pull out, you know I'ma shut it down.
This is the second day of the SBD PH Nationals 2025, and the bar has been loaded.
Do it like that. 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 Do it like that.
live here for the first day of our SBD Philippines Nationals 2025.
Let's go.
Of the SBD PH Nationals 2025, and the bar has been loaded.
Paging Johan Chan, please proceed to the table official. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon, and we are about to start our Day 3 Session 1 awarding ceremony in your SBD PH Nationals 2025. It's time to recognize our lifters in flights L and M. So for each category, the bronze medalist will receive 400 pesos worth of gift certificates from SBD Philippines and Whale Products. Habang ang ating silver medalist will receive 700 pesos worth of gift certificates from SBD Philippines and also Whale Products. And for our gold medalist, we'll take home 1,000 pesos worth of gift certificates from SBD Philippines, Whale Products, and Amino Vital Samples. Our award presenters are two of our referees, Chief Referee Andre Laksamana and Marco Ferrer. So to the lifters, kapag tinawag po ang pangalan, please proceed immediately here to the platform. Let's fire it off with the male categories. Unahin natin sa sub-junior 93 men's. We have 3 winners here. First, the bronze medalist lifted a total of 467.5 kilos from Kilo Culture, Rico, Paraguay. The silver medalist lifted a total of 470 kilos from TLC, the Lifters Collective, RD Labrador. And the gold medalist in this men's sub-junior 93 category with a total lift of 495 kilos. Congratulations, Travis Uy! Alright, gentlemen, smile to the cameras. Congratulations, Rico, RD, and Travis. Let's proceed to the men's sub-junior 105 category. Oh, we have a lone winner here with a total lift of 500 kilos. From Avanti, Aldrich Congon. The lone man standing. Congratulations, Aldrich. Alright, let's proceed to the men's master 1. 74 kilos. We have 2 winners here. Our silver medalist finished with a total lift of 430 kilos. He is Lester Formoso. And the gold medalist with a total lift of 570 kilos from Manuel Barbell Club, Wilfredo Trinidad Jr. Any representative from MBC who will receive the medal on behalf? All right. Mr. Luisito. Congratulations, Glesser and Wilfredo. In the men's Master 183, we have all right. We're having some adjustments here. Alam nyo na, nasa Pilipinas tayo, mabagal ang internet. Okay, yun, bumalik na ang internet. We will award the lone winner in the men's Master 274 with a total lift of 370 kilos from Atlas Strength Lab, Sean Veracruz. Smile to the cameras, sir. And congratulations. We'll go to men's Master 283. We have two winners here. The silver medalist lifted a total of 352.5 kilos. From Cyber Muscle Gym, Cirilo Dayao. And the gold medalist in this category with a total lift of 470 kilos. He is Edwin Sison. Congratulations, gentlemen. Let's proceed to the men's Master 293, the gold medalist with a total lift of 402.5 kilos. Congratulations, Kendrick Go! Congratulations, sir. And to the men's Master 493, we also have a lone winner here with a total lift of 255 kilos from Hybrid Strength, William McGowan. Congratulations, Sir William. Let's proceed to the categories in the female Women's Junior 84 po muna tayo. The gold medalist lifted a total of 352.5 kilos from Nexus Powerlifting, Rhean De La Cruz. Where's Rhean? Congratulations, you're the gold medalist in the Women's Junior 84, or any representative of Nexus Powerlifting to receive the medal and prizes on her behalf. Liza receiving the medal on behalf of Rhean De La Cruz. Congratulations. Let's proceed to the Women's Junior 84 plus category. She lifted a total of 392.5 kilos. The gold medalist is the pride of Zest Power Gym, Daryl Tanco. Congratulations, Daryl. Let's proceed to the Women's Open 84 category. We have two winners here. The silver medalist lifted a total of 352.5 kilos from Nexus Powerlifting. Baka nandito na siya, Rhean De La Cruz. Again, we're requesting a representative who will receive a medal on her behalf. Is Rhean here? Okay. Abot. And the gold medalist with a total lift of 395 kilos, Francis Figueroa. Congratulations, Rhean and Francis. And now down to our last category, the Women's Open 84 plus division. We have a lone winner here with a total lift of 432.5 kilos. The gold medalist is Ira Aquino. Where's Ira? Or ayun. Again, congratulations to our individual winners in the morning session of the third day of SBD PH Nationals 2025. And at 4:30 p.m. we will start the evening session, the last session of our three-day event, where we will have flights N and flight O. Again, reminder to our audience, pakitago po ang inyong admission tickets because in a while we will have a raffle draw. Of course, mga products from TheRock.co ang ating ipamimigay. Thank you! Maybe we would like to ask our tech team to play some videos from SBD Philippines.
IPF powerlifting competition bar is designed for competitive and professional powerlifting. It's certified by the International Powerlifting Federation. The bar has a 29mm diameter, ultra-clean Swedish steel, and an uncoated grip, creating an exceptionally strong and rigid bar, suitable for the highest level of powerlifting. The deep and aggressive knurling on the bare steel creates an unmatched feel and the best possible grip in competition. While the sleeves are chromed, the grip of the bar is completely untreated in accordance to the rules of the IPF. Because of this, extra care needs to be taken to prevent the surface of the bar from corrosion. Regularly brushing off excess chalk and sweat after use is recommended. The surface corrosion is only cosmetical and will not affect the performance of the bar. However, for training and home use, we recommend the Performance Powerlifting Bar, which has a chromed grip. The IPF Powerlifting Competition Bar features graphite-infused bronze bushings, which offer increased longevity compared to regular bronze bushings, and a rotation that's optimized for powerlifting. The bar has a simple but innovative dust-proof seal that keeps critical parts well lubricated and functioning at their best throughout the lift. The dust-proof seal also increases the longevity of the bar, making it practically maintenance-free, allowing it to be used for many competitions. The IPF Powerlifting Competition Bar is backed by our lifetime warranty. At Eleiko, we have over 60 years of bar manufacturing expertise. All our bars are made by us here in Halmstad, Sweden, and are crafted using our specially formulated ultra-clean steel.
is Tom Salamat. And the other referee is Andre Laksamana. Ladies and gentlemen, SM North SS Skydome, are you ready? The bar is loaded for the last session of your SBD PH Nationals 2025. Buhatan na! We'll start at 175 with Gervasio Magno. The bar is loaded for Gervasio Magno the third. We're about to see flights N and O in this session. Starting with flight N. That's a good lift. Loader speed load 180 for Danny Brutas Jr. After him is Mohamed Pangandaman. The bar is loaded for Danny Brutas Jr. It's a good lift for Danny. Loader speed load 195 for Rafi Pangandaman.
Showing up because that 180 really good. 195 now. Rafi Pangandaman.
Oh, and again, it is strength, or rather feats of strength, back to back. Guys, please calm down. Fill up the seats because this crowd is gonna end up roaring, and I wouldn't be surprised if we belt out our voices just a little bit more. After all, we're still kind of going through the motions of the openers, not to discount these magnificent athletes. But everything so far has looked easy, everything looked routine, and we don't expect it to change for a good minute.
Good lift for Rafi. One of our individual lifters in the 93. Currently forecasted in second.
Walking up next is Aaron Ignacio, 202.5 on that walk up. And if we are really going to continue the trend of people smashing their nominated totals or their nominated lifts, then I would not be surprised if we get more treats as the days progress. But for the 93s, it's been still more than enough for us to really talk about.
Because we have Aaron Ignacio talking about nominated squats. Aaron Ignacio's best squat is listed at 210, opening with 202.5. And let's see how confidently he can take this 202.5, taking his time with it and pushing really strong out of the hole. We're definitely seeing a new meet VR by his third attempt, maybe even by his second if he opts for that 212.5. And now we have Kaiser Bompat, and I have the pleasure of catching up to Mr. Lyle of Manuel Barbell Club, specifically calling him out for his athletes sandbagging their attempts, and he said he's making sure that Kaiser isn't going to be doing that today. So let's see if he's actually going to hold true to that. Kaiser opening with 210 with a nominated best of 235. So
I mean, the term could be sandbagging, but maybe they're just being really humble. After all, there's so many intangibles to becoming a champion. You'll definitely feel that bar on the way up, though. But
Lion lied to me. He lied to me. That was too fast for Pacer Wombat.
you know, like there's that Trek meme where he's looking up. Yeah, that's pretty hard. It did not look hard at all. And again, guys, for those who are just tuning in or interested in the sport, we are at the openers. This is usually the lightest lift, if not the lightest lift of all the lifters, just trying to ramp up into potentially breaking records, whether it be a national record or a personal one. Either way, both very important.
We have Johan Chan now, nominated best squat at 240, so opening pretty conservative with 215, maybe expecting to take big jumps into this. Johan is also the head coach of Mayhem Powerlifting, who we saw yesterday really dominated the junior in the open 83s and 74s, so trying to lead by example now.
Once again, that has been a tale as old as time, at least for the sport itself. Great walkout on that 215. Mayhem Powerlifting will be looking on very proud. I really like that about the sport too. There's been so many athletes that have really, well, literally pushed the bar and figuratively as well, that they're the head coach of this gym, but they're also leading, like you said, by example, elite lifter after elite lifter from the same gym. And speaking of,
we have Lennox Ocabilia now, also I think the head coach, or at least the owner of Kilo Culture, flying all the way in from Davao. We also have seen their athletes perform in day 1 and day 2, and actually he was even handling the Kilo Culture athlete we saw this morning. So opening with 227.5 with a nominated best of 237.5. So well within range of setting a new meet PR, maybe 240 to 242.5, depending on how smooth this one moves. Oh, and that moves smooth.
The thing is, he's been doing this for 10 years or more, as he's stated in his piece here. And, you know, I think it's such an underappreciated skill to maintain that level of strength over such a large course of time, because it is so easy to fly too close to the sun and burn out. But obviously that might not be the case for John Carl Rilera here, walking in from Baguio Barbells.
John Carl opening now at 230, coming in with a nominated best of 245. Really taking his time to get under that bar, and Baguio Barbell as well. We've been seeing them since day 1, I think, performing really well. Oh wow, that moved smooth, and I feel like I'm saying this for everyone, but I really have a good feeling we're seeing a new meet PR for a lot of these athletes. Again, some of them are even opening with weights higher than what they've nominated. Lucky Yonzon now. 250 on the bar. I think this is a Masters 1 record for the 120 class.
Very confident walkout, and I understand why we somewhat repeat the things we say, because again, there's just so many qualities that exude from our athletes that really reinforce why they're here on the national stage. Lucky Yonzon looking to power through this with more than just luck. It's been a lot of hard work, and if it wasn't obvious enough, this is a national record attempt.
And I had to double check if I was looking at the right number, because the national record stands at 215. And Lucky Yonzon just squatted 250 just like that.
It is crazy because his nominated squat is higher than the national record. So you can tell, you can walk up there and know that you will absolutely dust a record. And even with a walkout, you could already tell. But on the stage right now, it's Mark Guzman opening with 250 kilos on that squat bar.
And he pushes through, and it's a good lift for JC Guzman. We have Nestor Redulia, and I do believe you know, maybe out of all the powerlifters here, he's maybe someone you know more about. Would you like to do the introduction for Nestor Redulia?
He is coming into this incredibly focused. Again, he competed in a weight class heavier than his own previously. I'm pretty sure he was happy with the result, although he only lost by 0.5, and you mentioned how important those kilos do add up. This man has the experience and, of course, the belts, the crowns to come with it. He looks to capture another, and 260 to open with.
And something worth noting is, you'd think with what he's achieved that he's coming in here the one to win, the one to beat, the one to win, but Nestor is actually coming in kind of an underdog,
which is again insane. But let's see how the squat goes. We're at 93. The man is coming in very focused, and you know, a little bit of history. He is a very talented artist as well, which is actually how I found out about him. I randomly passed by his streets. Oh, he likes video games and he likes art. Oh, powerlifting. That's pretty cool. And then you check everything and it just kind of wows you. But to be a 4-time champ and to come in as an underdog, it is a pretty wild statement.
Nico Marcelo now opening with 270 on the bar with a registered best at 285. So again, we've seen it happen. We will see it happen. 270, not that far off from 285, especially with these bigger numbers. You can also expect big jumps. So 270, let's see how well he makes this move.
Okay, I really have to stop doing that. I keep praising with the athletes, but guys, you have to feel this atmosphere. It is incredibly immersive, and if you do catch me and Savvy kind of quiet down, it's also because we are watching very intently how that lift goes.
And of course, I mentioned it to you. I was briefing Raffle a bit before we started the stream. 271. We have Jason Galauran, and Mark Galauran, if I'm not mistaken, Mark Galauran holds 3 out of the 4 records in the 93, squat, bench, and total. So he is beating his own squat record right now. Oh wait, I'm so sorry. This is actually a junior record. I didn't even realize Mark Galauran is playing in the junior and in the open with 271. I think this is his own record in the juniors, with Nestor still having 275 in the open. Purveyor of misinformation once again, but of course,
giving it a feel before he locks that lift in.
The current record stands at 260.
Just crushes it by 11.
I think he squatted 300 or at least 290. It's a good lift and a new record for Jason Galauran, and he's looking really strong. And again, I keep getting my facts wrong. 260 belongs to John Nefalar, but of course at 271, Jason now just has to get in a bench, get in a deadlift, and that record is his.
Well, we're definitely still going to keep trusting the word of Miss Savvy, as she is, after all, a very decorated title holder. She's totally not threatening me right now. But at the same time, guys, what are they feeding the juniors these days? It's been such an impressive outing for our younger lifters. But mind you, Danny Bruta is looking to conquer this 190. He is on, I believe, one of the more experienced. As you know, this is still a year into his journey. Definitely one of our older lifters. 190 is looking light for Mr. Brutas.
Looking really smooth for Mr. Brutas. 2-1 is still a good lift for him. And he's feeling good. He's pointing to the crowd.
I like that a lot. And if this is one of the national meets he's been into, my me if I need correcting, but he is coming into this with a lot of confidence, and I see a Lamb of God sticker on that next belt. I appreciate.
190 now, Gervasio Magno. He fights through that sticking point, but he does get it 2-1. And I still think he has a lot of energy left to be able to fight through an even tougher sticking point once he has to get to that point on his third. Randy Pangandama now 215, and look at this, we're seeing a 20 kilo jump, and I mentioned it before. As these weights get heavier, these jumps get bigger, and you might think, oh, someone's kind of far from their nominated best squat, and then you see them take a 20 kilo jump. Randy Pangandama now
Nominated, like you said.
Nominated best squat 202.5. So if this is successful, smashes that by quite a lot.
Maybe might prompt him to go heavier. Oh, a little bit off balance there, lean forward, but it didn't look like he was out of strength, maybe rocking forward.
I do think he can get that on his third. He didn't expend a lot of strength fighting to get that up. Could have just been a missed groove or maybe a small technique issue, but we've seen people save deadlifts that have looked harder. So I do think Randy can get that on his next. We have John Ignacio now.
Again, the considerable jumps are going to keep coming as our weight class is the weight class on science. At least we're getting there. The 93s, the 103s, and the 120s coming out to play. And Ignacio taking a little bit of time on this setup, but he is wedging himself between the earth and that bar.
He fights through it. I do think, yep, it is a good lift, and that crushes his previous nominated best squat of 210 by 7.5 kilos. We have Kaiser Bompat now.
He does have a pretty reasonable jump with a 7.5. I'm still curious how that curve is going to look towards the third lift, because that 210, like you mentioned, very humble about describing how that effort could have been.
Kaiser again, coming from Manuel Barbell Club. And they're really out here hyping them up with his tambourines. You can even hear it through our headphones. Still too easy, man.
I'm raising my eyebrow. I mean, like you said, there have been talks of...
You promised me you wouldn't be sandbagging, but of course, maybe he just needed a feel of 217. Again, his nominated best squat is 235. We might see a bigger jump in going into his third. Johan Chan now 230, a 15 kilo jump.
Like you said, these jumps are going to be a bit more dramatic this time around. That 215 did look like it was absolutely nothing. You'll just have to check his stats on what his nominated best squat is. It is 240. So maybe that's gonna get crushed today if he feels like this 230 is gonna fly right off.
And yeah, these 15 kilo jumps, right? If these things happen in day 1, day 2, we'd be a bit like, oh, that's kind of a big jump. I wonder why. I wonder what convinced them to do that. But for this flight and for the next one, 15 is right on the money for a lot of these lifters.
Sounds about right, but he did see that bar lean a little bit to his side. It is still going to be a good lift.
So I do think he's planning on matching, if not going 242.5, just to get a new meet best.
The bars go in for
Lenus Ocobilio now 240, but also we do have to consider that I feel like I didn't mention it, but Johan Chan, Lenus Ocobilio, we have Nestor Adulia, Jason Galauran, and even a lifter from our previous morning session. They're all kind of fighting for that second and third and first podium spot. So you also have to consider, is this jump, how sure am I that I can get this jump, that it helps put me on the podium? Lenus now 240. Ooh. Oh, he fights through that and he gives a little nod. And this is already a PR, at least on the platform for him. He nominated at 237.5, 240, looking really solid. And now I think Lenus kind of has to talk to his handler, figure out, because that was a bit difficult for a second attempt, but not too much. But again, he is in contention for that podium spot. You don't want to push yourself too much that you're gassed by the time you hit bench and deadlifts. And of course, John Rilliera now 242 being loaded for him.
Sometimes you don't want to let those grindouts get to you mentally. Like you said, you are fighting for a podium. You are fighting at a chance to take that top spot. So this is not the time to hit yourself with some self-doubt.
And it's been mentioned a lot, like leading up. We've said it again. I've said that phrase so many times as well. But 6 for 6 is really where you want to be, especially if you're fighting for a podium. It's just all that confidence. You want to have that going into deadlifts. But of course, 242 now, John Rilliera.
12.5 increase on the squat. John Rilliera from Baguio Barbell again.
Moving really good. Definitely will be seeing a meet PR at least 247 to 250. But now Lucky Yonzon 262.5 for Lucky Yonzon, and I think the reason he's actually really breaking these Master 1 records is I took a look at his birth year and it looks like he just turned 40. Just the cusp of hitting Masters 1, and he has a lot of experience already. I don't have the list of how many years he's been competing, but I have been seeing him for years, so he's just going into Masters 1 already really strong.
He's really giving off the raid boss vibe for this men's Master 1, like you mentioned. He is still in contention for the men's open too, so that's also the beauty of just being at that transition point. Oh, little head nod there. It's like, yeah, I'm good. Don't touch the bar. I don't want to spoil anything for our audience too, but
he is kind of limping off the platform, but of course he doesn't have to take it stern if he's not feeling good. He did walk over to his coach. They will assess, but Mark JC Guzman now. 265, and again we're seeing that 15 kilo jump because that's really just what you take when you're lifting these kinds of weights.
Also a junior competitor, but already lifting a ridiculous amount of weight. Hopefully these lights are just as bright as the future, because this is one of the many moments of your career, young man. Ooh, and it cannot be pushed out of the hole there. Again, those big jumps still can wobble even our strongest lifters. And talking about Mr. Radula here, he talked about the fighting for the podium spot, and this is true for every single person challenging that mountaintop. You do not want to be the first person to have that red light.
Yep, especially because it's really close with a lot of these people. Again, I feel like we say it a lot, but it really is. It's just one missed lift is all it takes. And there's so much pressure, especially you mentioned it, he is a 4-time national champ, but the fact that he's not the one who everyone is assuming will place first, like that pressure and that feeling it must make you feel, right? But of course, 270, he's looking really focused.
Nice bite out of the hole. And the thing about Mr. Radula there, he's posted many times. 4 times is not enough. He is always so hungry for more. But there are truly monsters lurking in the dark. And right now he is walking up to the next spotlight here.
We have Mark Jason Galauran, 281 being loaded. And not only is this a junior record, this is also gonna take the open record held by Nestor. 275 is the current record, but here we have Mark Galauran trying to take 281. And again, these juniors, man, these juniors that are dominating in the open, I don't even think he's about to age out of junior.
There's just so much room to grow despite this man's gargantuan stature already. And the thing is, when he was prepping for that 271, he is really respecting that weight. He is finding that right spot for him to actually launch off of. And in fact, that 271 did look a little anticlimactic because he popped right back up. But this 281, what story will it tell for our young competitor?
I have seen him hit 280 in the gym, and not even relatively recently. That was actually a few months ago. So hitting 280 a few months ago, that's so much room to build more strength. Really digging himself into that bar. Jason Galauran.
Let's see how this 280 pops up.
And he really fights for that iron out of the hold. And the disrespect of getting someone's record right in front of their face.
That is a challenge that will be responded in kind, I hope. At the same time,
our heaviest squat now, 290 for Nico Marcelo. And we did mention his heaviest nominated squat is 285, but I know 300 has always been the name of the game for Nico Marcelo, taking 290 now.
Like you said, everybody in the meet has been strong, but the monsters we've been seeing walk up, they're big strong. 290 on the bar. Nearly eclipsing that 300, like you said.
And like, these are weights we've seen deadlifted yesterday, and now they're just squatting it. Like, I feel like...
I get what you mean.
290 now.
And Wow, that is a lot of willpower, but just cannot fight on the way up. Doesn't look too dejected though. He'll give a little bit of a pat to the referee. This is still the second squat attempt for our flight guys, and I am just so delighted to see how everything is panning out. It's just so hard to tell.
And it's crazy because I'm already shaking. I'm already like hyped, and we're still in third squats.
These 93s, these 120s have not disappointed yet, and I don't believe they will at all. Mr. Brutas takes to the stage for the third time, an attempt at 195.
He really fights for that 195 to the one, and it's a good lift for him.
Gotta take a little bit of a breath here. Looking at all of these numbers add up for some of our competitors. It is incredibly stunning just from the prospect alone, but Gervasio Magno always ready to take his squat, or rather his attempts, 200 on the bar.
200 for Gervasio Magno.
Nice one out there.
Wow, what a battle to rise up.
And a really good lift for him. And I'm sorry that I'm just going silent because I'm actually just so in awe. I'm literally just spectating.
Guys, listen, you have to come down here right now. We are at a loss for words, but all we want to yell is up. All we want to yell is let's go. But please drop by the Sky Dome so you may see some of these giants walk the face of the earth. Rafi Pangandaman on that 215. Confident walkout this time.
He is retaking it. And I did see that he had that fight in him in his first 215 because he actually called it pretty early without really expending much strength in that first attempt. And I do think he was just thrown off. Like you said, he kind of tipped forward, but he stayed really well on his feet this time on his squats and got that 215 really well. 222.5 now, Aaron Ignacio.
217. Looked like it was a bit of a tug of war, but John Ignacio is looking to win that battle. Getting ready. Little ritual here.
Just a bit too heavy for Aaron Ignacio, but also calling it early. So he does have deadlifts and he still has bench. At least he did call it early, didn't try to keep pushing and maybe tire himself out for the next list. We have Pacer Bomb Pad now, 225.
Had a lot of comments about this man, but so far the one word that we can use is that he is impressive. 225 from the Manuel Barbell Club looks to get demolished yet again. Pfeiffer walks up, hyping everything up. He knows that there is a lot of energy to take in, and he is getting set for the lift.
His 210 moved just as fast as his 217.5 to 279.
There is
With
a
the
bag.
speed of his 217, we knew he had it, but
There is a bag. I don't know what it's filled with. I think you have an idea.
I think it's filled with sand.
It could be. But in any case, if those were his projected numbers, then this should be a good sign to add a little bit more to the bar, whether it be the future lifts or the ones we're going to have today. Johan Chan from Mayhem Powerlifting looking to cause havoc in his bracket again with a 240 attempt on his third.
This matches his nominated squat as well, puts him closer now into third. He is forecasted fourth right now, but again, it just takes one attempt. So,
like you said, sometimes the weather report misses. Let's see how this one goes for Johan Chan. Hopefully it's not a rainy day.
15 seconds on the clock, though I just noticed. Gets that squat command. And 3 white lights. It's a good lift.
I like how you gave me a little bit of a shake there. I think that was maybe like a head shake of confidence. At the same time, some of these projected numbers, like you said, it's really hard to tell if our lifters are struggling.
Right?
Very eyebrow raising.
Like we've been seeing some easy thirds. But of course, you do want, again, we have bench, we have deadlift, you do want to save that energy.
I like how you're like, I like how the method of pacing has been 2.5s and conservative, and it's been really good to the sport. But now, since we're here, you gotta add 20.
If you squat 240. But of course, Linus Ocubilio, of course, forecasted third right now. Had a bit of a slower second attempt than his competitors, but choosing to go for that 5, which is what I was also expecting. He just needs to fight through that sticking point.
Oh, another preemptive shake here. Like you said, the sticking point is why, or rather, that's why it's called. There is just so much more to fight through, but still, really good outing so far for our 93s.
And also, he did cut the attempt short. He didn't really try and exert all that effort to go out of the hole. And looking at his deadlift, he actually has quite a big opener, so I can see why he's trying to conserve that energy. But John Rilliera.
I also
it is a bit of a
that.
tongue twister. John Rilliera now. Again, nominated best was 245, taking again a 10 kilo jump from 242.5 to 252.
Rilliera now bracing himself for a pretty considerable jump.
Really controlled, almost a tempo squat, and I do think that's a good lift. 3 white lights and a meat PR for John Rilliera. You kind of have to stop when you want to pronounce his name. Yeah.
By the way, guys, apologies in advance if we did accidentally stumble on your name. Rest assured.
Or if we are mispronouncing it, short A, long A. Remember the shape?
Remember, guys, you're open to, obviously, you telling us how to say your names. After all, we are here for the utmost respect of the sport. But Mark JC Guzman looks to deliberately destroy this 265.
Mark Guzman reattempting his 265.
Ooh.
And a really good save by our spotters. Thank you, Team Good Service. They've been working
so hard
all 3 days, so hard. It's been the same team for these past 3 days. They've been waking up, setting everything, and we just have to give them our thanks for all the safety and all the volunteer work they've been actually doing for this Nationals.
The seats that you are sitting on, the mics that we are talking through, is a product of our lovely, lovely production all across the board. And of course, the handsome gentlemen on the stage assisting the loading and spotting, you have to give your thanks. Without it, then the safety of the sport is obviously going to take a bit of a dip. A national record attempt for Mr. Lucky. He did kind of clutch onto his leg, limping a little bit earlier, but does look like he's coming out of that walkout a bit more confident.
And he is only going up by, quote-unquote, only. This is still 268, but of course that could be a product of him kind of holding his leg after he did that 262.5.
He shook his head like, oh, I know it. And like you said, there are sticking points, and sometimes once you pass that checkpoint, you know for a fact you're getting that lift up.
And a really good lift by Lucky Yonzon, and especially here he is again. He is still limping off, but the fact that that's how he looked coming off of 262.5, but he still had that drive to push 5 kilos more.
Speed goes 280 for Nestor Regulia Jr.
Taking to the stage again. The defense begins for Mr. Nestor Redula.
I feel like my heart's gonna explode.
I might, if I go quiet and you hear a distant scream, that could be me. But again, guys, we're being really objective about this. Obviously, right? We've highlighted your favorite athletes. Every now and then we'll do that too. Or. But here we go.
I actually can't watch, but I can't not watch because it's our job, of course, to cast fairly. We have 280 now for Nestor Redulia, and I'm gonna be honest, I find it so hard to judge his lifts. I can't tell if he's struggling or not.
The man is a warrior. Here we go.
Oh my god.
4X champ could be digging deep for this meet.
That's a good thing on the score.
And that was a very good lift. He takes the 280 in stride. And like you said, it's so hard to judge if he's struggling or not. So he bounces back up.
Calm back down. And I do want to commend Nestor Redulia. That is a meet PR for him. 2 to 75, I think, was the best he's done on the platform. At least in this weight class, he did compete at 105. I think he got 277.5. But of course, not to be outdone, we have Jason Galauran, 285.5. And we talked about it a bit yesterday. He's really just stacking his chips because especially with how close it could be between Jason and Nestor. And you said it, Nestor's last meet, he just lost by 0.5.
In a class he was 10 kilos lighter by, but at the same time,
but still, he did miss by 0.5. And that's why this 285.5 is so important. And Jason is also looking so strong. And not to get ahead of the squat, but he is opening with a 170 kilo bench. So Jason now making sure he gets under that bar and really nails this 285.5. But of course, he still does have that advantage with 281, another chip lift.
Mark Jason Galauran, a name that could be feared. A Terminator. He gets set.
Oh, and that looked easier than his 281. And he's looking really really strong.
Built to demolish.
Oh, we're gonna have a really good fight right now. Jason Galoran leading the 93s with 285.5. Nico Marcelo now our last squat, at least for flight N. Re-attempting 290.
He did look like he had it in him. Again, at this point, it does become a point of technicality for some of these lifters, but never discount the amount of weight that they're putting on their shoulders and trying to get right back up.
Literally 290 kilos. Like,
that's a lot.
That's a lot.
Inhuman, honestly. Nico Jorel Marcelo looking to take this weight.
And it's a no lift for Nico Marcelo, but we don't even get a break. We're going straight in a flight low.
To begin a flight O is Cody Francis Chua. And as you mentioned, there really is no discrepancy of excitement between these flights. We're only getting heavier. We're only getting bigger with these lifters. And they're looking to once again squeeze out every single kilo they can for the SBD PH Nationals.
We have Cody Chua now. I do think this is his second meet ever. I'm not quite sure.
That's
Cody
crazy.
looking really strong, getting under the bar. I do think he's coming into this with a bit of injuries, or at least recovering from some injuries. Hoping to get his name on the board with 205. Looking really solid, but let's see what the referees say. 3 white lights, and it's a good lift for him. I'm looking if he's asking for 10, but
he did nominate 230, but like you said, when you're kind of nursing that injury, you want to be very specific with how you want to go up, because you don't want to suddenly irritate it. You don't want to kind of tweak it and push it out of place. But up next on the platform, I believe Mr. Lucena here on a 207 attempt, 207.5, pardon me.
Lucena, also representing Mayhem Powerlifting, and I think it was mentioned yesterday that they are the defending champions for that best open team. 207, moving like nothing for Johan Lucena.
Ain't nothing but a Mayhem thing. Mayhem, like you said, have been such a good team coming into this gate, and there's so many contenders. Zest has been incredible. Manuel Barbell Club has been incredible. Avanti has been incredible.
We also have Viral, we've seen Kilos. There are so many teams fighting for that, like, that big cash prize for the best team. But John Robert, 215 now for him. 227.5 is his nominated best squat. I can definitely see 230 by the end of this, assuming 215 moves well.
We are fully expecting it at this point, and he is looking very good, especially with that SBD singlet, as well as most of our Equinox athletes out there, if not all of them.
Jumping now to 235, Jomari Esmenda.
235. And, you know, some of these totals that I'm looking at, I'm not laughing because it's funny, but it's just so impressive. Some of these were the ones that a lot of our lighter classes were clamoring for. I wouldn't say desperately, but once again, they would really want to have these. But, come on, man. 700, some even close to 800. I can't believe it. It's almost a cruel joke to everybody who wants to get those big numbers up. And speaking of, Dromari Esmenda, 105 kg, 235 on the bar.
Taking his time to really get under the bar. We also have such a close fight in the men's 105. Not that many kilos separating our lifters from each for Julius Barredo.
Again, some of these numbers, they were deadlifts for majority of our lifters, but truly a titanic weight class for everybody. Julius Miguel Barredo will come in as a guest lifter, I believe.
Yes, Julius Barredo is a guest lifter.
Southern Bad Boys, a pretty prominent gym that's also stepped to the plate quite a number of times.
And again, like, you have people from the south, you have people from Davao, you have people from Baguio, La Union, and just all here together for some really good lifting. And speaking of really good lifting, that 240 by Julius Barredo, we have Rodison Esmundo now. I was talking about our 105 juniors, or at least I mentioned the 105 junior the other day, and we will see him a bit later, but I do think Rodison Esmundo could slowly be catching up to him, and he's really hyped. Hybrid Strength, another team worth mentioning. Rodison now representing that team. He's hyped, and he wants to give Ken Austria a fight.
A big challenge in itself, but that's why everybody lifts, everybody steps up to the rack, to the platform. Again, Hybrid Strength has produced many good lifters.
Really good fight by Rodison Esmundo. Rodison also did represent the Philippines in a few meets already internationally. But of course, now we have Raffle,
another household name, and has also captured gold in the past. A very storied lifter, and obviously a fan favorite. A lot of noise for Mr. Rafael Renzo Cahilig from Avanti again.
Not only did Raf come down from the 120 weight class, he's 105 now. He's also coming back from a pretty, not even coming back, he's currently facing a really bad injury to the point that they want to study it. Fun fact about Raf anyway, but 265 now.
So on the bar, Mr. Cahilig locked in. They want to study him because he's an absolute experiment. 265 looking easy, but jokes aside and monikers aside, they do have to take it a bit safe because you don't want to irritate something people want to study.
And now we have Ken Austria. I mentioned him, the strongest 105 junior. He's more or less dominated 105 the moment he entered.
That's a ridiculous.
And I don't think anyone has come close in quite a while. Of course, we have Rodison Esmundo, who we saw a little bit earlier, who wants to catch up. But Ken Austria is such a dominating force that he's just owned whatever junior class he's had for as long as I can remember him competing. But 265 now.
The age of juniors, I would believe, because it has been a title or merely a formality for some of our lifters. We say it again, strength transcends age, and Ken Austria looking to be a shining example for the Crusaders.
Oh
I think that was our fastest opener.
He forgot to struggle a little bit. But like you
And
said,
he also just competed last month.
that's a lot of stamina to compete. Again, sometimes people just kind of want to take a little bit of a break because the training to that meet can be very, very
And
tiring.
now we have the man, Raymond Debuca. This man has been competing since he was 8 years old.
That's ridiculous.
He's
and like
in
you
his
said,
30s now. Did he actually answer 10 years or more? But
or more.
since he was 8 years old, he's in his 30s now. I asked him if there were any specific goals. He has had a bit of a knee issue. It's been really on and off, and I know he's trained his glute a few weeks out, but he's looking really strong. Look at that smile on his face when he stood up with that 265.
Best Power Gym has once again found another insane lifter. Like you said, an OG of the scene. That's really legitimately helped prop up everything as well.
We have Ramzel Chodosho. Ramzel Chodosho now. We will see the Chodosho brothers. They are in the same flight. 270. Ram is currently forecasted third in the 105s. But oh, absolutely. Easy 270 for Ramzel Chodosho. We have, and this is where the story starts writing itself. We have Mio Florendo now. I do think this is the first time Raf and Mio have ever actually gone up against each other, but they've been pitted against each other the moment Raf said, "I'm going down to 105." And I need to just say, Mio has been feeling so confident leading up into this meet. I see his stories. I see the way he posts. I see how he enters the gym. He's walking into this meet. He knows that it's his day. 275 now for Mio Florendo.
Again, another member of the Zest Power Gym. When they say power, they really are not kidding around.
I already have a good feeling about who's winning that first place best team, but of course, we will have to wait till the end of the night. But 275 now, he's looking so strong.
Oh, dude. So
it's like he wanted to smile and was like, no, I can't let
little
him
smirk.
know. Yeah.
A little fist bump, and he is definitely a showman in his lips, but powerful. Once again, when you know it's your day and you can back it up with a little bit of intimidation tactics.
Mio does have 290 as his best squat, and I have a good feeling that's what they're gonna do for his second. He really looks like he's good for 300, but someone doing 300 right now, we have Ross Chodosho. Ross now, a junior. And this is kind of where you can build that story yourself. We have Ross, who's a junior, going against Raymond, who's been in this sport and in this competition for so long. It's almost like a new generation almost.
How do you pass that torch? Unwillingly? Or will you give it with an open hand? Because either way, it does look like somebody wants to pry it from the holder. And 300 on the bar. I believe that's the first one we've seen on the squad.
The only one we've ever seen.
That's unnatural. The 300 it's not supposed to move that
was
way.
his opener, 300. Wow.
It's both really inspiring and intimidating what the human body can actually do.
It's like I want to take off my headphones and just actually watch.
You want to go do that right now? Alright, this was the idea, Miss Savi. Goodbye, guys. I'm kidding. We have to go back to business as we are only entering squat number 2 for this flight. 10 kilos up for Cody Chua walking up to the stage.
Cody now 215 again. Did kind of get injured. Being really conservative, looking again ahead into his deadlift opener. He does have a much bigger deadlift opener. Could be just saving energy for that. Oh, but really controlled. Like you think it's going through a sticking point, but he's actually that's just how he squats. Very controlled and very tempoed even on the way up. And a good lift for Cody Chua. Yuan Lucena now.
It does look like we've had an assortment of rhythms that our lifters definitely prefer, but maybe Mr. Chua saw the tempo squat and said, I like that one. I'm going to do everything that way.
220 now for Yuan Lucena with a nominated best at 232.
So 220 is definitely within his reach. Once again, we are at the theme or the second lift. Big jump, but it is a feeling out lift.
Really smooth 220 for him. I'm wondering if they'll just match that 232.5 for his third, or maybe take a 10 kilo jump. But John Robert 230, and again we're seeing these 15 kilo jumps, these 20 kilo jumps.
It is the absolute norm for this weight class, and we have to highlight this is one of our younger contenders, I believe. He's only been lifting for just about a year or even less. He did nominate a 227, like you said, so this is going to smash that record by a humble 2.5, but that just means he has way more room to go up for that third attempt if it goes well.
Currently nominated in third.
Ooh, he fights it.
Really, really well.
Is he good there for Sean Robert? Overseas number 250 for Troy Smith.
Like you said, the forecasts are a little bit all over the place. I like that the reference point, especially when you were talking about yesterday, the 74s to 83s, especially the Barangay 74. It is a shining example of how some of these flights can definitely be and how exciting they are. So guys, hurry up. We're at the Sky Dome. Go buy your ticket. Go buy the merch. There's food. There's coffee here. You have no excuse.
250 now. Another 15 kilo jump for Jomari Esmenda. And again, we've been seeing some really good squats. Nothing but green so far.
$15, like you said. Takes a deep breath. 235 looked great. 250.
Moving just as good as his 235.
That's a good day for Johnny. Lower speeds, low 250 same weight.
Keeping the same weight on the bar, we have Julius Barredo.
Bars loaded for Julius Barredo.
Taking 250.
If I'm not mistaken, well, we'll get back to that when we go for our next few squats here. But Julius Barredo, one of, I think, the only guest lifter we've had all event long. will attempt for 250. Regardless, guess or not, we are here for some great lifts. The Southern Bad Boys representative going for that 250.
Still in good there for
Two lights.
It's a good lift for him. Rodison is Mundo now. Trying to slowly build up that total. We're seeing a 12.5 kilo jump from him while Ken only went for the 10. And that's how you slowly get them, because your forecasted totals can look really far at the start, and you never know how big of an attempt, how big of a jump your opponent actually plans on taking. So you should really take these forecasted totals with a grain of salt, but of course it is a good reference point for what to expect. Rodison is Mundo now, 262.5, a 12.5 kilo jump, which just brings him a little bit closer to that total that Ken Austria is also building.
The obvious challenger, like you said, he did press start on that player too, and he's looking to knock off Ken Austria. But once again, an underdog still. Hybrid strength, watching that rack rattle a little bit. Ooh. You saw that? He stayed tight. He actually retracted his head too on the way up. So once again, compacting himself. And like I said, this bar has been shaking violently with these squat attempts.
275 now, Rafa Iliger, and taking one of our... It feels weird to say that 10 kilos is one of our smaller jumps we've seen, but 10 kilos now for Rafa Iliger. And I was saying Mio coming into this meet feeling confident, but so is Raf. I swear, these two are the, like, you know, those anime rivals. I feel like that's how this entire thing is being set up.
And Raf obviously a little bit more reserved than Mio. He's here for business. No pop-up, nothing. It's him and the bar right now. Goes down, goes back up, and he fights through it. Like you said, there is a clear contrast. Raf is all business.
But Raf does seem to be pushing that limit. That was starting to slow down. Of course, we'll see what he does for his third. I'll be surprised if we see that push to 10. But of course, I'm not really so certain about how Raf trains, how far he can really push himself. 275 now, Ken Austria.
Dude is lifting in tuck, just like a lot of the OGs have been in the past few days.
And this is a national record attempt that I think he himself holds. 272.5. Nope, this is a record he's taking from Raf Kahilig.
The 105s have definitely been entertaining, and it's been an all-out brawl. Ken Austria, dominant as you've said, with 275. No question on that depth. I believe that's probably one of the deepest squats we've seen too.
And a really good 275 by Ken Austria. And I can't believe there are 1, 2, 3, 4 more squats, and the weight is just gonna keep going up. We have 280 now. Ramcha Dosho.
One of the brothers of destruction, apparently. 105 has been absolutely terrible. Both brothers, though, looking mighty impressive. And you can't help but feel to be very proud to have somebody very close to you, too, in the same flight.
And they're both just as strong.
I do think Ram Chadosho is the team captain of South Strength Powerlifting, and we have seen a few of his lifters throughout this event also really just crushing it again. So many strong teams with strong coaches. 280 being attempted now by Ramzel Chadosho.
Like you said, El Capitan will not sink with that ship. He will carry it on his shoulders. And I can't believe that this is only squat number 2. I'm making a million faces, by the way, at the side. I think everybody who's around me has been a witness to it, but
Raymond Debupe now, 280. His best squat ever since his injury, of course, was 275. Hoping to extend that to 280, 5-kilo extension. And again, I've been telling him I can't help but root for him as a fellow injured lifter. You know, us perma-injured lifters, you just want to root for them and see them succeed. 280 now, and it's looking really good. Raymond is looking really strong today.
And Mr. Raymond and a lot of lifters have proven you can recover from injury and you can bounce back even stronger.
Mia Florenda now 290 as expected. His 275 was probably one of the fastest openers that we saw. I'm expecting this 290 to fly and then seeing them put 300, maybe a 0.5 or a chip. Not really sure what the record is at.
Mio, the strength, the charisma, and the confidence all in one package. Still deciding how he's going to walk up here. He will bow before this squat.
Mio holds the record actually, 290.5, and I really do think this 290 is gonna fly. So I'm curious to see how far he wants to push his record.
Oh, a smile, locked in.
I think we're seeing 300.5.
Did you see that? Even before the lift, he smiled, he felt it, and he knew it was going right back up. And again, there's just so many stories of brewing. So many potential new pages that one might want to rip out, one might want to put in a frame, but 317.5 for another record attempt.
317.5, and I remember we were so blown away by the speed of his 300. Like
that's not fair.
This is literally 370.5. Those were totals we saw in this gym.
It's close to my total. He could probably lift my entire total.
He's gonna squat your total on his third attempt.
I would like to see that, actually. I would absolutely love to see that. But Mr. Teodosio here, Ross, looking to poke this out. 317.5.
Really taking his time. He has 5 seconds almost. Big brace.
No way! That's a good national record.
Let's just look at that men's junior squat record.
I'm stunned by how that just flew.
Wait, I'm
off the
looking at the
floor.
record. These are all records. His record is 282.5.
Man is defending all his records very, very well.
This is the last
I don't even know what's he gonna jump to if he's already surpassed his record by so much.
Do it again,
He
apparently.
he has a best of 310.
The bar is loaded for Cody Chua at 222.5.
222.5 for Mr. Cody Francis Truop, notably tempoing his way into everything, which again, guys, is very, very difficult if you do not know how it feels to intentionally grind that out.
I do think he kind of has the tempo because I know his injury has
that
something
too.
to do with his lower body. So really just taking his time because you don't want to aggravate anything by getting out of position. 222.5 now. Oh, wow! I'm wondering if there's a downward 2-1. It's a good. I really thought he was gonna give.
Ooh, no emotions too. Happy with it, but right now maybe it's still trying to recover from that assault on his potential injury. But like you said,
that was actually a really good fight. One of the best fights we've seen for a squat. 232.5 now. Yuan Tosena matching his best nominated squat.
Yuan Lucena 232. Once again, making his entrance to the platform. How many colors does that singlet have? I've seen so many, but again, that's not important. Look how that rocks the bar. Oh, difficult. Really difficult on that way down. Couldn't find a way to spring back up. But so far his results pretty good. We still have the bench and the deadlift, by the way. If those numbers were deadlifts, you thought, no, we're still not there yet. We have a long, long night ahead.
John Robert now 240, a 10-kilo jump for him again. He is currently in third for that men's junior 105 spot.
$240 on the bar.
Sean Robert Mawawag.
Mawawag walking up after his name is called. And there is a lot of energy behind this lift for two. And again, the utmost respect to anybody who walks up to the platform.
Again, John Robert really defending this third place spot.
Ooh, another pretty heavy squat that gets once again forced to obey the natural laws of physics. Gravity takes yet another name, but we are still going. And mind you guys, yes, there is a lot of strength and power behind these athletes, but it is so demanding to all your energy to get these things even off the bar.
Julius Barreto.
Julius Barreto. I wish I could say it like the announcer rolling his R's. I sadly don't know how, but
really?
Julius Barreto now.
I see. No, I'm paying attention to everything. Again, it is all in the details. Is it in the sticking point? Is it in the lockout? Is it in the bracing? Julius Barredo looking to do so from the Southern Bad Boys.
Just a little too heavy for Julius Barredo. And we're starting to see a string of reds now. I'm hoping Jomari Esmenda can change the course of how things are going. 265, another 15 kilo jump for him. And it's starting to get cold.
Oh yeah, my lips have been on fire for the last like 3 days because it is crap. But speaking of, there is definitely a fire burning for Jomari Esmenda as well. Looking to get this 15 kilo jump from 250 to his name.
Really taking his time, very particular with his walkout and the steps he takes.
Oh, and it cannot get past the hole again. Savi, there is a little bit of a red streak going for the third attempt. And the only time I believe we saw this too was I think it was squat 3 for the 74s.
Yup.
Hopefully it stops though. Like I said, it is getting cold. There is a reason why there are...
Rodson Esmundo also having his shades removed. He's feeling really, really good. And really, really hyped. And again, Rodson taking that 7.5 jump while Ken opts for a 5. So he really is just slowly making his way. But of course, first he needs to get this 270.
We love a good underdog story, and to even call a man who can put 270 on his back and underdog is ridiculous. Oh, he fights through it. And that is hard. Look at him. He's so happy, but it's
no lift on depth. And I do think you kind of saw it on his walkout. One foot was actually not in line with the other. That could be why one side did call it high, but...
Look at the walk-up now. Raf Kahilig still going to the bar. We did say there might be a lot of adversity that he's experienced, but once again, it is all business. Professional for Mr. Kahilig here. 280 on the bar.
But look at what our board looks like now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 missed lifts in a row, and Raf, his 275 was difficult.
Him or me? Obviously him, right? Because he is the mammoth that is on stage.
But let's see again, Raf, also so many years of experience.
Feeling it out.
And a man who really loves feeling the hype of everyone in the crowd. 280.
Oh, he tries to fight it, but once again.
Sixth red light in a row. What is in the air? We've only had one successful squat this entire flight in the third attempt, and we have Ken Austria now. And it's really worth noting, Ken Austria just took Raf's junior record, and Ken Austria now even has the potential to out squat Raf. 280.
And how long has that record been standing is a question that I would like to ask, because if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Raf Kahilig has been around for a good minute.
He's hit this 272.5 in 2019. It's taken quite a while for someone to take that back, and that man is Ken Austria, who now attempting that 280 that we just saw missed. And again, it's the same story of Raymond and Ross, right? Again, like you said, Raf has also been in powerlifting for so long, and now we have Ken Austria, this junior, slowly emerging. Already took that squat at 275. Now we have 280.
Once again, like you said, the leader of the Crusade. Again, we have a red.
I do think this is the most missed lifts we've seen on the meet. 7 straight missed lifts, all third squat. But again, it's because they're just this strong, and when you're this strong, you also take such...
You burn a lot. You burn a lot.
Guys, it takes a lot of effort to squat 280. I'm gonna assume it takes a lot of effort to squat 280. What we have 285 now. Ramzel Chadosho also taking a more conservative 5 kilo jump. Conservative considering what we've seen. Relative, yes, to what we've seen for Flight O. Hopefully the first green light we're gonna see, aside from Cody Chua from earlier.
Like you said, the red streak has been going, but there are some noteworthy names to crush right through this dry spell. Ram Teodosio on the bar right now, 285.
Okay, Ram, please turn the tides. 285 now. And I think he's done it. We're waiting for the lights.
Oh, it's still the red.
Oh my god.
A little bit.
9. Okay. I trust Mio. He's feeling strong. Opting though. Oh wait, we do have Raymond de Buchet.
Who would it have to be to break the streak but one of the founding, or rather one of the originals in the scene?
Okay. I got too excited. We have 290 now. Raymond de Buchet. I trust
the
him.
OGs, the killer.
Who but the OG to show everyone how it's done. His 280, he smoked that. 275, his best squat in a while, best nominated squat, 275. His 280 moved really well, and he has 290 now. And he gave me a look. Watch this, Raymond. I'm watching. You have to break this curse. 8 lifters now have missed their thirds.
Settle down, kids. This is how you break the streak. Raymond de Buchet, 290. Zest Power Gym all on the screen. And where will it go?
All smiles for Raymond. Of course, I think he squatted 320 or 310 at some point in his life. So 290 honestly should be nothing to him. And Raymond shows them how it's done. He told us to watch that 290 and we did. Supreme white lights, and he just broke that streak. And I know now that the mood is set, we will be expecting the same thing from Mio Florendo. Mio also really feeling just as strong, just as confident as his coach actually. Raymond is one of the head coaches of Zest Power Gym. Mio, his athlete now, hoping to show that same level of confidence. Surprisingly though, choosing not to chip.
Oh, I'd say that's a chunk.
Again, because of how competitive
safe route, but like I said, guys, Raymond de Buque, like you said, broke the streak. Remember who you look up to.
And I just need to stress how close and why I'm surprised that this chip wasn't taken, because with Raph missing that third squat, he's now forecasted second. Again, and we kept stressing it. It just takes one missed lift. And Raph is now 2.5 kilos behind Neo.
Oh man, Neo has it all. He just looks the part and he wants to be a villain in somebody's story, but a hero in his own right. 300 on that bar. Record attempt as that screen showed you. And here we go.
And I do think he has this. His 275 was easy. His 290 was easy. And the confidence he just showed us walking up to that 300. And again, this is his own record. He's the man who owns the squats in the 105. And look at that.
Neo did.
And just look at all that passion. We've been saying it so much. You never know the stories of the people here. We may never know how long Neo has been chasing that 300, maybe on the platform, maybe forever, or maybe when he started powerlifting, and you could just see from the emotions on his face, before it was even rap, he looked like he wanted to cry. And I wouldn't be surprised if he is in the back rooms, because why wouldn't you? It looked like this was really... I'm kind of overwhelmed with emotion, because I relate. I feel like so many people relate to that expression that Neo just put up there. But of course, as hype as that was, we have 25, the heaviest squat of the day.
The crowd is wild. Like you said, we are all supercharged with emotion, and this is the exclamation point. 325 on that rack, ladies and gents.
Let's go!
Again, taking his time with every step.
Commands given. The man who can move mountains, and he is so happy.
And again, I told you, this is the session to watch. And just from squats alone, we just saw someone squat 325 kilos. Oh my God. We're gonna take a quick 10-minute break, but of course, before we get to that, we do want to thank our sponsors, everyone helping out this 2025 SBD Philippines Nationals.
And of course, guys, this would not be possible if not for our presenters, SBD, Eleco, PAP, alongside the IPF, the APF, the PSC, the POC, with a lot of support from Play Hard, the Rack Co, Whale Nutrition Co.
This is the last day.
To our official accommodation partner, Radisson Park Inn, and thank you to Packport, Gymzilla, Deer Diet, Amino Vital, Hybrid Strength, Manual Barbell, Aster Media, and M Sports for all the help and everything they've done to make this meet possible. We'll see you in a few minutes, and you need to stay tuned. I know people find bench boring, but I swear we're seeing someone bench 200.
Guys,
you need to see someone and bench 200.
You have 2 lifts. You have 2 chances to come down right to the Sky Dome. So why don't you do it now? We will be right back.
The Rock.co, Wheel Nutrition Co., Pagcor, Deer Diet, Amino Vital, and Hybrid Strength. Also, a huge shout out to our media partners, Aster Media and M Sports PH. Sir Tom. Kayo na lang ang kulang. Ayan. Alright, the 10-minute official
game has ended. We're about to begin the bench press next. It's time for flat internet. Our first delivery for this one is Raffle third at 85, followed by Raffle at 107.5.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the bench portion of this flight of this day. We are still at the SBD PH Nationals, and we are going to take a little bit of time to simmer down. Naturally, we fully expect our athletes to take these openers in a very controlled manner and should fly up as safely as possible. We're still in the SM North EDSA Skydome, so please come on down and join us. We have some hot coffee, some hot meals that, if you are a macro sensitive, should be no problem. A lot of desserts. In the same corner of the Skydome, we have a lot of SBD merch at the entrance. So guys, why aren't you buying the gear that your favorite athletes are wearing? It is still me, Raph, of course, joined by the ever so decorated Miss Savvy. Why is she shaking her head? It's on her Instagram. Like, I don't know. It's okay. You don't have to like reach me up. Yeah, but just like, you know, check the IG. But Mr. Danny Brutas from Philippine Powerlifting again, 115 on rip. Very, very easy stuff. It is quite cold, so things might just have to heat up a little bit sooner. We've had a lot of conversations too about how the bench can slow down a little bit, but regardless of what your opinions are of this lift, when you see 200 being loaded up for it, you get pretty excited.
We have John Carl Riera now, 130 kilos on the bar for him, a nominated best of 145. We saw him hit a new best squat on the platform with 252.5, despite looking like he was kind of far from hitting a new best squat. So it's safe to assume that he will be taking his bench jumps in a similar manner. really taking his time to set up under that bar and get himself dug into the bar. I mean, into the pad.
That too, bar path is something that we haven't discussed too much. I mean, granted, most of our dedicated viewers and people who have competed in the sport know how important it is to just keep a straight up and down. Any angular deviance, it just makes it that much more difficult. And that's true for all the lifts.
There are extra tickets already available outside at the ticket booth. Thank you. The bar is loaded for...
It's pretty cold. We said this a bunch of times last night. We're going to say it again. It's pretty cold. Oh, are they?
We have Aaron Ignacio now, 135. There was a bit of a misclick. It should be Aaron Ignacio right now, 135.
Well, I'm glad there is a lot of sportsmanship around to discuss. Like, oh, hey, that's not me. Let this guy do it. And Johan Chan, who honestly have had a pretty impressive outing on this one. Having a little bit of a guest appearance before his lift, but before that, Mr. Aaron Ignacio opening with the 140.
And again, this is Aaron Ignacio, 135 on the bar for him. Made a little bit of a mislabel on stream.
I'm not sure where the timer is actually at because we haven't gotten an update yet.
And it is not the correct lifter on the board, so there is no timer running right now. But he has enough time. We've seen slower setups.
That is such a cool shot with a belt signing.
Yep.
Sorry to interrupt you, but again, like you said, this is Mr. Aaron Ignacio, 135. I mean, they knew he was going to clear it anyway. So
that's why it was already green lighted, right? They knew it was going to be easy. And now, moving on to the name on the screen, we have Johan Chan, 140 kilos. That does look like he upped his opener. And I'm going to look at what that means for his forecasted total. Still in fourth, but not that far from our third place. He is catching up to Mr. Lenos Ocubilio.
Catching up, especially with the lifters that have missed lift, should be the number one prerogative at the moment. I think there might be a reset because the bar height was not correct.
Yup, rack height was not correct.
Rack height.
Set height.
And again, if you notice that he is actually tucking his shirt lower to be able to get more skin contact on that bench, to create more of a grippier surface and really get his chest up as high as he can, his traps as high as he can.
100 and the lead 40 for Mr. Johan Chan. And guys, think of it like your body's natural knurling. The more skin you have on the bench, as Ms. Savvy said, the better chance you have at kind of sticking to it. And again, physics, guys. Grip, being planted, being rooted. You see why people dig their feet before their lifts.
It is so that everything is as stable, as set as possible, maximizing and increasing the chances of that good lift. 135 now, Aaron Ignacio.
And I gotta say, these red and white lights have really changed the mood. It is looking absolutely regal for everybody. And it's also the color of these Eleiko plates. For the coveted 100, there's even the bigger brother for all you chest bras out there. And that's the 140.
Whoa, look at that grip too.
A That's really interesting. I feel like I had the expectation of everybody kind of having that wider grip. So again, range of motion wouldn't be so high, but
It is a good lift for Kaser, but I was actually really surprised by the grip. You don't really see something that narrow and not much of
straight.
an arch
Yeah.
as well for Kaser. But a really good lift nonetheless for him.
The bar is loaded for JC Guzman.
We have JC Guzman now 145.
regardless of the grip, when you're strong, and you just have to find what's right for you. And what's right is if you don't waste your time and find your way to SM North EDSA right now. Again, guys, the deads are coming up after our still really, really competitive bench section between the 93s all the way up to the 120s.
Really controlled descent. You could tell he is taking his time to really get that one to his chest. And it's 3 wide lights and a good lift for JC Guzman.
Motor speed load 147.5 for Nico Marcelo. And the bar is loaded.
Hearing his name being called out, we are looking at Nico Marcelo with 147.5 on the bar for himself. Definitely one of the considerably larger bench openings for the day. And guys, if you are not, or at least if we haven't briefed you yet, previously Mark Guzman was also a junior, so he's also quite competitive with the open, at least chipping away at it slowly, but now
Nico Marcelo taking 147.5. Really, really patient with it. And it looks like it's moved really, really well. I'm expecting 3 white lights, and that's a good lift from him.
152.5
We have Nestor Redulia up next, 160, his nominated best bench.
And once again, this is an interesting way to start the bench because you are still relatively close to your heaviest nomination. But as we've seen,
I do think it's worth mentioning. I'm thinking the numbers we're seeing right now, I do think this 160 was hit when he was competing as a 105 in his most recent meet. I remember him mentioning that that was his first time hitting 160 on the platform. So 152.5 right now. Taking his time, asking for that handoff from our spotters, from our loaders.
ooh, that is a dream of a bench. I mean, that's basically what everybody wants.
Definitely expecting 157.5, and depending on that, maybe 160, but with the speed of that, I can imagine a 162.5 by the end of the day for Nestor. But of course, we have Lenus Ocubilio now, and we've been mentioning it. He is in third, but we can see that there are people slowly trying to catch up.
Like you said, the narrow margin sometimes comes down to that third squat. Some have already missed, but the favorites, I believe, still are within arm's reach. And the pacing has to be so important right now. Like we said, that 152 was so close to the nominated best, but going to Lenus Obilo should have no issue with his bench as well. Very mechanically sound and no extra movements whatsoever.
It's a good lift for Lenus Ocubilio. Looking at his nominated best, it is 162.5. And I do remember hearing that I think he has a shoulder injury, could be coming back from one, could be nursing it right now, but I did hear something about an injury in the upper body. But of course, we have Noel Lucky on zone again now, 170, already a record, and it is because he just aged into Masters.
You age like a fine wine, apparently. At the same time, we're a little worried about that leg because we saw him hobble off it a little more intensely as those squats went by. So hopefully this doesn't put too much strain on his bench. After all, it is still a pretty long evening, but 170 for our freshman Masters 1 competitor.
Looking at how he walked up onto the platform when he was called for that 170, he is looking pretty good, but maybe it is because it's bench. Didn't have to use much effort during the warm-ups on his legs. So 170, really tempoed lifter. Slow on the way down and slow on the way up, but I think that's just how he benches. It's a good lift for Lucky Yonzon.
And to the extent of its legality, some lifters do kind of use it to slingshot off them. Noel Lucky Yonzon does not believe in those things. Mark Galauran.
We have Mark Galauran now. This is currently not opening with a record, but it is his own record anyway, 182.5. It also looks like that is his best nominated bench. His best nominated bench right now is 180, but again, the record stands at 182.5, which is his own, so it's safe to say his best bench on the platform is 182.5.
The thing is, too, normally we have a few lifters to offer the bell or the wrist strap, but nothing like that for Mark Galauran, who's been touted to be one of the front runners of this entire thing.
Again, Mark Galauran is the one to beat, undeniably winning the polls when asked who's gonna win the 93s. Really fast 170. I'm expecting 177 to 180 and then just going for 185 or just breaking that record, maybe adding more chips, but again, he already has a chip. You don't really need to add on to that. You can just keep that 1.5, but of course, it just looks like he's really strong right now.
One thing that I did notice was that that's probably one of the more flared out feet positionings we've seen, at least for the night. And what do you have, like, on your opinions on how the feet should be set? But obviously, while we're talking, this is Gervasio Magno on a 92.5.
Gervasio Magno really taking his time, a really close grip again, and you can see a lot of our close grip benches actually tend to have that one side that lags, but going back to your question about the feet, it really is about what feels best for you. Again, the cool point of your feet, the direction, is all about maximizing your leg drive, and I guess it's safe to say for Mr. Galauran that feet flared really out is what's working wonders for him, because that 170 really just flew.
Because if you have like a grip or a really solid grip on the floor with your feet flared out, then the feet does kind of have to twist inwards, and you can somewhat fight that. But again, that's just a little bit of an assumption. There's Rafi Pangandaman, 93, I believe one of the younger competitors as well. 115 on the bar for him.
Giving the classic.
Somebody better play some funk when he lifts this, because he's ready to mug his competitors.
Really nice 115 for Rafi.
His nominated is actually dusted by 10 at that point. He did start off with a 107 anyway, but again, to dust your own nomination by 10 is always a good sign of things to come.
Danny Brutas now, 4 for 4 already.
Always a good sign, because we've seen some pretty difficult attempts already.
Oh wow, that's a long way down and a long way up.
Yeah,
3 white lights though for Danny Brutas, 5 for 5 now. We have John Riviera now in the same position, 4 for 4 and loading up 140. Again, his best bench is 145. We saw him do something similar on his squats. Open low, but taking a bigger jump, getting close to his meet PR and then smashing it on his third. It looks like this is what he's planning for his bench as well, because he has 145 kilos shy of his best bench on the platform.
And I like how our center referee was actually checking the monitor just to see if it's loaded correctly. And it is a collective effort, ladies and gents. But now we have another attempt at 120. Pretty big jump again. I like how he feels the cushion on the head too. Oh, I mean, 140 on the bench. Oh.
And really feeling this cushion. A lot of lifters. This is what you tend to see in powerlifting, more of this style of digging yourself into the bench, wanting to get as high onto your neck, onto your traps as possible, and just bring that sternum up.
A little bit of shaking on the way down.
And
but
you can see in that tension actually, because of how well he's built himself up, that you can see him really trying to keep that all the way up as he brings the bar to the chest, because of course there's no point bringing yourself all the way up if you just let go of that tension, essentially making it useless, because you still the whole point of doing that is lessen the range of motion, also build out some power. But of course we can talk about that on his third, because right now we have Aaron Ignacio.
A lot of science is being put into powerlifting. But again, with all the technicalities, sometimes it does come down to, I am strong. Aaron Ignacio looking to say just that with his 145 attempt. Still setting up. Also trying to find his spot at the bench too. Oh, there it is.
Really good. 145 for John Ignacio.
Alright. Up next, Johan Chan with also 145 on the bar, but this time the jump is not as intense in comparison to our previous lifter. This is an increment of 5. But rest assured, we will always say that these 5s and these 2.5 sometimes will make or break a lift. Much more so the bench.
He does have a nominated best of 155, so this should be relatively easy. Maybe just trying to add to his kilos, because again, looking at the deadlifts, he does have one of our bigger openers. Could probably be conserving that energy for the deadlifts.
Well, he could be. Either way, there is going to be some burn on that. Settles down. Ooh, that was a battle, but even with the effort being put into that, the metal just won't go back up. And I think that's actually Sir Johan Chan's first missed lift of the evening.
You do see him talking to his handler, kind of explaining what I think went wrong for him. And again, we've seen this in a lot of lifters, missing their second, maybe on technique, maybe again, the bench is such a technical lift. Something as small as your foot not being in the right place, and we saw that with Jose Perez, could just make or break your bench. So let's see how he addresses that on his third. But Kaiser Bompat now 145.
And bench touted to be one of the most technical disciplines out there, so there's also a lot of points of failures and a lot of variations to it. Handoff is good. Chaser bump up, attempting this 145.
Wow! Really good fight for Kaser Bompat, and his coach, his handler, is really happy with that. He was jumping on the side when he got that lift. JC Guzman now a high
JC Guzman.
JC Guzman, Mark JC Guzman to be exact, looking to establish himself with a 145, considering the last two attempts at that squat was just a little bit challenging for him for whatever reason. But there are still potentially 5 more lifts, I believe, for him to make up for it. But at this point in time, let's look at how that bench goes when he does get the command.
Mark JC, of course, forecasted first for the men's juniors, maybe trying to get a spot for himself in the open. He's really fighting for it, and I do think he has it. I don't think there was any downward. Yup, and it's a good lift because you could see that that one side of it was still going up really well, and there was no downward movement for me from the angle we are watching. So JC Guzman adds 5 kilos to his total with that successful 150. Already a different direction from how squats went for him.
Squats and bench, they go up, as well as Mr. Mark JC Guzman without lift. But now we have Mr. Nico Jorel Marcelo with a 155. Again, same story for himself. The squats were difficult, especially with that 20 kilo jump, but the bench could be the redeeming factor here.
Really taking his time to get that to his chest. He will fight for this 155. And it's a good lift for Nico Marcelo.
Bonus please go to 157.5 for Nestor Redulia Jr.
Redulia still waiting for the correct load, but a lot of focus. Again, if you do a little bit of your Instagram stalking, you can actually be very attentive to his lifts, and there's always this intensity that he brings to it. Whether it's his slider weight, everything is just so meticulous. But that also means he demands so much from himself that has pushed him to the top. Will it do the same this evening? Second attempt, 157 for Mr. Nestor Dula here from Avanti.
Again, really taking his time, and for Nestor, he really has to add as much as he can on the bench. Wow! Ooh. We are seeing 162.5. But again, for Nestor, compared to Jason Galauran, this is a lift where he's basically 20 kilos behind. And it may sound like a loss already, but of course, in the shoes of Nestor, you just have to make sure you get every attempt in. Even if it seems like it's far, again, you never know what's going to happen on deadlifts.
True, and the great equalizer is still around the corner, but I have to say I did see him twirl his shoulder, his right shoulder specifically on the way out, maybe experiencing a little bit of mild discomfort, but here we go for Lenos Osibilio, 160.
I also think this moved better than his opener. For the two of them, Lenos and Nestor, this moved much better than their openers. Wait, signaling what the call is. Really good bench for Lenos. I'm guessing his shoulder or whatever he had injured back then must be feeling really good. But again, he does have a best bench of 162, but for sure we will be seeing 165 from him with the speed of that 160. But again, lucky Yonzon now 177.5.
Would not be surprised if the second attempt would go better than the first, because sometimes it's harder to start the fire than to maintain it. Freshman class of Men's Master 1, Mr. Noel Lucky Yonzon, who's been pretty massive with all his squats, despite, again, hobbling a little bit, but it is time for the bench. That 170 looked like nothing. What does 177.5 have in store?
And it's really worth noting, like, this is his first meet as a Masters. He's probably not even hit that age yet, but we do go by birth year. And he just chose the first meet of the year to break all those Master 1 records. Really pushing that one. And at first I was thinking, oh, this is moving really slowly. Then I remembered that this is just how he benches. Slow on the way down, slow on the way up, but it's that control that makes him successfully get those benches. Jason Galawaran, 177.5. Again, double checking. I do remember 182.5 is the record that is his. Depending on the speed of this 177.5, we may be seeing 185 unless they decide to chip that number, but 182.5 or and above at least, depending on the speed of this 177.5. And again, 170 move like butter for Mr. Jason Galawaran. That's
still 20 kilos ahead in the subtotal soon, despite everything that's transpired. So Galawaran, the Terminator, the T800, looking to strong arm this bench, and again,
look at this
multi-angle.
We are definitely seeing 182 and above from him. I'm seeing a low lift. I think his butt must have come off the bench. I didn't see the exact colors. It could be his butt. It could have been a jump in the command, but that is really fast. So you have this important question now. As your coach, you know this is the lift where your athlete is significantly stronger.
Do you stick?
You saw the speed of that lift. Do you want to risk it and go up, but potentially lose kilos if that technicality that he lost it on happens again? But that's why you never know what's going to happen in a meet. You never know what choices the athlete or the
for it. And we'll see if he might actually be happy with that. No, absolutely not. Sometimes people do kind of come off grinning for attempting an UPR, but Pangandaman taking the stage. And like you said, those loose plates, those loose kilos can come back to haunt you, especially in such a highly contested class. Pangandaman with a 5 kilo drop would like to secure his here. Smiling on the way out, potentially looking to smash a personal record of some sort. And again, he does have a lot of years ahead of him. He is still competing out of the juniors for the 93s.
And it's a no lift.
122.5 for Danny Brulas Jr.
And while we're waiting for the next competitor, well, Galawaran is such a hot topic at the moment. Do you think his most impressive lift was the one we saw at the open? At the squats, rather.
The thing about Galawaran here, he's great. He's good all around. There's not one lift where he's just stronger. Like, looking at all his openers, he's just leading on everything. He's deadlifted 320.
Either way, Danny Brutas will not be rather deterred by that 122.5. A grind on the way up.
But we do have, I did see the referee on the side, and it's a no lift. I did see his butt coming off the bench as he was trying to drive that
122.5 up, but a good try nonetheless for Danny Bruta. Still ending the day with 120. 145 now though for John Rillera. Just looking to match his nominated best bench.
Mr. Rillera from Baguio Barbell. An attempt at 145 for this lift. Like I said, there's a lot of min-maxing. Like Ms. Savvy said, there's going to be a lot of min-maxing, especially on the bench. We do have a lot of well-rounded lifters in this weight class alone. So take whatever you can find.
Really, you can see that he's really building in that leg drive with how he's just slowly pushing into the bench. Building that leg drive. And you can see it there as he brings the bar to his chest. It's all about...
Oh, it needs to even out. Oh, one more arm.
Let's see what the referees say because it never went down.
The side refs really had an opinion on that. There is a blue card there.
Yeah, it was fighting to lock out. It was just that one side. And you could actually see it in his opener, from his opener, that he did tend to lock out arm per arm. And it finally caught up to him in that 145 attempt. But, of course, now we have Johan Chan reattempting 145. He's giving specific instructions to the spotters now on how to give him that handoff. That could have been an issue that he had in that previous attempt, like we said, because he is such a technical lifter that technical lifters tend to be thrown off when things aren't what they're used to in training, right? So he really wants to get things as close to as perfect of conditions for benching for him.
And that's completely understandable when there's so much on the line at the SBD PH Nationals.
And it looks like he did clean that up, gave the proper instructions this time around, and a good lift for Johan Chan.
A little bit of a fist bump there for everybody. And yeah, like you said, sometimes it's really just the smallest things that can set you off and just take.
Taking his time with his 150.
Oh, looks good from us, but the referees are
good lift for Aaron Ignacio.
The first loaded for Kaser Bompat.
Kaser Bompat now 150 being loaded for him. It's 145. He really fought for that lockout in that 145, and I can only expect him to fight even harder for this 150. We have Manuel Barbell Club cheering for him. Their tambourines, their chant is ready.
Manuel Barbell Club bringing that signature energy, but sometimes, Savvy, even if the fighting spirit is an infinite pool, the strength that we can bring to the lift can gas out, but hopefully that does not happen for Sir Kaser Bompat here. A little bit of a shake too on the left. He's grinding through it. It rose up, dipped down a little bit, tried to fight again, but no, it is not to be.
For JC Guzman.
JC Guzman now 152.5, really trying to recover, bounce back from that squat session that he had.
152.5 for Mr. Mark JC Guzman. So far, the bench, or at least the previous one, was pretty good. This is a pretty conservative jump for him, and I'll take a quick look at the stats on why he would do that. But yet again, one of those incredibly technical setups where you're really hunting for your sweet spot on that bench. Oh, this doesn't move. Again, the nominated best was 150, so 152.5 was just a hair too difficult.
And again, his 150, he already did have to work quite hard to lock that out. So grinding out that 150 would have asked even more, but now we have 160. Nico Marcelo also trying to bounce back from his squat session, already 2 for 2, aiming for that 3 for 3.
3 for 3 on bit of a fight, if I recall correctly. Just didn't indicate any real worry in a jump like this, at least from the eye test alone. He's still getting fired up for it. There is a handoff.
Again, also one of our more controlled benches.
Oh, it's still not going down,
his
but he's
hand,
struggling.
no, you can see his hand is actually, it was actually starting to open.
Oh.
Order speed go to 162.5 for Nestor Redulia Jr.
Yeah, Nestor Redulia. Now we expected this to be loaded for him with how fast his 157.5 moved, but again, just looking at the board, only 2 people have gotten their 3rd bench right now, and you're seeing that from Barry jumps 2.5, 5, and 7, so it just goes to show that even just 5 kilos can slow you down. So for Nestor Redulia, is he gonna let these additional 5 kilos slow down his bench? Again, his bench, he just needs to get 3 for 3, or at least he just needs to add what he can, knowing that he is quite behind Mark Galauran on this lift specifically.
Looking for those small windows of opportunity, like you said. 162! It's moving up! And I think referees have an opinion on that.
165 for
Lennox Ocobillo now. He did hit 160, really convincingly, nominated with a best of 162.5. So this 165 very much expected for him. He does have a lot of people in the crowd rooting for him. Again, they flew all the way in from Davao.
Ooh.
And he has had a lot of successful lifters so far, hoping to add to that kilo culture title.
It is definitely a culture of the rich, grind, and glory, but no, it is just so close.
And again, we only have 2 good lifts on the bench so far. And benches today, the benches of this session, of this day, have just been incredible. And now we were talking about it, Jason Galauran did get called on a technicality for his 177.5, and then, but you know that he is a strong bencher, stronger than Nestor by over 20 kilos almost.
That's a lot. That's very reasonable margin. And there is a lot of love being shown on the screen here.
And
national record attempt again.
And again, that 177.5, it was easy, it was fast. I really do think he will be able to execute this 183, at least in terms of strength and being able to push it back up. But it really just is a matter of, can he work on whatever he was called for
There's been definitely an unlimited amount of potential for this kid. Can he rise above the rest with this 183? In fact, he is considerably stronger than a lot of his co-93s in this lift alone.
And you actually could see him fighting to keep his butt on the bench that time around. And a really, really good lift and record for Jason Galauran. And that risk pays off because, again, if he missed that, that's 13 kilos down from his total. And that just even adds more kilos for Nestor to climb for. But now moving on to Flight O, we have Julius Barredo opening up Flight O. Oh wait, I'm so sorry, we had one more lift.
And Noel Lucky, and not just Nestor trying to climb up for that podium. Every single person trying to claw at that #1 spot is going to have some bloody fingers after this effort. But Noel Lucky Yonzon with the Hundo 85 for the 120s.
Again, really taking his time. And just ran out of gas in a really good attempt for Lucky Yonzon. And again, I was actually gonna say 5N has been doing really well, only missing a few lifts on the squats, but after taking a look at this bench, 1, 2, 3 lifters got their third bench out of.
It is looking like
10 lifters missed their bench. Are we getting a
Raffle? You just keep your tickets at your position and we will have a raffle draw later.
Whoa, dude.
And this is our last day of SBD PH Nationals 2025. Yung mga nasa live stream, nanonood sa live stream, hindi po kasama sa raffle. Nakikita ko na po.
There's just so many things that should push you to coming over to the Sky Dome. As you've heard, I believe, from our announcer, there is just a little bit of tidying up on the bench just to get everything going. While we're waiting, guys, just a quick little reminder that we do have a lot of merch. Even at the front door, you can tour around the Sky Dome to maybe perhaps experience powerlifter heaven. There are actually a bunch of bars for sale here too. And I heard, out of the kindness of her heart, Miss Savi is gonna send me one to my home, I believe. I don't hear a no yet, so.
What?
Huh? Don't worry about it.
Oh.
110 for Julius Barreto.
Where is that? Where are you, camera? Is it that one? Oh, that's that one.
Hi, we are just getting things ready for bench. We do have Julius Barredo up first, 110 for him.
160 for you, Lorenzo. 170 for Ross Teodosio.
A little bit of a staring contest there with the camera, but.
Oh, it looks like what's currently happening right now is they're trying to center the bench. I guess with all those really strong benches, you know, it just slowly moved back as everyone kept pushing up against it, especially during squats. So
also, Coach Omar flexing a little bit over there. But yeah, at the same time, there's just so much mass walking to the stage, competing on the platform itself. Even our equipment is moving.
Julius Barredo now 110 being loaded for him.
Like you said, even kind of assisting on some of these lifts is already a challenge enough. And again, a really narrow grip here for Mr. Barredo. I can roll the hard. I'm just saying. Really easy.
Julius Barredo with a successful 110. I'm seeing some thumbs up. But they are telling him, the referees are telling him to tie his hair.
I don't know. I don't like having a bun on the bench because it pushes on the back of your head. That is true also.
It is the rule to have your hair tied. You just have to find a way to make it work, unfortunately.
That's true.
I do think it was a good lift. We are waiting for the lights. I'm seeing a thumbs up. The bar is now loaded for Robert Mamawag. 135 now for him.
There is yet another set of strong openers, I believe. And like you said, the last bench attempt looked like a really, really busy night on most of our streets here. Quite honestly, you don't want to see a lot of those reds to stop the momentum and maybe congest the lift, but it is incredibly difficult. Right now we are relatively at the easier part of all the lifts, just kind of setting the tone for Flight O.
Bar is loaded for Jomari Esmenda.
Jomari Esmenda now 135.
We are kicking off the 105 with their opening rounds, and this should be, once again, a lift with not much resistance, especially for Jomari Esmenda. Who has nominated, I believe, 150 for his bench. So maybe we're going to see some drastic jumps in those lifts.
Really, really fast 135 for him.
That's a good lift for Jomari. First we go to 145 for Cody Chua.
145 now for Cody Chua. Chewing as he gets onto the bench.
He's prepping himself again, and hopefully with the bench being a bit more centered, it might just move a little bit again.
There's just so much force being put into this rack. You've been seeing it shaking since the squats. 7.5 kilos shy of his best nominated bench.
Strong opener for Cody Chua.
Looking really, really good on the bench right now. I can't tell if he's happy or not.
Yeah.
I couldn't tell by that expression.
Oh, see that? He's signaling something. I'm not entirely sure what, but I think he was talking about maybe an issue with the arc or digging into the bench. But either way, he did have a successful lift, and Rodison Esmundo up towards the bench.
Rodison opening with 145 with a nominated best of 150, so it's safe to say that's what we'll be expecting from him for his second attempt, maybe even a 152.5. And I know Rodison actually had to cut quite a bit. I jumbled my words up. He had to cut quite a bit. He did weigh it at 111 a few months ago, of course, weighing in now below 105.
really good 145 for Robinson Esmundo.
And he seems like to be a man of the people. He's always been giving a lot of fist bumps regardless of the lift. At the same time, cutting. The biggest thing we talk about is how do you retain your strength? Maybe that's also a question we could ask Raf Kahilig later, because I believe you've talked about him kind of dropping down from weights, if I'm not mistaken. But Johan taking now to the bench. Lucena looks to conquer 157.5, potentially a building towards an even bigger bench moving forward. Actually, he did nominate 165, I believe, so that 157 within a range for a smooth opener.
We have Mio Florendo now 160. We just saw Mio absolutely crush his own squat record of 290.5, set it to 300. Mio now opening with 160, and a little bit of backstory on Mio. I do think before he switched to powerlifting, he was actually a varsity thrower of UP. So expect to see a lot of explosiveness from Mio when he benches, and just see that payoff from all that throwing experience. And you can see that
it's a dig into that slingshot, like you said.
For Mio. He does have a nominated best bench of 165, and I feel like it's safe to say that he is going to crush that. I'm thinking somewhere between 167, maybe 170.
You're saying that maybe slight cramp on the back.
Again, because he is so explosive, there could be a lot of things that turn on all at the same time. But of course, that is how he benches, so his body should be used to that despite everything. 170 now for Shadosho. We just saw this guy squat 325.
A big Ross Theodosio. And that's still such a mind-boggling number to me. We'll see how the bench goes, if he has enough fuel to keep the streak alive.
Ooh, really good bench by Ross Shadosho. And again, it's really worth noting that Ross is going up against Raymond Debuque in the 120 plus open category, and 30 kilos might seem like it's a lot when you're lifting this much weight. Again, we saw it in the squats. You can take all these much bigger jumps, and now we have Ken Austria, 172.5. I do believe this is a men's junior record.
Well, when you do open strong, you give yourself a little bit of cushion to alleviate some mental pressure, giving specific instructions too.
And again, the record he's taking, this is Raf Kahilig's record set in 2017, and the record stands at 155.
Father Time has definitely sent his assassins to play in this meet. And like you said, there is a lot, and I mean a lot of taking records for a lot of our juniors. Ken Austria, even yesterday you were telling me about...
I've been hyping him up because Ken Austria, he really is such a strong lifter and still a junior.
Little unevenness, but doesn't really bother him too much, honestly, on that ride.
And honestly, for such a close grip, it's such a strong bench, and I feel like it's worth... I do want to mention, Ken Austria did go viral at the start of the year If you look it up on his Instagram, you might have actually even seen that video. It was quite a funny video, failing the first bench press fail of 2025.
Okay, buddy. Okay, buddy. Let's go take a look.
Ramzel Chadosho now 175.
All right, buddy. Mr. A funny man over here, but also at the same time, when it comes to being a serious lifter, he will show up. Now we have Ram Theodosio.
And again, Ram actually is one of those lifters where when he's not on the platform, when he's not in zone for that competition, so far from what he projects here on the platform. Really jovial guy. Opening now with 175.
Oh, it went a little bit over his face and tried to maybe balance it out, but as we said in the past, it's so hard to hit a recovery push.
It looks like he slipped, I think. We have Raf Kahilig now 177.5, and again, it's worth noting, by missing that crucial 5 kilos in that 280, it actually brought him back. He's now forecasted second behind Mio Florendo, but the great thing about their rivalry is while Mio succeeds in squats, Raf is now opening 17.5 kilos heavier.
He is mean mugging the crowd. Like you said, maybe the bench is where he makes his mark yet again. Mio did look a little more serious on his walkout, so there is a swap in how they
you saw that. You saw how much different the aura is from Mio walking on into bench, and now Raf, almost a reversal of that aura from squats.
The duel just keeps getting more and more entertaining with our 105s. Rafael Lorenzo Kahilig from Avanti on 177.5 on that opener.
And Raf really takes his time.
I like that little look on the bar. Did you count me out?
I'm not sure what he told the referees, and it looks like the referee wants to talk to him because of that. I'm not sure what happened. There does seem to be some type of conversation right now. I'm not quite sure what happened. It looks like there was a mistake apparently in his rack height, but we're just trying to clarify what happened. I do think Raf was upset. I think the rack height wasn't what he was expecting, but they're fixing it up now, of course.
Either way,
I do think that was a good lift for Raf Kahilig. And now we have Raymond Debuque, our heaviest bencher, opening 192.5. It is worth noting this was 200 before we took that break. Maybe not feeling as strong as he wanted on the day, which is still says a lot considering it's 192.5. This is way more over that 400 threshold. And I asked if there's anything specific that Raymond wanted to hit today, and I do think out of all the lifts, he does want that bench record.
it is pretty much a statement, though, to say that, yeah, I'm not feeling too strong today. Maybe let's load up 192 instead of 200. But maybe he's working towards that. I doubt that there was anything really wrong with that 192 anyway.
I do think he will be working towards that, and even if he's not feeling the best, and let's say he just goes 5 and then 3.5, that still gives him the bench record because he does hold it at 200.5.
That's a ridiculous amount to bench. I think everybody backstage is also telling me you are going to see a 200 bench, and we're definitely building up towards something of that nature. Bench number 2 for Julius Barredo, I believe. Yes, there he is from the Southern Bad Boys. 10 kilo jump for him. Now, taking a look at yet another one of those closer grip benches. A little bit of a slowdown there, but nothing but a temporary stoplight for Mr. Julius Barredo.
And so sorry for interrupting, but we've actually seen something really common. That is something common with those lifters who tend to have a more closer grip. It does look like it's so slow, but then again, I think it's just because it's such a long way down and a long way
it's
up.
Just like you're slowly unfolding your elbows also, but at the same time, very, very insightful as always from Miss Savvy. 142.5 for John Robert Mayok. 142.5. Oh,
asking for help from a spotter, I think. Yep, looking for help from a spotter. Again, really having to fight for that way up, but successful fight for John Mamawag. Jomari Esmenda now 145 being loaded on the bar for him.
And with that being said, so far, the bench number 2s have been pretty solid. We just don't want a stoplight situation again from a bench number 3. At the same time, we keep saying that we don't want it to happen. But statistically, it's come to bite us in. Yes, it bites us. It bites us.
Taking his time now to set up for that 145. Again, we still are in second attempts, and you just want to take things slow and you don't want to exert yourself too much. We are in the halfway point of the meet.
And I think with a lot of things, there is a bit of a dip on the pacing at this specific halfway point of the meet, because again, that's where the fatigue sets in slowly. Sure, it's not an intense dip, but you do kind of feel those slopes downward.
We have Cody Chua now 150 on the bar, taking that 5 kilo jump. Again, he does have a nominated best of 152.5. He did walk off the platform with some notes to his coach, to his handler. Not necessarily sure what about, but hopefully it was successfully addressed as he takes his 150 kilo bench.
Still really digging into that bench, and it's already turning red actually even before the beginning of this lift. That's a lot of built up tension that's looking to fight its way back up. And Cody Chua just gets stuck down with...
I do think that was a technique thing though.
He's surprised. He looked a little surprised.
Because I think the press command, the way it touched his chest, maybe not as smooth as he wanted, so it took a while for that press command, and I do think he jumped it, realized he didn't get it, and then tried for it again. But of course, we've seen a similar thing happen in the earlier flight where someone missed their second and bounced back by the third, and hopefully Cody can do the same thing for himself.
Technicality is both a blessing and a curse, especially for some of these lifts, but that's the first red light we've experienced on bench number 2 so far. 152.5 for Mr. Rodison to keep challenging for that 105.
Really fighting for that lift, expecting 2.5 to 5 for him, especially because that sticking point at the lockout, it's harder than it seems. It's really hard to just extend that elbow, especially when you have so little room left.
Honestly, while the camera hasn't really showed us while there's a lift, because obviously this is the highlight. The athletes are our highlight. And Mio looking to try and catch up to his faded rival with the bench 165. He does have a very explosive push.
And it's the same story that we saw earlier in the 93s. Mio knows that maybe his bench isn't as close as it is to Raf's, and just making sure he gets in all those kilos. I know for a fact that Mio has never done 170 on the platform, and I know he's hoping to change that 165, moving really, really good. I do think they might play it safe and do 2.5, but we just have to wait and see. It also does matter on the confidence of the athlete. Can I lock that out? Because we do see his right arm slowly taking longer to extend, but of course we'll just have to wait for his third. Yuan Tucena now 167.5 on the bar.
I'm really curious too, with that explosive motion, you think there's a little bit more room to know when to fight it? Because when you're exploding, you're just kind of going like that, right? So where's the sticking point? How do you identify the sticking point if it's fast up? But with so many questions in mind, Yuan all in for this 167.5, I believe. And Mr. Lucena, pretty decent outing so far, but we'll have to make up a little bit from that one missed squat.
A good lift for Yuan Lucena. Taking a quick look at what his nominated best bench is. His nominated bench is 180, so he does have a lot of room to move forward from there. Ramsel Chodosho now reattempting 175. I'm not quite sure what
was the error,
what the error was, but it does look like he was kind of motioning that his foot kind of slipped. That could be one of the factors. We have seen the spotters and loaders brushing the rug every now and then, but of course Ramsel now 175.
That's command given, and yeah, 175.
Much cleaner. 175 for him. That should be a good lift, and it is a good lift. Giving a bit of a sigh of relief for getting that on the board again. It's a bit scarier when you miss a lift and you're not, and it wasn't due to a technicality and just not being able to successfully lock it out. So really nice of Ramsel to have bounced back. And now we have the second Teodosio brother, 177.5 for him now. And again, such a strong family.
I know. I wonder what their family reunions are like. But with that being said, Ross Teodosio leaving it out, or rather leaving all of it out on the platform, looks to body 177.5. Has the most insane squat I've ever personally witnessed. And this bench could build up to something a bit higher too, depending how this 177.5 goes.
Oh, and Ross Chodosho is just looking strong. 180 now for Ken Austria. Again, another record. I think he has broken the squat record. Looks to extend the junior bench record, and I'm actually quite surprised that he's only gotten his junior record now, because he has been competing as a junior in a lot of other lifts, probably in different categories, maybe perhaps college, and this is his first time in junior itself. We do have a lot of categories, but of course 180 now for Ken Austria, blowing 172.5 out of the water when he took it for his opener.
This time being a little bit more specific with the assist on that launch. Ken Austria, lots of good things to say about this junior. I have to remember this is a junior. Once again, Father Time's assailants. Those arms are looking like they want to take this 180. And like you said, perhaps this is the day where he breaks yet another bench record.
And a really good fight. Still a good lift for Ken Austria, and 2.5 kilos away. Actually, even less. I think it's 1.5 or 2 kilos flat away from a 400-pound bench, and we will for sure be seeing that at least just 180 2.5. But now we have 185.5 for Raffle Kahilig.
185.5 to take a record for himself.
He set this record in 2023 during the 2023 Asians Classic Powerlifting, and I'm just gonna say, I looked back to take a look at Raph before he stepped on the platform, and it looked like he wanted to kill me. So it's safe to say he's really locked in. Everyone in this venue is his op.
Either way, the bar is what's in front of him, and he looks to bend this record to his will. 185.5, again, 400 on the bench. The command is given, and it goes up.
I do think 3 wides is a good lift. I do think it is a bit difficult, especially since he tempos it so much. I do think he used to sink his bench. I think he's really trying to go for that soft touch, and you can really see it with how slow he brings that bench down. But I do think there was a significant amount of slowing down between his 177 and his 185. We might see 190, but even a 188 or just something that holds on to that chip would be really good. Maybe 190.5, but of course, first we have 197.5 for Raymond Debuque, and again, the record of Raymond stands at 200.5.
I'm shaking my head again. Like, sometimes it's just still unbelievable to see these types of numbers being tossed around, but we are still expecting the 200 to come out at some point. This 197 will dictate the pace of that final lift, but one of the OGs of the community looking to once again show the young guns how to prop this up. Oh, strong attempt there, but I'm not sure if it
could, again, we've seen it happen. Maybe the second not feeling as good, but being able to assess where maybe they could have gone wrong in that attempt. So we've seen it successfully already, I think twice in the previous lift, in the previous flight. So
There is another chance, of course, for Raymond to be able to retake that 197.5. And again, not far off from his all-time best of 200.5.
Ridiculous as it is, we do have one more bench attempt here by Julius Barredo from Southern Bad Boys. Guest lifter, again, one of our very, very few guest lifters, if not the only guest lifter of the meet. And we are at the no man's land that is known as bench 3.
And I hope it doesn't go the way of Flight O.
That's good there.
Flight N, I mean, Julius Barredo already starting strong with a successful lift.
I thought you went O because you're surprised. It's Flight O. It is really getting to that time of the evening. But 145.
First noted for John Robert Mamawag.
Mamawag, pardon me.
Robert Mamawag giving nothing but smiles to the camera as he gets set up for this 145. Again, John Robert Mamawag currently forecasted third, relatively far ahead, but could possibly catch up to the second depending on how things go.
I like that there's always a possibility to catch up, but once again, everybody's going to try and push away anybody at their tailcoats, and John...
And it just stops moving, and it's a no lift, but he does give the camera a thumbs up and a smile, and that was just 2.5. Like we said, while it adds a lot, it also isn't that much of a loss. 150 now for Jomari Esmenda.
150, I believe, for Jomari Esmenda, like you said. Loading up onto the bar, our 105 men's open competitor here. I think 145, again, drawing back into my memory, seemed like it was a walk in the park. Maybe he wants to go back and take another lap. 150 is no joke. Oh,
and just a bit too heavy as well for Jomari Osmenda, and this might be it. This might be when we start seeing that same sea of red. And again, we cannot stress it enough. The statistic is the bench third is the most missed lift. We have Cody Chua now reattempting 150. Kind of got a bit of a... I'm not even sure what to call it. I think he just didn't expect the press command to take as long as it did.
Like you see, like you said, this could be a sea of red, and a lot, and I mean a lot of those subtotals are gonna be afloat.
Better job at bringing that bar to his chest. He does successfully have 145, but again, the third red now on the board. 157.5 for Rodison Esmondo.
Rodison looking to part again to see.
I think we should, I feel like I've said this phrase so many times, but it's worth noting. Rodison initially at the start forecasted over 30 kilos away from Ken, Austria, but now actually just 22 kilos.
It might sound like a gigantic gap, ladies and gents, but that is definitely possible, especially with the amount of lifts we have moving forward. But number one on the board to do is this third bench. Difficult on that third bench, and the trend continues. The woes plague our adventures so far.
170 now for Mio Florendo. I know I've never seen him even attempt 170, I think. But again, his nominated best bench is 165. If he gets this bumps that up by 5 kilos, and I did hear him. Maybe you heard someone give a really loud roar right before their attempt, and that's actually Mio Florin, the 170. And again, he's such an explosive lifter, and you can really see all of that power once he gets it off that chest. And again, he's been having a really good day, 5 for 5 now, and the most confident he's ever been going into a meet.
That could be an indicator how this step goes, and he fights it all the way up.
And he just gets stuck at the top, that same sticking point that we saw in that 165. And with that, the roles are, again, like you said, now the roles are reversed. Initially on squats, we had Raff missing his third, and Mio using that opportunity to swoop in, even got a record. But of course, before we get to Raff, you had Lucena now, 177.5. And I can hear the boss music again.
But we're only at bench number 3 though. But look at that. Going into position is Mr. Johan Lucena. Like you said, 177, one of the more impressive benchers definitely of the evening.
Oh, he's really fighting for it. I think this is it. And it's a good lift for you and Placena, and I do hope this is the sign. This is exactly what happened on squats on the same flight. Everyone missing until that one person gets that bench, and it's nothing but green. Right after, we have Ramsel Chidosha hoping to create that same pattern, 180 on the bar. He did have a bit of a struggle in his initial attempt at 175. Cleaned it up for his second and hoping to add 5 kilos more onto that.
It's been incredibly close for this evening. And like you said, the streak of woes could potentially be over. The crowd just does not give Ram enough to continue that, and that's actually 2 missed benches for him. However, his total would still get a respectable, I believe, stop at 455. But now, Ken Austin, all-time best and a record for our junior, walking up to the bar, to the bench. Takes a deep breath.
And again, 177.5 was actually his best nominated bench. So 180 already beating that whole small. And I do think he's got it.
What do the lights say?
I do think we'll be seeing 3 white lights, 2 white lights. So it's still a good lift. A new record, and he can say he benches 400 pounds.
Incredible stuff by our 105s. But Ross
Chidosha up next, trying to extend his own record. He does hold the record at 180. Setting it in last year's Raw Nationals, actually. So this is a year later, and he still wants to push that record even further.
Ross has been on a tear, and he's still carving out his warpath. Getting ready for this massive attempt yet again. They are tossing 400 pounds like it's absolutely nothing.
And again, the
Oh,
sticking point we've seen with so many of the lifters, actually specifically in this flight, because due to that sinking technique, it does rely more on, because there's so much explosiveness on the way up, it really does rely on your tricep being able to lock that out. And now we have Raf Kahilig 188, which is what I was predicting for him, because that 185.5 did not move fast enough to warrant at 5 kilos drop.
and at the same time, there's something so poetic about a bench monster versus a squat monster dueling it out.
And I feel like you don't, it's so close because they have the same deadlift opener.
You can't make this any better, ladies and gents. Raf Kahilig to stay in contention for a duel of the ages.
188.5 now for him. See what the judges say, though. There could have been some downward movement called on that, and it's a 2-1. You say no lift. There was downward movement.
Perhaps asking a little bit on how that 188 would move for him. Doesn't look too bothered about it, to be honest with you.
It is, again, it was 2.5. So, of course, that 2.5 matters, but again,
like you said, those loose plates, the loose kilos can clang on to your memories if it's what makes the lead.
but that just makes the deadlift even more exciting. Looking at the forecast, they're just so close to each other.
That's actually ridiculous. That margin is so small.
It's a 0.5 difference. But of course, before we can get to that, Raymond Debuca reattempting 197.5. He did say he was gonna get this one on his second try. And again, just like session end, only 3 lifters successfully got their third bench. And that concludes the bench press.
That has been a very entertaining set of benches. But now, guys, we, after this 10-minute break, are going to set up the floor-shaking, thunderous lifts of the monsters. Deadlifts up ahead, guys. And remember, this would not be possible without all our lovely sponsors. And SBD PH Nationals 2025 would not be possible without our presenters. SBD, Eleco, PAP, affiliated with the IPF, the APF, the PSC, the POC, alongside Play Hard, the RACCO, Whale Nutrition Co., and Equinox, as well as SM North EDSA.
And of course, we'd like to thank the list of all our other sponsors who really made this possible. Let's look at the camera. This one.
Is that one?
This one. Thank you to Radisson Park Inn, Pagcor, Gymzilla, Deer Diet, Amino Vital, Hybrid Strength, Manuel Barbell Club, Aster Media, and M Sports. And guys, the deadlift session in the 105s, we have Raf and Mio, 0.5 difference on their totals, and they're opening up with the same thing. But of course,
so I was looking at it. It's fine, guys. I have a leg up versus having been finding the camera then.
And of course, stay tuned. It's a quick 10-minute break. Get your water in, get your snacks. If you're watching, continue watching this stream, and We have a lot of big deadlifts coming up.
Stay tuned. We will be right back.
What?
Ay, di ka kita.
Wala, ayaw na nila ako nagsama.
Lifters, 1 minute to go to submit your opening rack for the deadlifts. Again, ladies and gentlemen, maraming salamat po sa pagsama ninyo sa amin for the past 3 days here at the SBD PH Nationals 2025. It has been a fun competition for all of us here in the powerlifting community. Of course, papasalamatan natin uli yung mga sponsors natin, The Rock.co, TheRock.co is your one-stop shop for gym equipment, lifting gear, and apparel perfect for Filipino lifting enthusiasts, powerlifters, and CrossFit athletes, bodybuilders, and more. Discover top-tier products from the most elite brands in strength training. You just follow TheRock.co on their official website, www.therock.co.co. You can follow them on their Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube with the handle at TheRock.co.ph for exclusive updates on premium gym equipment, lifting gear, and apparel. Stay strong, live safe, and best of luck in your competition from TheRock.co. Of course, kanina pa namin sinasabi, magkakaroon tayo ng raffle after our competition. So just stay here and we will distribute or give out prizes from TheRock.co. Thank you din sa Eleiko. Attention strength enthusiasts. Elevate your lifting experience with Eleiko, the world's leading brand for precision-engineered weightlifting and powerlifting equipment. Lift heavy, lift safe, lift Eleiko. Of course, our title sponsor, SBD Philippines. SBD isn't just a brand, it's a name trusted by lifters worldwide. Built to meet the strictest requirements for competition, SBD is proud to carry approved apparel by the International Powerlifting Federation that is also approved for its affiliates like the Powerlifting Association of the Philippines. That's why it's the go-to choice for champions and lifters striving to push their boundaries. Stay connected to SBD Philippines in their social media channels with the handle at SBD Philippines for updates on strength apparel that meets the needs of lifters on the world stage. Our SBD PH Nationals 2025 is also organized by the Equinox Athlete Management, the trailblazing professional sports management team with a common goal of developing and supporting athletes on their journey onto the world stage, bringing the passion for sport to life in a whole new way. That's Equinox Athlete Management Way. And also Amino Vital. Amino Vital is the #1 brand in Japan, committed to delivering the highest quality amino acid sports nutrition products. Amino Vital Jelly is a ready-to-drink amino acid supplement containing 3,000 mg of amino acid, including 1,700 mg of BCAA. Intake of Amino Vital helps reduce fatigue and improves endurance during intensive training or exercise. Get your free samples today at their booth on the left side of the stage. Seems our 10-minute official break has ended. Requesting our loaders, spotters to please come onto the platform. Get the order of the deadlifts for the first attempt at flight N. We will start with Danny Brutas Jr. at 212.5, Gervasio Magno III at 215, Kaiser Bompat at 225, JC Riliera at 230, Rafi Pangandaman at 240, Nico Marcelo at 245, Aaron Ignacio at 250, Noel Yonzon at 255, JC Guzman at 260, Johan Chen at 270, Lennon Socobillo at 285, Mr. Redulia at 290, and Jason Garauran at 290.
our loader spotters. Please proceed to the platform. Or else you will have a dance performance later.
Yung uso dyan, ganyan talaga yan. Tanggalan kasi yung black load. Yung uso dyan, yung mauso dyan, naipit dyan.
Okay lang yan.
War.
Those watching via online at Sports PH sa live streaming, magandang gabi po sa inyo. Pa-heart naman sa mga comments dyan. Please comment who is your best lifter and receive the best lifter trophy in our major awarding ceremonies later. Start at 212.5 for Danny Brunas. See Danny already, the back of our LED screen. Check. Head. Attention loaders. Dalawa pa naman nandito sa harap. Please proceed here at the platform. We need more loaders. Can I start our last deadlift for flight in? Wala pa kayo. Yung mga wala pa, yung mga loaders na wala pa dito sa sayaw mamaya. Alright, the bar is loaded for Danny Brunas Jr.
Hello everyone, welcome back and let's head right into things. Danny Brutas opening on our deadlifts, our last deadlift session for this entire meet. 212.5, looking really good for him.
We're just about to get into the swing of things, guys. As mentioned by Ms. Savvy, we are opening the deadlifts, the greatest creation in the history of man, the most important creation in the history of man. Gervasio Magno, I believe, is walking up to the bar as he waits for the load. And again, our openers from the men's Master 1 division. I cannot wait to see how the battle unfolds later into the flights. We've had a little bit of number crunching behind the scenes, and there are some narrow margins that could decide who takes it all, but I feel like I'm getting a little too excited. 225 for Kaiser Bomb Pop as an opener. Jumping back to the 93s for the men's open.
The bar's going in for Kaiser Bomb Pop.
225 now for Kaiser. Looking really good so far. 5 for 6.
I don't think we've talked about any lifters going 9 for 9 just yet.
I don't think there is anyone who can, at least in this flight. Good lift though for Kaiser.
Oh man, this fight has just been gruesome all the way through. This is truly the finest powerlifting we have to offer. And again, you've hyped me up, you've prepped me up for the proverbial day 3. Actually, no, the literal day 3 of this event. And at the summit is where the Giants lay. 230 for Mr. John Carrillera for this opening from Baguio Barbell.
John Carrillera really taking his time with this 230.
A lot of patience.
Really fast. 230 for John, and 250 is his nominated best best deadlift, and we've seen same thing on squat, same thing on bench. He just wants to set that up on his second and go for a meet PR on his third. We have Rafi Pangandaman now, 240 on the bar for him.
Fun fact, in Bisaya, Andaman means to get ready. And if you say Pangandaman, I think the literal translation is to get ready for. And we could not, unfortunately, defend ourselves from the mogging that we've just witnessed.
And Rafi now getting ready for this 240 on the bar.
I'm trying to go through the stats here as that 240 is going to fly up for Rafi Pangandaman, and his nominated best for the Deads, I believe, is at 255, so perhaps a 15 kilo addition throughout the next 2 lifts could be in the making, maybe even more.
Really easy. 245 for Nico Marcelo.
Things are getting chillier and chillier as the night passes, but the competition will slowly heat us back up. Big smile for the camera showing the world is not. We do have, I believe, how many places is that? I can't count.
It does seem like we lost access to the lifting cast for a little while.
So 250 opener, I believe.
Yep, this is 250 on the bar for John Ignacio.
That's a good lift for A-Rod. Motor speeds go 255 for Aurelion's on.
Mr. Yanzon, I believe, is looking ready to step to the platform, and once again a suit change, a singlet change rather. Looking confident with his opener of, I believe, 255.
Again, this is a record for Mr. Yunzon. Not sure if on the deadlift or the total, or maybe just both. Really strong with a 250 pull for him, or 255.
We're still getting our lifting cast. At least we're attempting to get it back. Big thank you to production and everybody involved to get things as smooth as possible. And JC Guzman looking to load up for his 260 now as an opener. Definitely getting heavier and heavier as we progress. But as we said, lifting cast, taking a little bit to load here. Conventional pull and a very, very easy one at that.
That's a good lift. Loads these goes to 70 for Yon Chak.
Yung smooth part sa loob.
We have the loaders now getting ready, wiping down the bar, and you can request the bar.
Bar is loaded for Yon Chak.
Let me check. Kasi yun yung nangyari kahapon.
Okay.
Pardon us for the technical difficulties, ladies and gents. There is a lack of an overlay at the moment, but rest assured our lifters are doing their best to get things going still. Great opener still.
It's a good lift for Yon. Most we go 285 for Nets. Bar is loaded for Netos Ocopillo.
We have Lenus Ocobillo now again. Sorry for that little technical difficulty. We have Lenus Ocobillo now opening with 285. He is forecasted third right now in the 93 division. He has lifted 300 in his most recent Davao meet. I think that was held last December. 285, looking really, really good for Lenus. I'm thinking, I feel like it's safe to say we might see 305 if there's no one trying to catch up to him and he can do a personal lift for that third. I do think we will be seeing a 305 from Lenus, but right now we have Nestor Redulia at 290, and we are already in their final two openers. Both Nestor and Mark Galauran taking 290.
Definitely one of the heavier introductory pulls. One of the heavier open pulls here. Locking in is Mr. Redulia. And he's looking to make this bar fly up.
It's a good lift for
Nestor Redulia.
safe weight at 290, please.
And we have 290 now for Mark Galauran. This is not a deadlift record, but it is in fact a total record. Jason Galauran currently already holds this deadlift, this total record at I think 738.5 or 737.5. And if he does get this 290, it
pushes it all the way up to 758.5.
Already a considerable jump too for Mr. Galauran. And like you said, he's been really strong all day long. We don't really expect a dip in his deadlifts at all. And this could just solidify everything that he's worked towards since the afternoon session has started. But
again, I have seen a 320 deadlift from him. And of course, it's also... This actually puts Jason Galauran in contention for even that best lifter. He is also in the open and could possibly bring home that ring. 290 now moving. Ooh.
The nightmare on lift.
Oh, it's a good lift. I do think while it was fast and while we've seen that wobble at the top, there was no downward. You are allowed to set yourself if it's too fast, but as long as that bar does not go down, it is a good lift. And Jason now with a really good 290, leading ahead of Nestor by, I think, 20 to 25 kilos. Their totals currently escape me, but Jason just had that big advantage on bench.
Like you said, it's just been such a good outing for one of our juniors, and to think that he did survive that wobble is always a good sign. A very, very clean deadlift here for Mr. Well, there you go. You heard it there first, folks.
The lifting cast is currently down. We can't see things exactly, but I'm hearing 235 now for Gervasio Magno.
Just making sure everybody, so we don't jumble up the names in case of an ordering change for whatever reason. But we did see Mr. Danny Brutas accept that 220 and succeed. Gervasio Magno walking up with a 20 kilo jump on this deadlift. Again, one of the two men's master division on this flight.
As a good lift for Gervasio.
3 wet lights for Gervasio.
Those speeds go to 37.5.
Chaser Bombat as well with a pretty sizable 12.5. I think it's 225 is really convincing. So at this point, this type of jump is pretty much a feeling out lift, I feel like. But it does look like everybody's still getting behind him. Lot of energy. Another conventional pull. That's a lockout, and that is no issue.
It's a good lift for Chaser Bombat. He does hold his chest a little as he walks off, and we saw a similar lifter do something like that the other day. It does start to cramp, having to hold on to that bar, but JC Riliera now feeling really good. His opener moved really, really well. 242.5 for him.
242 loaded on to the bar. Riliera looking to conquer this and just slowly setting up again. We can't tell how much time there is. I'm pretty sure everybody's manually keeping track of that just to keep the integrity of the sport. But rest assured, there's going to be a lot of time. Lift command is rather good.
And a good lift for JC Riliera, and I think we do have to let you know we no longer have access to the lifting cast. It's no longer updating on our end, so unfortunately we can't really give you the play-by-plays anymore since we also don't know what the lifters are going to be putting up. 242.5 now, though we can see for Rafi Pangandaman. And as you said, it means to get ready for
Well, he's definitely been quite a spark plug, especially with his lift, obviously first and foremost, but at the same time he's been giving a little bit of love to the camera. Now, we're still waiting on him. We do see the timer start to tick.
And I do think he won't be taking this attempt because if you're looking at it, it actually says 242.5. And he did open with a really speedy 240. He could just be opting.
Oh yeah, 240 like you said.
He could be opting to just run out that timer and give another attempt. But of course, we don't know if that 240 was his limit. 255 now for Nico Marcelo.
Mr. Marcelo's had a good run so far. Did miss that third bench, I believe, which has been a common problem all throughout the days. Nico Marcelo looking to get 255 off the floor and into the books for him, just helping his totals a little bit and getting an additional lift on to himself.
That's a good lift for Nico.
It's a good lift for Nico Marcelo. 265 now for Lucky Yonzon, further extending that record.
He has been absolutely tearing that men's master division that we've reminded everybody that he's just found himself in very, very recently. At the same time, his numbers, even for the open, are still quite competitive. And Noel Lucky Yonzon waiting to step onto the stage. I believe he's already eclipsed the 700 total, if I'm not mistaken. This is just going to push it up like you have just said. Opened with the 255. And now looking to conquer yet another late addition, or 265 to this.
And just like his bench technique, you'd think he's slowing down and that he's not going to be able to get it. But really good 265 for him. He does a little crown motion as he walks off. He is still limping. We saw it on his squats. But I do think he's still going to try to push for maybe 5 more kilos. John Ignacio now 275.
Do you think he might actually, or at least for Mr. Yonzon, to maybe potentially waive a few more attempts if that leg is still bothering him? Because so far, it is well above anybody's reach, at least for that record for the Masters division. An attempt at 275, I believe, like you just said. With all those late stacked up. Lightweight. Yeah, buddy. There's the lockout.
Really good 275 for John Ignacio. JC Guzman now 280.
The bar is loaded for JC Guzman.
JC Guzman has a nominated best deadlift of 272.5. So if this is successful, it is a big meet PR 7.5 and just on second attempt.
Always a good sign to see those second attempts absolutely take a big jump, or at least even any jump really from your nominated best. A bit of a shake on the way up, but with the lockout looking steady and stable, no issue. Referees.
It's a good lift for JC.
A good lift for JC, and with that he does set a new meet PR for himself. 287.5 now for Yuan Chan. He does have a nominated best of 305. And I do think this is a big jump from his opener. So he could just be pacing himself for that. To match that 305 on the platform. Potentially also maybe pull himself in the podium depending on how Lennox moves. But I do think Lennox is.
He's definitely taking his time. But like you said, it is just about pacing and trying to get all your energy from any corner of your body at this point. Yes, we're still at the second dead, but this can still prove to be incredibly draining. Timer is still at 26 seconds though, so there's still a little bit of leverage, and he's definitely taking his time with all of that.
17 seconds left on the timer. 10 seconds. Cutting it close with 3 seconds left on the timer, but it's a good lift for Yuan Chan.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're just still trying to sort out a few technical issues here. Pardon us, but as we've said, at least we are still getting our lifters right on the money here.
We have Mark Jason Galauran, 297.5, extending that record, and like we said, he is quite far ahead. He already is 30 kilos ahead of Nestor Redulia, and I do think, I did the math for Jason Galauran, his GL with his current total is 99, and I do think the highest GL registered was 95, I think. 96 point something by Armand Anunciado the day before. So Jason already securing that 99. That now puts him in the #1 spot for that best lifter, not only in the juniors, but also in the open. And again, on the line for that best lifter is that ring. And it looks like
a really nice ring at that.
It looks like Galauran will not be taking this attempt. I do think they could be conserving some energy because we know despite Nestor being 30 kilos behind, we know he's still gonna try.
That is true.
And I think they're waiting to see how Nestor's second attempt moves and decide from there whether or not he should go for a third. We now have Nestor Redulia, 305, and I think that means
this could be his kingmaker too.
Oh wait, sorry. We have Lenos Ocubilia now, 300. His 285 moved really well, and I do think this is the jumps he took in his Mindanao meet last December to get to 300. He was one of the very first people in Mindanao to ever deadlift 300.
And that is a very, very nice claim to have into a meet that you should be very, very confident with. Another conventional pull is in the making here. And like you said, these monstrous deadlifts have just kept most of these weight classes really competitive. And does he get the lockout? The ref says
it's a good lift, and he's feeling really, really good. And again, his best on the platform is 300. So he's setting himself really well for that third attempt, maybe to hit a PR on the platform, and also setting himself further and further away from those people who might want to try to catch up to Lennox's third place spot right now. We have 305 now for Nestor Redulia.
Like we said, this could potentially be the kingmaker for him again. He's been one of our more massive pullers, especially considering everybody's had a pretty safe opener. Oh, it's him too on the screen. I keep forgetting.
I do think this is a delay. This is not a record attempt. I think it's just been flashing since Galauran's attempt. But 305 now for Nestor. Again, he is 30 kilos behind Galauran at this point.
This could still make a massive difference here. Taking his sweet time. And Nestor Redulia, 4-time champion, looking to capture gold again, and he gets the lift, and that failed by gets absolutely demolished.
National record is now the final deadlift attempts for Lightning. Loaders meet load 230.
And I think with that, we will definitely be seeing Galauran come up to the stage. Again, the lifting cast is not quite updating, but I do think with Nestor adding 15, and again, he was 30 kilos behind. He just added 15, and Galauran opting not to take that. It now puts him... He's now 15 kilos behind. And knowing Nestor, he will pull that. But of course, Danny Brutas now really giving it all, locking it out. He gets it all the way up to his hips, locks it out, and it's a good lift and a really good day for Danny Brutas. And I'm really sorry that we don't have access to the lifting cast and some of the other files that we were looking to reference for these athletes. But what a really good day for Danny Brutas, going now 8 for 9 on his deadlift. We now have JC Liliera.
Well, with everything that you just said, there are going to be a lot of attempts to pull for the win, but Mr. Liliera here looking to conquer potentially a new weight for him. I believe this is already caught up to his nominated best for the deadlifts. And with him on the bar, sets his sights. He's taking his sweet time too. Coming up, it's right past the knees, and he should be happy.
Good lift for JC Liliera. He is happy with that, walking off, and I do think that is a 2.5 jump. 2.5 kilos shy, of course, of that 250, which is his deadlift best, but really happy with the way he paced himself.
Lots of fire still from the crowd and lots of support. Everybody is looking to dig as deep as possible. And again, pardon us, ladies and gents, we are trying to deliver the most accurate information available. It is looking like this is a good lift though. Just waiting for the lockout.
And it's a good lift. Kaser Bompad now 250, nominated best 245. If he gets this, meet PR. And of course, I do think this is the last Manuel Barbell Club athlete. So I really want to hear that noise from Manuel Barbell Club. Bring that energy. And you can hear them now. They're clapping. They're cheering. 250 on the line for Kaser Bompad. Possibly a new meet PR on the deadlift.
Kaser's been enjoying a pretty stable pace for the most part of the game, but that energy is definitely giving him that extra boost.
And I do think we're going to see a really good lift for Kaser Bompad and an all-time meet PR for him. And it's so nice to see how much heart he had on that lift.
Heart's been honestly the difference maker for a lot of these deadlifts, and I'm glad that everybody's been pushing right through those sticking points. That's again, taking his time, taking his stride for potentially one of his proudest lifts of the evening. He did nominate for a lift that's just about
the same 255, his meet best, hoping to match it here again.
Wow, effortless.
Effortless, honestly had a lot more in the tank. Really easy 255 for a third.
It honestly could have been an extra 7 by the looks of it, and 10 if you're feeling the extra bravado.
It's ours. Come on.
257.5 now.
The bar is loaded for Nico Marcelo.
Nico has had a few stumbles here and there, especially on the bench, but the Deads have been looking pretty coordinated for this man. And as you mentioned, once again, this is something that's way over a nominated best for the deadlift. We've been hearing a lot of motivation as well from, I'm pretty sure, the handlers, the coaches, and everybody just generally supporting Mr. Nico here.
He's fighting for it, and he does have all that encouragement from the people in the crowd. I do think he's going 3 for 3, and it's a good lift for Nico Marcelo.
Always such a good sign, and always a great thing to hear.
We have Lucky Yonzon now, 272.5. I do see a temp change in progress. I'm not sure if that's for him or for a separate lifter.
Yonzon has been excellent throughout the day. Hopefully, once again, he is not too bothered about that leg, because every single lift that's required a little bit more from that lower body has just been making him clench. I believe it was his right leg. But again, another confident walkout. We were asking if he could potentially wave if that injury was still nagging, and now he's taking a good look at the weight that he is attempting to pull.
Just lost at the shins, and he is stumbling a little bit, but he does look to be okay. And still a really good day for Lucky Yonzon, smashing the Master 1 records. I think on all 4 possible records that you could break, we now have John Ignacio 280 on the bar with a nominated best, of course. 280, matching it.
Ignacio looking to make this a statement lift as well. Again, we have said some of these lifters have more than enough gas in the tank to put an extra 7.5 on their best lift. But he's prowling, and now he's getting ready to set himself onto the platform. 40 seconds have been burnt. There's a lot of energy. Hopefully that blood rush is enough.
He's really just, it did come off a few inches off the floor, and he really was fighting for that. JC Guzman now, 285 being loaded up for him. Already the 120 junior champion, if I'm not mistaken, looking to climb that open podium as well.
And it's always been that way for at least the last 3 days. The juniors, once again, are looking to challenge for a podium, at least for the open. A lot being put into this, being very careful about how he sets up. So taking his tea time, but it is a rip and grip, and he's fighting through it. He's trying his best. It's not moving down at the very least.
Wow, he's He's fighting so hard for that lockout, but it just wasn't there. But I do think that was one of the longest fights we've seen.
And we've had a few good ones as well. That's definitely going to be a contender of just a maximum effort for those lifts. On to the next, we do have Mr. Johan taking to the stage, a big smile, a lot of confidence, potentially could be smashing a PR here with 302.5 kg on that bar.
2.5 kg away from his meet best, his nominated meet best. Hoping to end the day with 3 for 3 on the deadlifts, and like we saw yesterday, looking for that sweet spot, that side that maybe hasn't been so beat up by the plates.
He's sizing it up. He's been doing a lot to find that groove. He did have a bit of a battle for that second lift. This extra push for the big 302.5.
Again, taking his time, 12 more seconds.
An honest attempt still, but he doesn't seem too bothered. He actually seems happy that he's pushed it to at least the challenge at 300, which is a number that very few people can even attempt.
We have 305 now. Lennox Ocobillo, again, this will be a meet PR. 300, of course, his previous meet PR he hit in the Mindanao regional meet last December. 305 now, and of course it's Lennox Ocobillo secured in third place medalist for the 93 Open. Again, a really competitive class. It's not even done yet.
Podium for him. Another one to put in the books and be quite happy about. But once again, maybe, just maybe, looking to find another lift. Oh my goodness.
And he's shaking his head. He knows he has it. And that's a meet PR and a good lift.
The rest is good. Same weight.
Definitely a deserved. Big 300 again. He's challenging for the record.
This is what I was expecting from Mark Galauran. I do think they were waiting to see how Nestor's second attempt was going to move, and if it was still worth pursuing a third attempt. He also could have just needed a really long break, but he has done 320, I think, 4 reps. So I do think this is something that's well within range of him, and if he gets this, I don't think Nestor could catch up to that total.
I mean, it's 15, right? That's the current gap.
And so I can't quite see. Is it 305?
It is a 305, just right above Mr. Nestor.
Because if he gets this, he adds another 15, and that's asking Nestor to do 340 almost to get that for that gold. So he has done 320. I think he's even repped it out, so this should be really.
What do the refs have to say? Was it undeniable?
It is a good lift. He's already giving fist bumps, so I am assuming it's a good lift.
That is insanity to even say that you can rep out 320. But like you said, he has been respectful all night. We know he is capable of so much more, but there's never really been anything to indicate that it was an easy lift. It's all respect. From lift 1, 2, 3, all throughout. But like you said, it is a tall order.
It is a tall order, and that just goes to show how strong Galauran is. And this is what
We can't see the number yet, but the number that Nestor has to pull is going to be massive if he wants.
Lewis needs to go 313. 313.
313.
And it looks like Nestor is no longer looking to contest that first place. We can officially announce Jason Galauran as the winner of the 93s, also breaking past that 100 GL. I'm not sure exactly what number his GL is, but it definitely is in the hundreds. We have Nestor now. His all-time best deadlift is 312.5. He hit that all the way back in 2022 and has never deadlifted more than that on the platform. This 313
again
further extends his own record and is just a personal milestone for him. I also don't think he's ever done anything above 310 in training, so these 3 kilos will be an all-time PR for him if successful.
That is a big if, but like you said, the pursuit might be over. But Nestor Redula is chasing the ghost. That is his 312. He takes a bow and he gets ready for this pull. You said he has full 310 in training, but we will see if this 313 goes up.
What a way to end the day for Nestor. He does place second, and it was a tall order again to go up against Jason Galauran, literally claiming best lifter right now. Ending the day at least with a new personal best for Nestor Redulla, and I know he's happy with that.
I definitely, have had a fair share of happy lifts witnessed, but to walk off with such a gracious attitude despite that race slipping away is still the mark of a true champion. But once again,
and again, while we're getting ready, I really want to touch up on that. That was a 312.5 that he set all the way back in 2022, and it took him 3 years. That 313 was fast. I will say he did have more.
I bet he could do 320.
He could have done 320, but of course, that's still 3 years, and for a lot of people, they feel like 3 years without progress, like it's so over, right? But it's making me emotional. Of course, Nestor, same age as me, and this whole thing of Mark Galauran being the younger lifter, of course. I don't want to get too much into it. We are moving into a new flight.
It's okay.
Let's take our seats. We did stand up for that 313. Let's take our seats now, of course.
Again, a new flight for the deadlift attempt.
And it looks like we are taking a bit of a break. They do want to address the lack of overlay. So just to recap, because there was no overlay, and for everyone listening, in first place we have Jason Galauran. 300 and almost 300. Sorry,
it was a 305 pull into
305 pull. I think that puts him almost at a 770 plus total.
But again,
at a body weight of 92.4, his GL's way over the hundreds right now. And I do think the highest GL of all time in the Philippines was 104.
At the end of the day, while we do cheer for obviously some of our personal favorites and for the friends that we compete,
while I do the statistics, please do the honors of thanking everyone who you want to thank or saying what you want to say.
As I was saying again, and a big thank you while we're at it And while I also go through our laundry list of sponsors, while we do have our favorite lifters, while we do cheer for the people who we want to cheer, at the end of the day, that is the future. That could potentially be the Filipino representative of our world. And right now, before getting a little too excited, we would like to thank all our sponsors for the SBD PH Nationals after this attempt, perhaps.
I do think we are getting started, and if it seems like we're not, I do want to give a little recap again. I'm so sorry for cutting you off, but
go ahead.
Because due to the lack of overlay, I feel like maybe people couldn't have caught what exactly happened with that 93, especially if you're not looking at the lifting cast. So I did that. Oh, wait. I'll get back to that once we get another break. Jo Marie now 235.
Next is Yuan Lucena at 240.
And big thank you, by the way, to Miss Savvy for really hitting all those markers for all the info that she actually dumped during those 93s. Those 93s was really exciting. The future for everybody is bright. And for Jo Marie Esmenda, the 235 should be light as a feather for this opener. 3 white flags, I believe.
Those speaker 240, 240 for Yuan Lucena.
We have Johan Placera being set up now. Johan Lucena, I'm so sorry. 240 as his opener attempt. Johan Lucena's best deadlift is registered at 260, so I'm expecting some big jumps, 12 to 15 maybe, depending on the speed of this, if he wants to surpass that 260. But of course, before we get to that point, we have to see how 240 moves for Mr. Lucena.
Well, this could open him up for some pretty considerable jumps to that build-up, but as the openers continue, the deadlifts are really thundering right through. Next, I believe, is Ken Austria, who's been pretty powerful all around, opening with a 245.
And Ken Austria, it is worth noting that he, due to his training style, he has a specific training style that focuses really on squatting and benching a lot, and that's why his deadlift does tend to open less than his squat. But don't get it wrong, he is still very, very, very strong. 245 on a program that doesn't really make him deadlift a lot at all.
That is just a sheer strength, and especially looking like he's setting up on a conventional pull. Looks like it's in the works. 245. Like you said, if this is not normally within the program, that is still a ridiculous lift.
250 moving so well for Ken Austria. And again, his nominated deadlift is 250.
There's still a little bit of technical issues that is surrounding some of our resources, but there's really no knocking out the barbell. Thankfully, we do have, I believe, is Cody Chua walking up with also a 250 opener. He was a little, I guess, disappointed on some of those bench attempts because it did look like that missed call or him taking a little bit of time on the press command just kind of gassed him out. So that's precious kilos.
And even on the squat, despite being one of the few lifters to get their third squat, he actually was disappointed with how that moved.
And that says a lot. I mean, even on your best days, even when you're lifting numbers that do fly on your best days, sometimes they can be really unpredictable.
250 still moving really well. Maybe a 12.5 jump. I do think his best is 270. Double checking. Yep, his best is 270. So 262 to maybe
272.5 for a meet PR. Just to close things out on a good day, he did not have the best squats and the best bench. Despite going 3 for 3 on squats, he did seem like he wasn't happy with how that moved. And while they're loading things up now,
Yeah, I mean, as you mentioned, there are some things that definitely he would like to iron out, especially moving forward the rest of the year. Big reminder, it is only February and we're already having such a great time here at the SBD PH Nationals. Mr. Rodison, who was initially challenging for the top spot, still is pretty much in contention for podium if he can make it up with these deadlifts.
Especially because Rodison has that advantage. Deadlifting, this is 260, so he is deadlifting 15 kilos heavier than Ken Austria. There still is that 22.5 kilo gap between them, but we did see Mr. Rodison taking those bigger jumps and slowly closing in on that gap.
Oh. 3 white flags, and like you said, those kilos could really come in clutch. Ken has been on a tear. Maybe he could be a bit ambitious too, since he's pushed over the 700 mark, I believe. But now we have John Robert Mamao coming on to a 265 opener. Everything else has been relatively conservative on his other openers, but this is by far his most competitive lift.
And I do think John Robert Mamawag also giving all smiles. I do remember nothing but smiles despite not getting his third attempt on the squat and on the bench. Really strong opening with 265.
Like we said, a pretty competitive lift for him.
And really easy.
So easy.
265.
The Tadosho brothers actually have a pretty similar deadlift opener. I mean, 5 kilos at this point is... I don't want to say like it's negligible, but this is by far the closest I believe they're opening.
The Chadosho brothers, of course, 165 now. I'm sorry, 265 for Ramzel Chadosho. And again, I'm so sorry we don't have the overlay right now. We will try our best to explain what's happening. Do the math because there's a lot of fighting. We will do that math for you. 265 now for Ramzel Chadosho.
Ram. Definitely trying to get a little bit more onto his totals, and this is very, very smooth. No shake, nothing degrading on the way up. And I believe Big Ross is following it up with a record attempt on his next lift.
270 for Ross. I'm gonna double check if this is a deadlift record.
The bar is loaded for Ross Yodosho at 270.
I think this could be...
Next are Dave Florendo and Raymond Dilbover.
This could be a deadlift record or a total record. Unfortunately, I'm not sure what his total currently is at. His forecasted total, if he gets this, is gonna be 772.5, and he does hold the record at 770.
Again, it's really his own records that he's been solidifying.
It is his weight class, at least for the juniors, fighting with open at the moment with Raymond Debuque. 772, moving really good for Ross Yodosho.
And to think that he's actually inching closer and closer to an 800 total. Maybe not achievable right now, but in the future, when he grows out of that junior category, and it is going to be crazy. But there is a lot of preparation here for Mr. Mio, who looks to try and equalize, rather get ahead in this duel.
And I feel like it's worth reminding everyone that Mio and Raf are separated by only 0.5 of a kilo. Both of them actually going up on their deadlift openers. Mio 285, and there's just something about this being the last session of the day, the closest fight we've seen so far.
And so far, again, Mio looked incredibly animated on that squat. Everything else after that has been pretty serious. You did say he misses 270. Hasn't, I believe, done that in a meet just yet, or
170, yeah. But of course,
170.
285. Ooh, moving really good for Mio Florendo. And I can't stress enough the amount of confidence this guy has had leading into the meet. He actually even went to this venue a few days earlier than, because we were here the day before. Mio actually checked in 2 days before to scout the area, to find the best places to refeed, to warm up, to use the restroom. That's how dedicated.
Efficient.
That's how dedicated, min-maxing this entire meet before he even registered.
Honestly, I'm not surprised. Again, everybody has been taking this incredibly seriously, and so, again, it's really all those small things leading up to the lift itself. Were you comfortable in your warm-up? Did you hit it in the right spot? But one of the OGs here, Raymond Debuque, opening with close to a 300 pull, 290 to be exact.
Yup, and his nominated best is 310. Oh, I'm sorry, his nominated best is actually 325. But I do know a few weeks out of the meet, Raymond actually messaged saying he didn't even want to do this meet. He wanted to pull out of the meet. I also think he strained his glute, but by the looks of that 290, that no longer seems to be an issue.
Well, I think it's a great luxury to have, to not say you don't want to do this meet and have pulled up some very respectable numbers. In fact, Julius Barredo looking to do the same with a 290 pull. Barredo has been quite, wouldn't necessarily say behind on some of these lifts, but the gaps have been pretty telling. But 290 on a deadlift, on an opening deadlift for our guest lifter, pushing his totals, if this goes well, to 665.
And again, for reference,
good lift for Julius
Barredo. And for reference, his best deadlift is 280. He's already surpassed it. Raf Kahilig now also opening with his best deadlift at 295. I do think he holds the deadlift record, if I'm not mistaken. I do have to double check.
Oh.
He does hold the deadlift record in the 105 weight class at 310.
The bar is loaded for Raf Kahilig.
But again, Raf has been dealing with a lot of injuries, specifically in the back. That's been making it a bit hard for him to make progress on that squat and on that deadlift. But of course, still gonna try his best. He likes to say it a lot, through all adversity is what he likes to say. 295 now.
Oh, such an easy 295. The experiment itself.
It's so hard to root for anyone because they're just so confident and
soulful.
Like, you can tell how much Raf and Mio really want this, and
they're really neck and neck right now. It is such a close gap, and like you said, this is such a soulful competition.
And it's just so hard to root for someone, because at the end of the day, there can only be one champion in this weight class, and they're both trying so hard to
to make sure that they are worthy, that they fully earn that title. And again, this is the best of the best. They're 0.5 away, I think, still. And
at this point, Mr. Kahilig and
The bar is
Leo
good for
are
Shomari Esmenda.
the gap is definitely closing, especially because of that 295. But like you said, maybe a few things to be concerned about, especially on Raph's end. But let's refocus back to Deadlift 2. Mr. Jomari Esmenda opening with a 250. There is definitely a palpable pressure in the air.
That's a good win for Shomari.
And my goodness, everybody's still turning up the heat. Ken Austria should be the next to take to the stage.
And we finally have our lifting cast up. Ken Austria now forecasted first, already a total of 402. I'm gonna take a look at Rodison Esmundo, see if it's possible for him to catch up. He does have a forecasted total now of 595 with a current running total of 675. So Ken Austria taking these really small jumps, and Rodison using that as an opportunity for him to get that title. And I said Ken Austria is actually the strongest 105 by a mile, but really we have Rodison trying to prove me wrong. But of course we do have to see this 252.5 by Mr. Ken Austria. And okay,
oh my goodness,
he's letting Rodison know it's not going to be that easy to take that title away from him.
like you said, this is not just one duel happening in this flight. It is an absolute mosh pit.
Yuan Lucena now 255, his best deadlift nominated 260, so this is what we were expecting, that 15 kilo jump at 255, and then ending the night with a BPR.
Lucena 255, like you said, should bump his totals up just by a little bit. I believe it is going to be a 650 for him. It has been a relatively smooth night, barring that one squat attempt. But 255 looking to move like a butter. Yuhan getting ready to take the stage here, or rather take this bar, rip it away from the earth. Convincing second lift there. I think there's probably like minimum 10 in there. You did say he was chasing a personal record,
and
I believe.
And that 255 does seem to warrant that new personal record. It moved really, really well for Yuan Lucena. 265 now for Cody Shua. He did have a bit of a rough bench, and it seemed like he was really frustrated with that, hoping to take all of that stress out on this 265.
Honestly, one of the best stress relief is to just leave it out all on the floor. It is still the second attempt, so some of these jumps, although might look huge to some of our viewers, you have said that at this weight class, 15s are considered a little conservative. A lot more conventional pullers too. Oh, I think that looked better than his previous lift actually.
And that's moving really good. I'm expecting 275 for his third. Maybe 272 if he just wants to secure that meet PR by 2.5. Yuan Lucena, and I'm actually just noticing something right now, and I'll mention it when we get there. But I didn't even notice it at all.
Again, there are some gaps that are slowly getting swiped away. As impressive as some of these programs are, there is a king still looming around the corner. And my goodness, we are just getting more and more excited for these attempts to keep rolling.
I'm so sorry, I misannounced. We actually have Ramzel Chadosho right now, 277.5.
277.5, 265 looks very easy for Mr. Ram Chadosho.
He is secured at third by the looks of it. So just getting in his deadlift, 255. He's locking it out. Ramzel Chadosho, 3 white lights and a good lift for him. And I'll announce it again on his final lift, just to close things out. But Ramzel, I have heard that this will be his last lift in a while because he's getting married.
Oh, what a heartfelt reason. But guys, remember that looming suspicion we were talking about. There is still a total that can be cut down here. Suddenly that impressive bench and squat doesn't look too troublesome as long as this second lift goes up for Mr. Rodison. And then it becomes that much scarier at the top. The challenge looking much more realistic yet again for the man of the people.
280, Rodison is Mundo. If this is successful, puts him at 695. Way closer than we thought anyone would be getting to Ken Austria, who currently holds a total of 709.5.
Oh my goodness.
Wow, I do think we are seeing a deadlift battle.
And you did say Ken Austria is well ahead of everybody, but right now this is probably the first time we've seen a little bit of mortality.
I actually do think this is the first time I've seen someone challenge Ken Austria, or I'm not sure if Rodison competed last year or how far away he was, but I came into this thinking it was going to be really far, but John Robert Mamawag now 285.
Like you said, some of these lifts can be really sneaky, and the deadlift is king. 285 on the bar. Should push the totals by a total of 20 kilos if this goes well.
And he fights for that 285, and it's a good lift. And this is what I actually noticed. Ross Chadosho, if successful, actually ties his total. Raymond and Ross already have the same total, both of them in 772.5. Raymond only leading on body weight. Raymond has no choice but to match whatever jump Ross attempts, because missing one of that lift is just him giving that championship to Ross. But of course, the same thing can only be asked of him. It's a 20-kilo jump, but he needs to take this if he wants to pull ahead. Of course, if this is successful, he does pull ahead of Raymond, putting all that pressure on him to get the 310 later on. But let's see how 290 moves for Ross Chadosho.
A lot of surprises in this flight, I have to tell you, and competition is everywhere. What? That's a 290? That is
moving, and again, there's now this pressure on Raymond. Of course, Raymond's best deadlift is nominated at 325. So I think it's safe to say 310, not a big ask.
Yeah, but again, making sure you pull out your best lift is already pretty worrying. At the same time, they're both close to eclipsing an 800-kilo total.
We have, I'll touch up more on that once we get to Raymond actually, but we now have Julius Barredo, 282.5.
292.5, I believe, but it is looking buttery smooth. Anyway, a bit of a grind, but still he got it to where he needed it.
A good lift for Julius Barredo. 295 now for Mio Florendo. Going for that 15-kilo jump, of course. He does have to catch up now to Raf, because while both of them upped their openers, it seems like Raf increased his by more than what Mio did. So Mio now went into this with a more of a gap, a 5-kilo gap, but that's how he's trying to close it out. Mio taking a 15-kilo jump while Raf only opted for that 10, and we're seeing it with Rodson, how he was using that to his advantage to catch up to Ken Austria, and how now what it's leading up to. So 295, he's feeling really hyped, he's feeling really good, and I do think this is gonna fly. He has a best at 292.5.
This is such a good set of lifts. It is incredible. But Mio again taking to the bar, will try to once again extend that lead and maybe defend himself from his rival at this point. But lift first before we make any assumptions.
He's looking really strong. I do think whatever Mio needs to pull for first is definitely there. 305 now for Raf Kahilig, and now Raf Kahilig has no choice but to answer back, because Raf now is lower on the total. Raf at 755, Mio pulling ahead to 760.
That's 5 kilos, but again, those loose kilos. Look at him. He is mean mugging everything. He knows he can catch up. He knows that this ball could be the great equalizer.
Look at that chalk all around his face. This man has slapped himself in the face. And he's angry. And again, this lift matters, because if he misses this, Mio is now ahead. And Mio's 95 was really strong. And again, guys,
big jump, big ask, and another big moment for Mr. Raf Kahilig. He will welcome the moment with silence.
asking the crowd to calm down. Again, the stakes in this 305. If he misses, stays in second.
What do you mean this? Oh my goodness! What a goal!
I do.
It's still our seconds. We can keep the hype low. I really want to shout this 310 out. If successful, puts Raymond in 792.5. And I actually went ahead to look at the record, and it actually made me emotional. I genuinely teared up when I saw this forecasted total of Raymond and what the total record was. Raymond has never totaled anything above 800. The total record stands at 800, and that was in 2021. And it's been talked so much of when will he return to his peak, and now he's so close, only 7.5 kilos away if he gets this 310. And I'm really hoping he gets it.
Again, more records to break for a man that many have looked up to, a man that is very respected.
And I do think we're gonna see Raymond total over 800, and just thinking about that already made me emotional.
800.
You know, I always kept messaging him when he reached out saying that he didn't want to compete anymore and saying he wasn't feeling good, that he was feeling injured and that he thought he'd lose. I said, no, you have to do it for us older people, for us perma-injured people, that we can always come back, you know. And
absolutely,
of course, I don't want to make it about me. It's also about Raymond reaching that summit, 7.5 kilos away from 800. His all-time best total, 800 flat in 2021.
And remember, folks, with the pulls that you do, with the weight that you get off the floor, you do inspire a lot of people to do the same for very, very different reasons. But again, we are still waiting for our next lifter to take to the stage.
The bar is loaded for Ken Austria. This is a national record attempt.
Ken Austria now, there are so many fights that we need to keep tab of. Ken Austria.
This is for the men's junior 105 total record.
Ken did look like there was a bit of a grind up on that previous lift, but again, this man is a monster.
This is Ken Austria can't see an update right now on what this number is. 260. He's really fighting for it. Ken Austria going up 5 kilos, really just trying to put as much of a lead as he can above Rodison, and as you saw, that 257.5 was on the top end with maybe a bit more room, 2.5 to spare, but of course you want to play it safe. You're already in the lead, you just want to keep that lead. I do think we will be seeing an attempt change possibly by the team of Rodison, because now that Ken Austria has pushed that total higher.
That was, again, one of the things that we were a little worried that maybe those jumps in the deadlift for anybody who's looking to contend for Mr. Ken Austria could be something to chop it down, but again, a deterrent set in place to keep those totals going. I believe it was like a 9 kilo, maybe like somewhere between 10 and 15 just to defend his total. But there are still some big jumps that we are waiting for. We're waiting for our next lifter still, so thank you for the patience, ladies and gents.
Again, we are trying to sort out the technical difficulties. It is that lifting cast.
Greetings to our fans watching the live stream, of course. Let's start over. Parinig naman kayo dyan! Gusto niyo ba ng Raffle? Mamaya tatanungin natin si Miss Desme. Joke lang ba? Joke sa nanay ko. Alright, we're on our last deadlift.
And the tension is just growing. We have technical difficulties in the third deadlift, literally the last one of the entire day.
This is to add to the mix, to the fire of the lift. And guys, there's just so many duels happening. Ken Austria trying to defend his lead. An 800 total for some of our lifters here. The 120s turning it up. The 103s trying to pull away from each other.
And of course, I do think we're about to get a shot of the rings. Ooh. These rings. One already secured by Veronica Ompod. She will receive it later. Veronica Ompod, 47 kilo Women's Open champion, getting a 99 GL. And we're now fighting, of course, for who gets...
Please come here to the table area.
I found it again. 2-0 for me. Hello, ladies and gents, but I think...
Mag-hi ka nga. Hi ka kasi.
The handler of Rodison is please come to the table officials area.
We're still looking for that camera, but...
No, it's right there.
Was it there? Okay, I thought it was... Okay, 1-1.
Of course, it's right there.
1-1. We call it a 1-1. But guys, again, there's just a lot. And I mean a lot of friction brewing between these lifters. Records will be broken. Bigger jumps could potentially be attempted. And I can't help but feel this is the storybook ending for the SBD PH Nationals. We've been hyping up this session. You've been hyping up this session so much.
And I do think
The reason why we are just choosing to go on this break is because we want the overlay. We want you to understand just how hype things are.
Okay, folks, at this point, I will warn you. There will be a moment in this cast, in this commentary, where we will stand up again to witness some raw ass pulls. And Miss Savvy has been doing such a great job of keeping those stats as digestible as possible. A little bit of cleaning also on the bar. Maybe there's a bit of chalk.
Yuan Placena now, we have 260 as his best deadlift. I think we're seeing 265 here. So hoping for that meet PR.
Hope there is plenty of that, especially for all our lifters here. This is, I believe, the third deadlift of the evening, the final set of deadlift for the SBD PH Nationals.
Taking his time, I do think he can lock this one out. He is fighting for that lockout, and I do think he has it. 265, 3 white lights, a good lift for Yuan Placena, and a new meet PR on the deadlift. 267 now for Jo-Marie Esmenda. I do think we're hearing the My Hero Academy copyright-free music.
I would.
Prepping for what feels like this final anime fight.
I don't like anime, and that's clearly a joke. I have a JoJo's Bizarre Adventure necktie around my neck, so all you weebs out there, relax. But like you said, the suspense is building up. We are changing up the theme for everybody, and the competition has only been getting higher and higher. A slap to hype him up as he walks up to the stage.
267.5 for Jo-Marie Esmenda.
I believe the first and third attempts of the evening, if the ordering in my mind is not wrong.
I do think we are slowly going down the list. Maybe the third or third attempt right now.
Lockout, that's all we need.
Let's see the flags. 2-1, it's a no lift. And it looks like the referees are signaling that it wasn't fully locked on the side.
Maybe it was the shoulders that were telling, but 272.5.
272.5 now for Cody. Like we said, 270 being your meet PR. Trying to keep things conservative. Go with that 2.5 jump over your meet PR. Just so you can say you still ended the day of meet PR.
Again, some of these can be personal, rival or not. The ghost of your success could be your biggest op that you would want to take. 272.5 like you mentioned. Getting ready for it. Mr. Cody Chua looking to redeem those missed benches.
Really trying to compose himself, hoping to go 3-4-3.
He's trying for it still, but it goes down, and he gives a bow. But he gave it his all, and sometimes that's all that matters. And everybody, I love the energy. You can feel the electricity in the air.
We have Ramzel Chadosho up next, 282.5. Again, I do think Ram is secure in the third. I'm not sure if he will try to go for that second or even try for that first place position. Sabi niya, birthday niya bukas. PR lang to.
Paki-PR lang po, birthday ko bukas, sabi ni Ramzel. And again, I mentioned he's planning on taking a break. I do think... And happy birthday, Ramzel Chodosho. I really hope you pull this one. And again, he will be taking a break after this 2 to 3 years, he said. So, I really hope he goes out on a bang with this 282.5. Again, he said this will be a PR for him.
Oh, we're ready to wish him
happy. Oh.
Still smiles in the end.
And still happy birthday.
Happy birthday, absolutely.
Happy birthday regardless. And Rodison Esmundo, we were expecting it after that successful final attempt deadlift by Ken Austria. He chose to up his third attempt deadlift. However, my lifting cast is not updated. I can't actually
it's a
confirm
300
it,
pull.
but I am seeing 300.
So that's 20, I think.
It's not saying what his place is gonna be if successful. Again, I'm so sorry. We don't have a working lifting cast right now, but I feel like it's safe to say that that could be his plan, because that's what he was doing all along since opener squats, just trying to take bigger and bigger jumps than Ken Austria.
If my mental math is correct, it should just be barely enough.
I do think this could be 2.5 or maybe 0.5. I'm not sure if Rodison has a chip going into this, but again, here he is trying to pull ahead of Ken Austria, claim that 105 junior title, and just the junior so competitive.
Here we go. 300 on the bar. Rodison taking his time for this moment.
And it's just...
Rodison with a valiant attempt to chip away at a...
Really good attempt by Rodison to go at that record, go against Ken Austria. And I said he is the strongest by a mile, but honestly, Rodison, despite not getting that 300, still proved me wrong.
Mortality is definitely viable if you want to challenge Mr. Ken Austria, but that still does not.
We have 300 now, Julius Barredo.
Julius setting the stage for himself here. No overlay. Nothing, folks. Again, apologies, but there's still nothing in your way to enjoy these lifts as well. Oh, the same problem there. The grip just was not allowing him to pull that a little bit more.
300.5 for the national record of Sean Robert Malawag.
And we have
the men's junior 105 category.
Yep, we have John Manawag now attempting a junior record deadlift. I'm gonna pull that up again. This one is probably Raff's record as well. Men's junior 105 deadlift at 300, set all the way back in 2019. I remember this. This is my first meet ever in Robinson's Malabon, and I was just wondering, why is everyone so hyped about that guy deadlifting 300?
Well, the reason is because there were so many of his records attempted this day alone.
And I do think if this record is taken successfully, I do think that wipes all of Raff's records in the junior category, which is exactly what you want. The whole point of a record is it's meant to be broken. So we have 300.5 now for John Manawag.
Still, that's been a long-standing record that's been imposing upon the juniors. The attempt at the record begins now.
just gets caught in the knees, and you can see the disappointment in that one. We have 302.5 now for Mio Florendo, not trying to push it. He just wants to get ahead by what I think is 2.5 or 0.5. This is a small jump compared. This is just a 5 kilo jump, and again, Raph did get that 5 kilo lead. So if he gets this, he puts himself ahead of Raph, putting all that pressure on Raph now to get his third. And it might have to be a small jump for Raph, but there are some people that pressure of needing that last lift just makes them burst. So we have Mio now, and look at him. Look at that energy, that confidence, that composure. He knows he can do this. He knows he can do this. The crowd knows he can do this. All the people right now cheering for Mio. Again, Mio, he did say this is his time.
It's him and the bar and a lead to defend. Like you said, the need could be the extra pressure, but some, as I've said, thrive in these situations. Mio, amazing squat. The bench was not going his way, but the dead, it gets decided here.
And again, he has 14 seconds, 12 seconds, 10 seconds, 9, 8, 7. Oh my God, no. Look at that emotion. I also do think, again, I mentioned his best deadlift of all time, 292.5.
The rivalry brews. We're still waiting.
We are still waiting on Raph, but 292.5. And just look at that. His best 292.5 getting
It is so wholesome, guys. It has been so wholesome. It's just so dramatic. And this is how it goes here at the SBD PH Nationals. You just have to be there.
That's actually making me cry.
It's okay. There's been a lot of emotion. But right here, right now, the challenge.
I can't do
The healing takes to the stage and looks to be the villain in this moment, to be the hero of his own story. He's preparing. He knows what it's like to be at the top, and he wants it again.
And I think we have to stand up for this moment again. It's just 2.5, but 2.5. You never know how 2.5 is gonna change when the pressure of winning the championship is all on the line.
This is the kill shot.
National champion Raffle and
he takes it away.
And
oh my goodness! Come on, guys, the duel was there, but look at that!
And this is what you want to see. We were talking, and again we were talking about them like they on the platform they are enemies, but I really like that we got to capture that moment. Yes, they're enemies. Yes, we'll go back when we get there, but of course
it's not over just yet. Moment to moment, it has been amazing. Ross has been a titan. He's broken so many records. The 105s are done. It's time for the 120s. Another national record attempt.
Of Raymond Debuque, the whole arena screaming big boy.
3-2-3 at the squats. Another record to conquer, to extend.
This again, this is 307.5 on the bar. If successful, breaks and just shy on grip. Same issue as his older brother actually, and now we have Raymond Debuque, and this means so I can't explain how much I want to see him get this 325.5 all-time PR. His current PR is 325, and not only will getting this break his deadlift record, it will break his all-time total record of 800. And I feel like so many people have been waiting for this moment. I even remember, and I remember so clearly a conversation with Eddie Torres. Actually, we were talking about Raymond, wondering when will he be as strong as he used to be, suffering from so many injuries. We are all watching you, Raymond. We want to see this 325.5 break your all-time PR. Show everyone that
who's the man.
Who is the true OG? 8 years old this man has been powerlifting, and he's about to pull 325.5.
One more record for Debuque.
And what a night for everyone. Honestly, I got a bit emotional. That was a really, really nice way to end the night. We've been hyping this up that this would be the best session out of all 3 sessions, and I do think it delivered. And also, I would like to apologize. I do think Raff and I would like to apologize. We did get really hyped.
No, I don't apologize for anything.
I'm really sorry if we burst your eardrums and some of that final list, but oh my God, I don't even know.
What a way to finish it off for the SBD PH Nationals. What more could you ask for?
Bro,
the hug at the end.
I literally cried during Mio, Raff, and Raymond's pulls, all those pulls, we were talking about it, all the emotion that they really put into it, and you could see from their faces when they got those lifts. It's so hard to not cry when you see them cry, because that's a lot, years of effort for some of them, and of course we want to thank all of you for watching and also cheering them on, being with them and witnessing those moments. So we do have to close out and thank our sponsors, but of course, do you want to say anything before we get to that portion?
Absolutely. This was my first stint doing a powerlifting event behind the desk, and you see how excited I become. My tie is out of my suit, but big thank you to everybody for being so welcoming. This has been the SBD PH Nationals. It has been the gift that keeps on giving. It's been story after story, potential heartbreak after heartbreak. And we would like to obviously thank our sponsors for allowing this to happen, for giving everybody the chance to take to the stage. And obviously, I would have to borrow a phone because mine's kind of messed up at the moment.
No problem.
It's been a great ride. This has been the SBD PH Nationals, presented to you by SBD, by Aleco, by PAP, affiliated with the IPF, the APF, the PSC, the POC, in partner with Equinox, SM North, ETSA. Thank you for the venue. Of course, with a big help by Play Hard, the Rack Co, Whale Nutrition Co, and Guys, it has been amazing. We still have a lot more sponsors to thank. And Miss Abby, please take it away.
Of course, we'd like to thank Radisson Park Inn, Pagcor, Gymzilla, Deer Diet, Amino Vital, Hybrid Strength, Manuel Barbell Club, Aster Media, and of course, M Sports for hosting and bringing all of this to you.
Guys, thank you. Thank you so much. And this is where we have to say our goodbyes and good night.
Alright, thank you guys.
You did so well.
For the first day of our SBD Philippines Nationals 2025.
Has a 29mm diameter, ultra-clean Swedish steel, and an uncoated grip, creating an exceptionally strong and rigid bar, suitable for the highest level of powerlifting. The deep and aggressive knurling on the bare steel creates an unmatched feel and the best possible grip in competition. While the sleeves are chromed, the grip of the bar is completely untreated in accordance to the rules of the IPF. Because of this, extra care needs to be taken to prevent the surface of the bar from corrosion. Regularly brushing off excess chalk and sweat after use is recommended. The surface corrosion is only cosmetical and will not affect the performance of the bar. However, for training and home use, we recommend the Performance Powerlifting Bar, which has a chrome grip. The IPF Powerlifting Competition Bar features graphite-infused bronze bushings, which offer increased longevity compared to regular bronze bushings, and rotation that's optimized for powerlifting. The bar has a simple but innovative dust-proof seal that keeps critical parts well lubricated and functioning at their best throughout the lift. The dust-proof seal also increases the longevity of the bar, making it practically maintenance-free, allowing it to be used for many competitions. The IPF Powerlifting Competition Bar is backed by our lifetime warranty. At Eleiko, we have over 60 years of bar manufacturing expertise. All our bars are made by us here in Halmstad, Sweden, and are crafted using our specially formulated ultra-clean steel.
Siguro it means everything kasi I always want to be the strongest in my weight class.
And we all know, powerlifting is not comfortable sport.
Get to see where my current strength lies when it goes up against technically the top 3 raw lifters in PH, which are of course Aaron, Kix, and Kyle.
I want challenges to prove everybody that powerlifting is for everybody.
It's about showing how much I've come in this sport.
And to be able to step on the platform despite all the setbacks I had means a lot to me.
I'm trying to redeem myself from the past comp.
So it's like a redemption comp for me.
Time for me to prove myself if I'm gonna get on the podium or not, kung open lang.
Really means a lot because I know what I'm capable of.
It reflects my hard work and my dedication to the sport.
It's also about inspiring the youth.
And I'm sure history will be made because a lot of records will be broken. And the fight would be intense because you're competing with some of the best in your weight class.
Powerlifting Association of the Philippines applied the NQT.
And to qualify is an honor because I'm gonna be competing with the best of the best.
It legitimizes the competition and the sport locally.
Competing here in the very first SBD Nationals.
Probably the biggest competition that I'll ever attend locally.
For me, this meet is just a marker of all of that resilience.
It's a huge deal. It's about showing how much I've come in this sport and how much I've grown. This is my chance to prove to myself that how much sacrifice I put into the gym.
As how all nationals would go for me, I would treat every nationals with utmost respect, representing your utmost national values.
It means a lot to me and it's going to be memorable.
This powerlifting sport is getting bigger and bigger.
And I'm really excited to showcase my strength next year, this 2025.
It's not going to be easy because I know everyone's putting their best effort. Every competitor that I have is putting their best foot on the line on this one. For me, it's going to be, locally, this is the most competitive that I'm going to experience.
The most rewarding part in competing for me is I'd rather parang get silver with a very stacked weight class. Pero syempre, I want gold. But yeah, yung competing with other people stronger than you, yun lang yung gusto ko talagang feeling lagi.
Powerlifting is a sport where you get back what you put into it. So all that consistency, all that hard work, once you're able to perform all of that on the platform, there's something so gratifying about that moment.
all the trainings, the hard work, rain or shine, nagbubuhat pa rin tayo. Sometimes nga, we lift even though we're sick.
The experience and memories I get from any meet or any competition, regardless if it's a local meet or international meet or just a small meet. Every meet, I get to bring memories, gain friends, and parang know the community.
Knowing that you've given your best, all your blood, sweat, and tears in preparation for the meet, and also bring yourself to the platform in itself. Gives me that sense of pride and accomplishment, or being proud of myself that I was able to step on that platform and be able to perform and do my best.
I love the experience of performing, showing what you've prepared for, and essentially powerlifting is that. It's a performance.
Enjoy being on the platform. You can see it on my face, and I think even the audience really can see it. And it's really nice to hear them cheer for me. So I think that's what really sets me out, is that may fans ako. Love you guys.
Makakapagpa-excite sa akin yung makakapag-compete ako locally with the best of the best. And also, I know that SBD PH will produce a good meet. Siguro yon kasi they've done it before sa C-Ball na maganda yung meet. So I think this time, mas malaki siya. See you at SBD PH Nationals 2025.
Magandang araw po sa inyo lahat. Nais kong ipaabot ang aking pagbati sa lahat ng lumahok sa
SM North sa Skydome, gising pa ba kayo? Ito na kanina ninyong hinihintay pa ang Raffle. Oras na para kunin ang inyong ticket. Ang inyong SM ticket na inyong pong binayad at ginamit para makapanood dito sa ating SBD PH Nationals 2025. We will award 3 winners of our Notorious Lift Products SSG4. Tatlo ang magiging winner niyan. Of course, maraming salamat sa TheRock.co for this raffle contribution. Ito na, lumapit na si Sir Marco. Again, titingnan nyo po yung ticket number just below the event name. So yung event name natin ay SBD February 2025 at sa baba nun merong number, 8-digit number yan. So ang ating first winner of the Notorious Lift Products SSG4 is the owner of the ticket holder 504902221. Meron po ba? 504902221. Okay, may nagtataas ng kamay. Punta lang po dito sa platform and we will verify your ticket. Si Sir Andre ay bumunot naman. The second winner is with the ticket number 50591443. 50591443. Nandito ka pa ba? Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, wala si 1443. Sayang. 14344. Meron ako niyan. Okay. Sana nandito pa rin siya with the ticket number 5062796. Wala. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. Dalawa pa to ha. Up for grabs. Notorious Lift Products SSG4. We have 50490207. Okay. You see Miss and 5049027. Tama, Miss Esme? Okay. Congratulations, ate. And the last winner, hopefully, of our Notorious Lift Products SSG4 pack. The ticket number 50581456. Ken, 50581456. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ito na ba ang lucky ticket holder? Mukhang umuwi na yun ma'am. Ito, sana nandito pa. 50583694. 50583694. Punta lang dito sa harap kung nandito ka, pero bibilangan ka namin kung wala pa in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mukha raw nandito pa to. 50490203. Nanggaling sa likod Verified. Congratulations! Congratulations to our winners ng ating Notorious Lift Products SSG4, the 3 winners. Of course, salamat sa TheRock.co for our raffle prizes given to our winners yesterday and today sa ating mga round ng raffle prizes. Okay, let's formally close our last session of the SBD PH Nationals 2025 with our awarding ceremony. Let's go first to the male winners. Okay, habang hinahanap pa ang ating mga categories, again, our bronze medalists will receive 400 pesos worth of gift certificates from SBD Philippines and Whale Products. Silver medalists will receive 700 pesos worth of gift certificates from SBD Philippines and Whale Products. And our gold medalist will take home 1,000 pesos worth of gift certificates from SBD Philippines, Whale Products, and Amino Vital samples. So for the PM session awarding ceremony, we will have Sir Marco and Sir Andre to give out the medals and prizes to our winners. I think we're ready. Let's call on the 3 winners in the men's Master 193 category. Bronze medalist. He finished a total lift of 545 kilos. From Philippine Powerlifting, Danny Brutas Jr. Again, a reminder to our winning lifters, pag tinawag po inyong pangalan, please proceed immediately to the platform. And for the silver medalist, with a total lift of 565 kilos. Congratulations, Jelton Tagibao! And the gold medalist with a total lift of 605 kilos from Barbells and Brew, Jose Virgil Perez. Smile to the cameras, gentlemen. Congratulations, Sirs Danny, Jalton, and Jose. Let's go to the men's Master 105 category. We have two winners here. Our silver medalist lifted a total of 495 kilos. He is Mark Paul Amil. Any representative of Mark? Nonetheless, congratulations. Our gold medalist with a total lift of 542.5 kilos from South Strength Powerlifting. Congratulations, Gervasio Magno III. Show your best smile to the cameras. Congratulations, Mark and Gervasio. Congratulations, sir. Dako naman tayo sa Men's Master 120. We have a lone winner here with a total lift of 710.5 kilos from MCA, Noel Lucky Yunzon. It's your lucky day today. Solo in the podium, smile. Congratulations, Sir Noel. Congratulations. Let's proceed to the junior division. First in the men's junior 93 kilos. We have two winners here. Our silver medalist with a total lift of 585 kilos is Rafi Pangandaman. And the gold medalist finishing with a total lift of 773.5 kilos from MCA, Mark Jason Galauran. Congratulations, Rafi and Jason. Punta tayo sa men's 105 junior division. We have a complete podium here. First, the bronze medalist with a total lift of 657.5 kilos. He is John Robert Mamawag. The silver medalist with a total lift of 695 kilos from Hybrid Strength, Rodison J. Esmundo. And the gold medalist with a total lift of 714.5 kilos from XXIC Crusaders, Ken Andre Austria. Smile to the cameras, gentlemen, and congratulations, John Robert, Rodison J, and Ken Andre. Let's go to the men's junior 120. Men's junior 120, our gold medalist with a total lift of 680 kilos. From Undaunted Powerlifting, Mark J.C. Guzman. A reminder to our lifters, when you're about to receive your medals, please wear closed shoes here in the podium, and thank you. Again, our winner in the men's junior 120 category, Mark J.C. Guzman. Congratulations. Men's Junior 120 plus category. We also have a lone winner here. Our gold medalist with a total lift of 792.5 kilos. From South Strength Powerlifting, Ross Teodosio. Kumakain pa raw. Any representative of South Strength to receive the medal on behalf of Ross? Oh, he's here already. Congratulations, big boy. Let's proceed to the open category with the Men's Open 93. 3 winners tayo dito. Our bronze medalist lifted a total of 705 kilos from Kilo Culture, Lenos Ocobilio. The silver medalist with a total lift of 750.5 kilos from Avanti, Nestor Redulia Jr. And our gold medalist with a total lift of 773.5 kilos from MCA, Mark Jason Galauran. Smile to the cameras, gentlemen. Congratulations. Let's go to the men's open 105 category. Bronze medalist with a total lift of 732.5 kilos from South Strength Powerlifting, Ramzel Teodosio. The silver medalist lifted a total of 767.5 kilos from Zest Power Gym, Mio Florendo. Where's Mio? Alright, again a reminder to our winning lifters to please wear closed shoes upon receiving your medals. And our gold medalist, who lifted a total of 768, close fight, 0.5 lang ang difference, from Avante, Raf Kahilig. Fan favorite. Congratulations, Ramzel, Mio, and Raf. At the men's open 120, we have 3 winners here. First, our bronze medalist with a total lift of 680 kilos from Undaunted Powerlifting, Mark J.C. Guzman. The second medal for today, the silver medalist lifted a total of 682.5 from WRT CLT, Nico Jorel Marcelo. And the gold medalist with a total lift of 710.5 kilos from MCA, his second goal today, Noel Lucky Yonzon. Again, a reminder to our lifters, para medyo hindi tayo magtagal here, please wear closed shoes as you enter the platform for the awarding ceremony. This also comes with our winners in our overall awarding ceremony later. Congratulations, gentlemen. Let's proceed to our last category for tonight, the Men's Open 120 Plus category. We have two winners here. The silver medalist with a total lift of 792.5 kilos from South Strength Powerlifting, Ross Teodosio. And our gold medalist with a total lift of 808 kilos. The pride of Zest Power Gym, Raymond De Buque. Congratulations, Ross and Raymond. That concludes our awarding ceremony for the last session of our SBD PH Nationals 2025. But we're not done yet, as we're about to hand out the Best Lifter Awards per category in just a short while, and also the best teams who competed in our SBD PH Nationals 2025. To our tech team, if you can play our SBD videos right now, as we're still finalizing the winners of the best lifter, best teams, and other categories. Thank you.
Competition bar is designed for competitive and professional powerlifting and is certified by the International Powerlifting Federation. The bar has a 29mm diameter, ultra-clean Swedish steel, and an uncoated grip, creating an exceptionally strong and rigid bar suitable for the highest level of powerlifting. The deep and aggressive knurling on the bare steel creates an unmatched feel and the best possible grip in competition. While the sleeves are chromed, the grip of the bar is completely untreated in accordance to the rules of the IPF. Because of this, extra care needs to be taken to prevent the surface of the bar from corrosion. Regularly brushing off excess chalk and sweat after use is recommended. The surface corrosion is only cosmetical and will not affect the performance of the bar. However, for training and home use, we recommend the Performance Powerlifting Bar, which has a chromed grip. The IPF Powerlifting Competition Bar features graphite-infused bronze bushings, which offer increased longevity compared to regular bronze bushings, and a rotation that's optimized for powerlifting. The bar has a simple but innovative dust-proof seal that keeps critical parts well lubricated and functioning at their best throughout the lift. The dust-proof seal also increases the longevity of the bar, making it practically maintenance-free, allowing it to be used for many competitions. The IPF Powerlifting Competition Bar is backed by our lifetime warranty. At Eleiko, we have over 60 years of bar manufacturing expertise. All our bars are made by us here in Halmstad, Sweden, and are crafted using our specially formulated ultra-clean steel.
Siguro it means everything kasi I always want to be the strongest in my weight class.
And we all know, powerlifting is not comfortable sport.
Get to see where my current strength lies when it goes up against technically the top 3 raw lifters in PH, which are of course Aaron, Kix, and Kyle.
I want challenges to prove everybody that powerlifting is for everybody.
It's about showing how much I've come in this sport.
And to be able to step on the platform despite all the setbacks I had means a lot to me.
I'm trying to redeem myself from the past comps.
So it's like a redemption comp for me.
Time for me to prove myself if I'm gonna get on the podium or not, kung open lang.
Really means a lot because I know what I'm capable of.
It reflects my hard work and my dedication to the sport.
It's also about inspiring the youth.
And I'm sure history will be made because a lot of records will be broken. And the fight would be intense because you're competing with some of the best in your weight class.
Powerlifting Association of the Philippines applied the NQT.
And to qualify is an honor because I'm gonna be competing with the best of the best.
It legitimizes the competition and the sport locally.
Competing here in the very first SBD Nationals.
Probably the biggest competition that I'll ever attend locally.
To me, this meet is just a marker of all of that resilience.
It's a huge deal. It's about showing how much I've come in this sport and how much I've grown. This is my chance to prove to myself that how much sacrifice I put into the gym.
As how all nationals would go for me, I would treat every nationals with utmost respect, representing your utmost national values.
It means a lot to me, and it's going to be memorable.
This powerlifting sport is getting bigger and bigger.
And I'm really excited to showcase my strength next year, this 2025.
It's not going to be easy because I know everyone's putting their best effort. Every competitor that I have is putting their best foot on the line on this one. For me, it's going to be, locally, this is the most competitive that I'm going to experience.
The most rewarding part in competing for me is I'd rather parang get silver with a very stacked weight class. Pero syempre, I want gold. But yeah, yung competing with other people stronger than you, yun lang yung gusto ko talagang feeling lagi.
Powerlifting is a sport where you get back what you put into it. So all that consistency, all that hard work, once you're able to perform all of that on the platform, there's something so gratifying about that moment.
All the trainings, the hard work, rain or shine, nagbubuhat pa rin tayo. Sometimes nga, we lift even though we're sick.
The experience and memories I get from any meet or any competition, regardless if it's a local meet or international meet or just a small meet. Every meet, I get to bring memories, gain friends, and parang know the community.
Knowing that you've given your best, all your blood, sweat, and tears in preparation for the meet, and also bring yourself to the platform in itself. Gives me that sense of pride and accomplishment, or being proud of myself that I was able to step on that platform and be able to perform and do my best.
I love the experience of performing, showing what you've prepared for, and essentially powerlifting is that. It's a performance.
Enjoy being on the platform. You can see it on my face, and I think even the audience really can see it. And it's really nice to hear them cheer for me. So I think that's what really sets me out, is that may fans ako. Love you guys.
Nakakapagpa-excite sa akin yung makakapag-compete ako locally with the best of the best. And also, I know that SBD PH will produce a good meet. Siguro yon kasi they've done it before sa C-Ball na maganda yung meet. So I think this time, mas malaki siya. See you at SBD PH Nationals 2025.
Ladies and gentlemen, again, a pleasant evening to all. Of course, we are about to end our 3-day competition here at the SM North EDSA Skydome, the SBD PH Nationals 2025. And to say thank you to all of you who attended and competed in this competition, we would like to call our tournament director, Miss Esmeralda Cruz.
Hello, good evening. So, thank you. First of all, I'd like to say thank you to everybody who came out, whether it's day 1, day 2, or day 3, and for those on the live stream. Thank you so much for supporting the first ever SBD Philippines Nationals. Let's get everybody a round of applause, please. I would also like to take this time to thank our volunteers as well. You've seen them running around, sleepless nights, countless sleepless nights, just to make sure to give you guys this production. So let's give them a warm round of applause as well, please. Also, this event would not be possible without the support of our sponsors. First of all, SBD Philippines, I know most people see me as the face of SBD Philippines, but there are a lot of people behind this team, and of course SBD Apparel HQ in the UK, who's provided their support for this event as well by providing our volunteers apparel. So as you can see, all of our spotters and loaders were in full SBD uniform today. So let's give them a round of applause, please. Thank you. And also, I would like to thank our sponsors, right? So first of all, the Rack.co for providing us with the championship rings that we will be awarding today. Thank you so much. And for the prizes that they've given out for this event. We'd also like to thank our equipment partner, Eleco, our warm-up partners, Play Hard Fitness, Manuel Barbell Club, and Gymzilla PH. Thank you so much. This event really would not be possible without all of you. And to all of our other partners, Amino Vital, Dear Diet, Hybrid Strength, thank you so much for giving us and trusting in our event and in our ability to deliver. And also like to thank our supplement partner, Whale Nutrition, for providing prizes as well for all of our athletes. But last but not the least, a silent partner in powerlifting and the way that Equinox has been developing powerlifting. I would like to give a huge shout out and thank you to Senator Bongo as the head of sports development in the Senate. So he has provided Equinox and this event specifically a huge amount of financial support to get this going. So thank you so much to Senator Bongo as well. And his representative is here. Unfortunately, he could not make it. He was supposed to be here with us today, but he has sent over his representative, Sir Windsor Quizon, who would also like to say a few words. So let's give him a round of applause.
Thank you, ma'am. Hi, everybody. I'm pretty sure lahat exhausted na, pero let me just read a quick speech in front of you all, guys. Good evening to everybody. Pleasure to be with all of the athletes and participants here tonight. Maraming salamat po sa pag-imbita. And in behalf of Senator Bongo, I am Windsor Quizon po to represent him tonight. First of all, isang malaking pagbati sa Powerlifting Association of the Philippines. Palakpakan po natin yung bumubuo ng PAP. Sa matagumpay po na pagtatapos ng SBD Powerlifting Nationals, sa pangunguna ng ating butihing presidente, Sir Wilford Capulong, at sa lahat, of course, ang bumubuo rin ng PAP. Saludo si Senator Bongo sa inyong dedikasyon sa pagpapalakas ng powerlifting community sa ating bansa. Of course, palakpakan din natin si Ms. Esme, the Tournament Director tonight. Maraming salamat po. Bilang chairman ng Senate Committee on Sports, si Senator Bongo, patuloy niyang isinusulong ang mga programang nagpapalakas sa sports development sa ating bansa. Lagi niya pong sinasabi, get into sports and stay away from drugs to keep us healthy and fit. Mahalaga ang sports sa ating kabataan dahil hindi lang ito nagpapalakas ng kanilang katawan, kundi nagtuturo rin ng tamang disiplina, sipag at tiyaga, tulad na lamang po ng ipinakita ng ating mga athletes tonight. Palakpakan po natin sila. Kaya naman po, suportado po ni Senator Bongo yung mga grassroots sports development such as this. Siya po ang, like what I've mentioned, siya po ang chairman ng Senate Committee on Sports and siya rin po yung author and co-sponsor ng Republic Act 11470 or yung National Academy of Sports sa Pampanga. Tulad po ng ating mga atleta, doon po sa eskwelahan na yon, pwede na pong mag-training and at the same time, pwede na rin pong mag-aral. And if I'm not mistaken po, covered na rin po ng National Academy yung sports ng powerlifting. So kung may mga estudyante or atleta po kayo nakakilala, pwede po natin silang i-refer sa paaralan na ito. Sa lahat po ng lumahok sa kompetisyong ito, win or lose, panalo na kayo dahil sa inyong pagsisikap at dedikasyon. At sa ating best lifters for tonight, congratulations also po. Ang inyong tagumpay ay inspirasyon sa marami pang Pilipino na nangarap ding maging world-class athlete someday. Muli po, maraming salamat sa Powerlifting Association of the Philippines sa inyong walang sawang suporta sa ating mga atleta. Patuloy niyo pong maasahan sa pagsusulong ng mga programa para sa sports development si Senator Bongo. Mabuhay ang powerlifting sa Pilipinas, mabuhay ang ating mga atleta, at maraming salamat po, magandang gabi sa inyong lahat. As I end my speech, please watch po the video message of Senator Bongo. Maraming salamat po ulit.
Panguna ng inyong butihing Presidente, President Willard Kapulong, at sa lahat ng bumubuo ng PAP, maraming magandang araw po sa inyo lahat. Nais kong ipaabot ang aking pagbati sa lahat ng lumahok sa Powerlifting Association of the Philippines, SBD Powerlifting Nationals, sa pangunguna ng inyong butihing Presidente, President Willard Kapulong, at sa lahat ng bumubuo ng PAP. Maraming salamat sa inyong dedikasyon sa pagpapalakas ng ating powerlifting community dito sa Pilipinas. Bilang chairperson ng Senate Committee on Sports, lagi kong sinusuportahan ang ganitong mga kompetisyon na hindi lamang nagpapatibay ng ating katawan, kundi nagpapalakas din ng ating loob at disiplina sa buhay. Ang powerlifting ay hindi lamang isang sport, ito ay isang patunay ng sipag, tiyaga at determinasyon na mahalagang katangian hindi lang sa kompetisyon, kundi sa pang-araw-araw na buhay. Kaya lagi kong ipinapaalala sa ating mga kabataan, get into sports, stay away from drugs to keep us healthy and fit. Ang pagsali sa sports tulad ng powerlifting ay hindi lang tungkol sa lakas ng katawan, kundi pati na rin sa tamang disiplina, dedikasyon at positibong pananaw sa buhay. Sa ating mga lifters, saludo ako sa inyong husay at determinasyon. Kayo ang tunay na inspirasyon sa ating kabataan at sa buong sambayanang Pilipino. Win or lose, panalo kayong lahat dahil sa pagsisikap at dedikasyon na inyong ipinakita. Sa ating mga best lifters na pararangalan ngayong araw, congratulations. Ang inyong tagumpay ay patunay ng inyong pagsusumikap at pagsasakripisyo para marating ang rurok ng inyong kakayahan. Muli, maraming salamat sa PAP sa patuloy na pagbibigay ng oportunidad sa ating mga atleta na ipakita ang kanilang talento. Patuloy niyong asahan ang aking suporta sa anumang inisyatiba na naglalayong palakasin ang sports development sa ating bansa. Mabuhay ang powerlifting sa Pilipinas, mabuhay ang ating mga atleta. Maraming salamat po.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the moment we've all been waiting for. It's the awarding of the best teams here in your SBD PH Nationals 2025. Unahin muna natin sa Girls Developmental Category. This team amassed 21 points to win 2 golds in this event, Congratulations, Cyber Muscle Gym. Again, for our best team awards, kapag tinawag po inyong team, ay mangyari lang po na pumunta po dito sa podium with the proper attire, especially wearing closed shoes. So yan, may representative tayo from Cyber Muscle. So this team will receive 2 golds. Congratulations, Cyber Muscle Gym, developing young girls to be the powerlifting champions in the future. Punta tayo sa Women's Sub-Junior. Our second place with 12 points and 1 silver. Balik natin uli, Cyber Muscle Gym. And the first place in the Women's Sub-Junior, which amassed 12 points and winning 1 gold. Congratulations, Zest Power Gym. Any representative from Zest Power Gym? Female representative dahil Women's Sub-Junior ito. Alright. Congratulations. Let's go to the Women's Junior category. Third place with 9 points and 1 bronze. Congratulations, Kratos Powerlifting. Any representative of Kratos Powerlifting na nandito pa to receive your bronze medal? Okay, let's proceed to the silver medal. Second place with 12 points. Congratulations to Nexus Powerlifting. Any representative from Nexus? Okay, the first place with a total of 36 points and 3 golds. Balik uli kayo dito, Zest Power Gym. Congratulations. Congratulations. In the Women's Open category, the third place will receive 3 bronze medals after getting 17 points all the way from the north, Baguio Barbell. Any rep from Baguio. Let's proceed to the second place. Will receive 2 silvers and 21 points. Kilos Powerlifting. Kilos, any rep from Kilos? And Miss Joyce receiving the medals. And the first place with 5 gold medals and 48 points. This is the 3rd straight gold medal of Zest Power Gym. An effort for Zest Power Gym, ruling 3 categories in the team division. The Women's Sub-Junior, Women's Junior, and ito Women's Open. Congratulations. Women's Master 1 naman tayo. The third place will get 1 bronze. With a total of 9 points, it's Zest Power Gym. Any rep from Zest? Baka meron pang iba bukod kay Miss Veronica. Siya ulit. Our second place with 12 points and 1 silver, Manuel Barbell Club. Women's Master 1. And the champion of the Women's Master 1, the best team with 2 gold medals after amassing 24 points. They are Barbells and Boo. Smile to the cameras, ladies. We respectfully ask Ms. Jomara, the representative of Barbers and Brew, to please stay, as your team is also the champion of Women's Master 2, the lone winner with 3 golds and 24 points. Congratulations. Dako naman tayo sa Boys Developmental Division. We have a champion team, 1 team here, the best, with 12 points and 1 gold. Manuel Barbell Club. Of course, well represented by WAC. Congratulations, MBC. Let's go to the men's sub-junior. We have 3 winners here. First, the third place with 3 bronze medals and 18 points. Come to the podium, MCA. Any representative of MCA? All right. Our second place in the men's sub-junior with 27 points and 3 silvers, Kilo Culture. Our best team in the men's sub-junior with 39 points and 4 golds, Philippine Powerlifting. Congratulations. At the men's junior category, at third place, also with 3 bronze medals and 25 points. Congratulations, MCA. The second place with 3 silvers, The second place with 3 silvers and 26 points, Hybrid Strength. Any representative of Hybrid? Okay, we'll call the first place already with 4 golds and 39 points. Congratulations. Sorry. With 3 golds and 29 points. Congratulations, Self Strength Powerlifting.